there right after the initial attack.
This is Wolf Blitzer, CNN's military affairs correspondent, reporting live from the Pentagon, where we've just had a briefing with Pentagon spokesman Pete Williams, and he confirmed that 2 Scud missiles, Soviet-made Scud missiles in Iraq, were directed towards eastern Saudi Arabia near the large U.S. air base at Dhahran. 5 U.S.-made Patriot air defense missiles were sent up to go to try to destroy those Scud missiles, and they did in fact intercept and destroy the 2 Scud missiles. These are Scud missiles, ground-to-ground missiles from mobile launchers that the Iraqis have managed to protect. We have been told repeatedly that the fixed launchers, the hardened sites, have been destroyed, but the great danger, as General Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Storm, and Pete Williams only a few moments ago reiterated, the great danger is still coming from those mobile launchers. Pete Williams gave us no reason to believe that those Scuds, the 2 Scuds, had chemical warheads. In fact, he said it was probable that they had high explosive conventional warheads. A team from the U.S. military has now gone out to the site to try to collect some of the debris to investigate exactly what is going on. He also made it clear that the Patriot, the air defense system that has been installed around this large air base, is obviously working. This is now the 3rd time that the Patriots have destroyed incoming Scud missiles, one a couple days ago, and today 2 more incoming Scud missiles. Let's now go to my colleague, Charles Jaco, who is in Saudi Arabia, to see if he has any additional information on this. Charles?
Well, Wolf, we've got additional information, and most of it contradicts what Pete Williams of the Pentagon just said. We were here during the attack, if that's what it was, saw and heard booms and flashes of light, got out here from the upstairs office just in time to see the last of the Patriots streaking off north, almost looking like a kid's bottle rocket. However, a U.S. government official here in Saudi Arabia claims there were 4 Scud missiles launched toward here, not 2, and that 2 of them got through. 2 of them landed with ground explosions. We don't know where. That's from a U.S. official here in Saudi Arabia. A U.S. civilian here in Saudi Arabia called the CNN office to say that he was outside, saw 2 Patriot missiles launched, saw no explosions, moments later saw a nose cone streaking toward the ground, and there was a huge explosion in the middle of the desert, digging up a bunch of dust and debris west of town here. So we have 2 reports, one from a U.S. government official and one from a private U.S. citizen living here, that the Patriot missiles did not intercept all of these Scuds, if that is indeed what they were. That we have an eyewitness who says he saw one of them land and dig up a lot of desert. A U.S. government official saying there were 2 explosive impacts in the general area. This only occurred about an hour and a half ago. We still have to check all this out. Meanwhile, Saudi sources are claiming that there were 5 Scuds launched and all of them were destroyed. What we know, and we saw with our own eyes, was that we were upstairs in the office. The first indication we had that anything was going on was when Daryl Trim, our satellite engineer, called us on our squawk box, our intercom, and said, "Get out here, Patriots are being launched, there's incoming." We came hauling out here. We heard the boom of these Patriots going out of their launchers, looked up in the sky in time to see one roaring off to the north. We were told by media people who were out here for the entire thing that 3 of them streaked into the air, one behind me, one almost directly overhead, and one to the, I believe it's west of us over here, disappeared in the clouds, and there were 3 bright flashes of light. That's what we saw when we came down here, and then the all clear was sounded about, roughly 20 minutes later. However, what we can tell you is that there were no sirens until this occurred. There were no civil defense warnings. We didn't know about it until Daryl Trim, our uplink engineer, called us and said, this is what's happening. We're led to understand that a large hotel here in the city never received any kind of phone call at all from civil defense. We're checking that report out. So right now, Wolf, we have a welter of contradicting information, people claiming that there was at least 1 impact from a warhead of these things, maybe 2. What we know is that the first indication we had that Patriots were on their way and that there was some kind of incoming whatever it was when it actually occurred. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, this is Wolf Blitzer. Before you leave, let me just ask you this question. What is going on right now? Is there some sort of heightened alert? You anticipate that there could be some more Scuds incoming?
Well, we're not getting any statements from anybody. The U.S. military officials here are waiting for statements from the U.S. military in Riyadh to clarify the situation. There's certainly no alert going on behind us, although, as you might expect, There's almost no traffic on the ground here. A heightened sense of alert, no. A heightened sense of nervousness, yes. Everybody's on pins and needles. But again, if we get information from Pete Williams that there were 2 missiles incoming, information from the Saudis that there were 5 missiles incoming, information from a top U.S. government official here that there were 4 missiles incoming and 2 of them landed, then we just don't know what to believe. I have to clarify one point. The hotel I mentioned earlier is not here in this city. It's in a town nearby, but they received no warnings from civil defense either. So right now, things are extremely confused. That may be expected, because it's only a short time after the incident. We'll try to sort it out and bring you details as we can find them out. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Charles, reporting from Eastern Saudi Arabia. Pete Williams, at this briefing, did stress that these were preliminary reports, and from past experience with the Pentagon, we know that preliminary reports often are not exactly accurate. We're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have with us CNN military affairs analyst James Blackwell. We'll be right back.
Yes, Egyptians believe that
explosion. And the pictures supplied by Univision supposedly show a Patriot missile being fired in the direction of an Iraqi missile coming in from Iraq. This happened within the last couple of hours. Let's go now to Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, who has some new information for us. Wolf?
Cheryl, we do have some new information. The Pentagon spokesman, Pete Williams, who cautioned us about an hour or so ago when he briefed us about the Scuds coming into eastern Saudi Arabia, that those were preliminary reports, just came into the reporters area here at the Pentagon and said that new information now confirms to the Pentagon that it was not 2 Scuds that were targeted towards the large U.S. airbase near Dhahran in eastern Saudi Arabia, but in fact it was 3 Scuds, and that 5 Patriot missiles took off, intercepted those 3 incoming Scud missiles. The 5 Patriots destroyed all 3 Scuds. There was no damage. U.S. investigators have gone out into the desert to start looking at the debris. There were indications from our correspondent, Charles Jaco, who was out on the scene, that there could have been perhaps even more Scuds, but the Pentagon is now saying that they have confirmed 3 Scuds, not 2 as earlier announced. All 3 were destroyed by this Patriot air defense system. Cheryl?
Wolf, I'm wondering if you have any idea if the confusion could be partly caused by people who thought a Scud missile had gotten through and landed. Perhaps that was the debris falling from the intercept.
That's possible. That could have been one explanation, but the U.S. Has very, very sophisticated technical means, satellites, to pick up as soon as a Scud is launched, and the information now is that 3 were launched. All 3 were destroyed, and the assessment here at the Pentagon, and this again is the preliminary assessment, the assessment is that all 3 had conventional high explosive warheads, did not have chemical or gas warheads.
Thank you very much. Wolf Blitzer reporting to us from the Pentagon. Coming up in just about a half hour at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect to have some Iraqi television supplied interviews with what it says are coalition pilots shot down over Iraq and Kuwait. We expect that about 4:30 in just about a half hour. For now, back to CNN World Report.
Patriot missile firings. Arthur, there were 5 Patriot missiles fired at 3 Scud missiles, and the score was perfect for the United States Patriot battery once again. What's the situation there at this hour?
Well, it's calm here now, Tom. Everyone's coming up from the shelters. No more sirens. Warplanes are going off, perhaps to hit those launchers, because they will have been detected now. Things calm here now, but our hearts were pumping about 90 minutes ago.
All right,
Can you hear Arthur? Do you have on?
And Tom, we'll be keeping watch here throughout the night. We would expect after this surprise to be surprised again by Saddam Hussein.
all right, NBC's Arthur Kent will also be seeing you tonight on NBC Nightly News, also on that special report. If there...
I'm Cheryl Atkinson. We are continuing our coverage of the Gulf War. Several hours ago, Iraqi television conducted an interview with several men it says are Allied prisoners of war in Baghdad. CNN has now obtained only the audio portion of that Iraqi television broadcast. We want to stress to you that these men are being held prisoner by Iraqi officials and that we can presume they are not able to speak freely. Here is the audio portion of that broadcast.
Lieutenant Colonel. What's your age? 39. What's your age? 39. What is your unit? DMO2. You're the commander of that unit? Yes, I am. And I'm a GM02. Your mission? Observation and reconnaissance. كانت مهمتي هي المراقبة والاستطلاع. How your aircraft has been shut down? I was flying a mission in southern Kuwait and was shot down by a surface-to-air missile. Do you have a message to be sent? I would like to tell my wife and family that I am alive and well. أود أن أخبر زوجتي وأطفالي بأنني حي وبصحة جيدة. Would you tell us your rank and name?
My name is Lieutenant Jeffrey Norton Zahn, United States Navy.
Your age?
I am 28.
عمري 28 سنة. وحدك your unit?
I am from Attack Squadron 35 on the USS Saratoga in the Red Sea.
أنا من السر 35 سرب الهجومي 35 من حاملة الطائرات ساراتوغا العاملة في البحر الأحمر. ما هو نوع الطائرة؟ Your type of aircraft?
I fly the A6E Intruder attack aircraft.
Your mission?
My mission was to attack H3 airfields in southwestern Iraq.
Alone?
I flew as part of a formation of 4 aircraft in order to commit this attack.
Lieutenant, about this aggression against Iraq, ما هو رأيك بالعدوان الحالي على العراق؟
I think our leaders and our people have wrongly attacked the peaceful people of Iraq.
أعتقد أن حكومتنا مخطئة جدا في شن هذا العدوان على العراق. هل لديك رسالة ترسلها؟ Do you have a message to be sent?
Yes, I would like to tell my mother and my father and my sister that I am well treated and that they should pray for peace.
Would you tell us about your rank, name, and nationality? تخبرنا عن رتبتك واسمك وجنسيتك.
Okay, my name is Mauricio Cosolone, and I'm a captain from the Italian Air Force.
أنني النقيب الطيار ماوريسيو كوشيلوني من القوة الجوية الإيطالية. What's your age? ما هو عمرك؟
Okay, I'm 30 years old.
عمري 30 سنة. Would you tell us about your unit?
And my unit is a 155 squadron. It's stationed now in the base of Emirates, United Arab.
أنا من السرب 155 والمتمركز حاليا في دولة الإمارات. What is the type of your aircraft? ما هو نوع الطائرة؟
There is a tornado aircraft.
ما هي المهمة؟ What was your mission?
To attack deposits of munitions in the southern region of Iraq.
كانت مهمتي هي مهاجمة مواقع عسكرية في الجزء الجنوبي من العراق. كيف تم إسقاط الطائرة؟ How you have been shot down?
We don't know exactly. It was anyway firing from the ground. And we don't know exactly what was it. But it was firing from the ground from Iraq.
لا أعلم بالضبط ولكن كانت هناك نيران عراقية كثيفة من الأرض وتم إصابتنا وإسقاطنا. ما هو رأيك في العدوان على العراق؟ What is your opinion about the war and the aggression against Iraq?
Well, the war is always a bad reason to bring aside, to solve a question, a political question. The war is a bad thing to bring in front of you. So I think the best solution of this situation would be to find a political, peaceful means of bringing the situation to the end.
You have a message to send. هل لديك رسالة ترسلها؟
Okay, I think that the only message would be like to tell my political leaders that to solve a question by war is always mad. They should find, even right now, to find a political question, a political solution to this war. And also I have some more things to tell my parents, to my family, is don't be worried. I'm pretty fine here. They are always taking care of me. Thank you.
وجنسيتك. About your rank, name, and nationality.
My name is Guy Hunter Jr. I am a warrant officer. I am an American.
اسمي جاي هانتر جونيور وأنا نائب ضابط طيار في البحرية الأمريكية. عمرك your age?
46.
عمري 46 سنة. وحدك your unit?
DMO2 in the Marine Corps.
أنا في السرب DM نين العائد إلى مشاة البحرية الأمريكية. نوع your type of aircraft?
OV-10 Bronco.
طائرتي هي طائرة OV-10 برانكو. المهمة التي كنت مكلفا بها what was your mission?
Against the Iraqi troops in southern Iraq.
كانت مهمتي ضد القطاعات العراقية في جنوب العراق. كيف تم إسقاط طائرتك؟ How you have been shot down?
I am not certain. We were flying and all of a sudden a left bang out the left wing, a large bang out the left wing, and the plane began to crash. children. I miss you very much. I am in good hands and being treated well. For the children, please study hard at school.
إلى زوجتي وأطفالي أنا أفتقدكم كثيرا. أنني في عيادة طيبة وأعامل بشكل جيد وأرجو من أولادي أن يدرسوا بشكل جيد في مدارسهم. Could you tell us about your rank, name, and nationality?
My name is Flight Lieutenant Adrian John Nichol. I'm British.
ما هو رتبتك واسمك وجنسيتك؟ أنا النقيب أدريان جون نيكل، بريطاني جنسية من القوة الجوية البريطانية. ما هو عمرك؟ Your age?
27.
عمري 26 سنة. وحدتك المنسوب إليها؟ Your unit?
15 Squadron.
وحدتي هي السرب الخامس عشر. نوع الطائرة؟ type of aircraft?
Tornado.
طائرتي هي طائرة تورنيدو. What was your mission?
To an attack an Iraqi airfield.
كانت مهمتي هي مهاجمة أحد المطارات العراقية. كيف تم إسقاط طائرتك؟ How you have been shot down?
I was shot down by an Iraqi system. I do not know what it was.
تم إصابتي بمنظومة عراقية لا أتمكن من تحديد نوعها. هل لديك ما تقوله في هذه الحرب العدوانية ضد العراق؟ What do you think of this war against Iraq?
I think this war should be stopped so we can go. I do not agree on this war with Iraq.
Tell us about your rank, name, and nationality.
My name is Flight Lieutenant Peter. British.
إني النقيب بيتر وجنسيتي بريطانية. Your age?
29.
That was the audio portion of an Iraqi television interview with men that Iraq is holding as allied prisoners of war. We want to stress to you that these men are being held captive. They are not being allowed to speak freely. We realize that parts of that were difficult to hear, but we thought it was important to bring it to you as soon as we got it. We will replay this tape in its entirety tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and at that time, we hope to have the words transcribed for you on the screen to make it a little bit easier for you to hear. Joining us on the phone is Daniel Pitzer. He was a prisoner of war in Vietnam from 1963 to 1967. He is now a civilian advisor to the U.S. military. Mr. Pitzer, are all people in the U.S. military advised of how to behave, what to do in the event they are captured as prisoners of war?
Yes, we do. We have a code of conduct.
And what are they told?
Name, rank, serial number, date of birth, and that's basically it. Big four, nothing more.
Do you tell them what their demeanor should be, how they should act in front of their enemy?
Oh, yes.
And how do you tell them to act?
Well, basically not what these people are doing, but there must be a reason. We tell these people to persist to the utmost of their ability. It's part of our code of conduct that we teach.
Does it upset you to hear these men saying things, and perhaps you feel they are not speaking freely? Some of the quotes they were saying were that the United States has wrongly attacked the peaceful people of Iraq, and I condemn this aggression. That must disturb you.
It does. It looks like these people have been coerced. I don't know about it being abusively coerced, but they've been threatened in some way to come out with that much already. It took hours or took days to get that much out of a prisoner in the Vietnam era.
Speaking from your experience, what happens after someone survives a crash or survives an incident and then turns around to find out that he or she is a prisoner of war? Psychologically, what's happening?
Psychologically, a big letdown, super big letdown. Your whole world has just changed. Basically, a pilot coming off. I'm an Army guy myself. A pilot coming off of an aircraft carrier. All of a sudden, his whole world has just changed. Out of a nice, warm cockpit, and on the ground, and being captured. his whole freedom immediately is taken away from him. His whole world has changed. It's very difficult to get along with.
From studying the voices, we weren't able to see them, but from listening to the voices of the men that we just heard, is there anything you can tell about what they're going through?
Not really, except these people have not been captured too long. I can't understand, except for it must have been a Kuwaiti that was talking there, that was up to his political officer what they talked about. These people evidently have been, they have been, in my opinion now, they have been possibly threatened somewhere along the line, or promised something that there's something wrong there somewhere. They're coming out with too much information.
Stay on the phone, Mr. Pitzer. We are going to bring in Senator John McCain. He is on the phone. He is a former prisoner of war.
Yes.
What are your thoughts, Senator?
I strongly disagree with Mr. Pitzer. It's patently obvious that these men have been subjected to torture and physical beating, as happened in Vietnam. And despite what Mr. Pitzer just said, some, depending on the degree of torture, did say things within a matter of hours, and I'm sure that that's the only thing that would cause them to say anything against their country. They're well trained, they're professionals. Different people have different levels of physical endurance. I think the American people must assume that these men have been physically mistreated in order to make them say these things. And again, I disagree with Mr. Pitzer. Given the Iraqi techniques that they have down to a fine art, it doesn't take very long sometimes.
Senator, what makes it obvious to you that they have been through torture, that kind of coercion?
Because of the forced language they are using, the fact that they're there at all. Believe me, American pilots are not eager to, after flying in combat, and these are professional officers, to say things like they are, and all of them have been to school. And the code of conduct says name, rank, serial number, and date of birth, and then resist to the best of one's ability. And neither Mr. Pitzer nor I know what these people have been through, so we must assume that they have been physically forced to make the statements that they're saying. And I will continue to believe that, as was the case of the majority of those men who made similar statements during the Vietnam War.
Mr. Pitzer, were you subjected to physical torture as a POW?
Yes, I was. I want to reiterate on something. When I didn't come on as strong as Senator McCain did, but I said in the beginning that there was a possibility, and it sounded like these people were threatened in some way. I didn't particularly.
We need to interrupt immediately. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Stay on the line. We have to go directly to Saudi Arabia, where we believe there may be some incoming missiles.
Where's Draco? We have audio. That's two launched already.
Do they want one of us?
Get somebody on. Give me headphones. Get somebody.
Where's an IFB?
Right there.
Where?
You can see there's apparently some confusion at the scene in Saudi Arabia where the air raid sirens have sounded, and we have been told that there is some action there. Let's.
Hello?
Yes,
Atlanta?
we can hear you. Yes? Can you tell us what's happening?
Okay, this is Chris. Go ahead.
Chris Turner, this is Cheryl Atkinson in Atlanta.
What we can see is two Patriot missile launches. One went off that way. We saw another one go straight down over here. We couldn't tell if it was a Scud or a Patriot missile. We've heard about 4 explosions in the last 10 seconds over off in this area. And that's all we've seen for right now. The sirens went off for about 20 seconds. We got our gas masks on, and then we heard the 2 explosions.
Chris,
we're just on alert right now. We don't know anything else. But the one that landed over here, it went straight down. So we have no idea if that was incoming, outgoing. The Patriot came from straight out here and went that way, went to the north. That's all we've got for right now.
Chris, if you can hear me, I'm wondering if the air raid siren sounded before this happened.
Now, we're just on standby. The sirens have stopped. The sirens have stopped right now. We're just trying to find out what's going on. That's basically what we got from here. There's about 10 or 12 journalists out here. Everyone's got their gas masks ready and on.
There's been no air traffic, nothing else has gone on from there, and we're just waiting to hear what happened. About a minute before. I'm told an airplane did leave about a minute before. It looked more like a transport plane, but no jets, nothing. It was real sudden and real fast. We only had about a 20-second warning before the missiles went off. You could hear what could have been an impact. It could have been other Patriot missiles. We don't know right now. It was just explosions. We saw the launching. Then I heard about 3 or 4 booms. Brian, about 3 or 4 booms. That could have been impact. That could have been other launches north of here. That's basically what I have right now. Over here, the cameraman is showing you where the one missile either went down or went up. It's hard to tell. We have more sirens right now. Okay, I can now maybe hear you.
Chris, this is Cheryl in Atlanta. Can you hear me?
Yes, Cheryl.
You said you
Go ahead, I can hear you.
You said you had about 20 seconds of air raid sirens before you actually heard an explosion or saw something hit?
Well, I'm sorry, I have to turn you up just a little bit.
That's all right, I know it's frantic there.
Yeah, we're a little nervous. I've never seen something like this before, but it just happened so sudden. I think that's what caught us off guard. The sirens and then the launches.
There are still sirens sounding there, Chris?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Chris, I'm being told that you need to put your gas mask on. It would make all of us feel a lot better. And then if you can hear me, I'll continue to ask.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Chris, if you can hear me, CBS is reporting that chemicals were used in that, and we want everybody to be sure and have their masks on and be as safe as possible.
Okay, can you hear me now? I have my gas mask on.
Yes, we can hear surprisingly well with the gas mask on. We want you to go to the shelter if you feel you need to go there, Chris, and the rest of the people out there.
Okay. They've said that if we want to, we can go to the shelter. If you want to stay here, you can. Right now, it's quiet. There are some sirens. They've started back up. There's about 30 or 40 journalists out here. That's all we can see. There's nothing else has happened. It's been 5 minutes since our last attack, or at least our last outgoing. The big question here is when we saw something go down on the horizon, it was towards the Gulf. We don't know if that was an outgoing Patriot or if it was an incoming Scud. We can't be sure right now.
Chris, is that an all-clear siren sounding?
Let's check. Is that all clear? No, it is not an all-clear siren.
Okay.
Let me see what else I can tell you. It all happened so fast. I think that's what caught us a bit off guard. We were trying to get our reporter down here. He should be down here momentarily unless he's caught in the shelter. The sirens have now stopped. It's perfectly quiet right now. Everyone here is just trying to figure out what is going on because it was so sudden and so quick.
Chris.
Let me see if I can tell you anything else that's going on.
Chris, if you can hear me, I'm wondering how long it has traditionally been before you get the all clear after there has been an air raid siren.
It's hard to say. I was in a shelter about 2 hours ago at a different hotel when the first incoming happened. We waited about an hour. The all clear sounded, then we started to go up and they said, no, it's not yet. And so now we're waiting. We've got more sirens now. We've got more sirens going at this point.
Take off anytime you need to, Chris.
Oh, no, thank you. That's very kind of you. We still feel fairly safe here. The strange thing is the first time the sirens went, you could hear them from the air base. Now they seem to be off towards the west is the best I can say right now. We've got our chemical suit down here. Yes.
Stand by for just a minute. We have some pictures and I'm being told of what appears to be a Patriot missile firing.
They're going, over here, over here. There it goes.
That is the tape. Okay, I'm being told that was the tape of one of the things that you saw in the sky. We're not sure what that was of, but somebody managed to capture that on video. For people who are just joining us, if you want to recap the last few minutes, what's happened here, what's going on?
Of course, we were down here getting ready for a live shot. When the sirens started going off, we pulled out our gas masks, and when all of a sudden we heard a loud explosion, and off over my right shoulder we saw a Patriot missile launch, and it was really moving. It was going pretty fast. About 10 seconds later, we saw something we hadn't seen before, and towards the Gulf, which is to my right, we saw what looked like was a missile. A missile coming in or going out. It was hard to say. We'd never seen one come down like that. So it could have been a missile after impact, or it could have been an incoming Scud. We don't know. We've had, the sirens went off, they started back up again, and at this point we're just waiting to see. The sirens apparently have stopped now. We've got, it's kind of getting quiet.
I've got a little bit of information.
Terry Frieden, one of our executive producer, has a little bit of information for me right now. Maybe, Terry, what is it?
Well, basically it happened at the very moment that the sirens went off. I happened to be in a meeting with both one of the U.S. military officials and a Saudi military official, and that was before the sirens even sounded. They were getting information from the command center, apparently in Riyadh, that we were going to have to don our chemical masks and suits and head for it, and that was all the information. We don't have anything yet about whether there was one or more Scud missiles. We were specifically told, and we have agreed to abide by their recommendations and instructions, that we not give directions or locations of the landing of the missiles because of the operational security concerns. But other than that, that's all we have at the moment.
Okay, that was Terry. He was our executive producer here. We don't have a lot of other information right now. That's basically it. The sirens are off, and everyone's just kind of looking at the skies to see what might be going out or coming back in.
Chris, have you all been waiting for a verbal all clear, rather than the siren tone to make sure that you all know? We're going back to some live pictures from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, something in the air. Let's watch for a moment. It looked like there was some impact. This is in the skies over Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, this is the first we've heard of that here.
And we clearly saw something hit the ground. There's something else. We have John Sweeney on the phone in Saudi Arabia. John?
I'm on the roof of a hotel in downtown Saudi Arabia, Riyadh right now. You may hear the explosions. I'm watching the Patriot missiles. There have been perhaps a dozen of them shot off just in the last few minutes. You can hear the explosions around me. We saw at least what appeared to be an incoming round that appeared to have exploded about a mile or two from the defense headquarters here, where, of course, General Schwarzkopf and the Saudi command are located. The raid is going on as we talk right now. The sky is literally ablaze with missiles, and we hear explosions all around us. We have not seen any damage from here. Perhaps you can hear the noise. Earlier today we had a warning that an attack was in progress. Nothing reached Riyadh. Obviously this time the situation has changed.
John, did you have sirens warning of something happening there in Riyadh before this?
We had a warning siren. Our first siren was perhaps 5 minutes ago. And since that time, we have seen the sky literally streaking with Patriot missiles. And I only observed one missile which appeared to fall on the city of... It appeared to be an incoming, and it appeared to fall on the city of Riyadh about a mile or two from our location. From this location, we cannot see if indeed it caused any damage.
We are looking at a live picture over the skies of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we have definitely seen some sort of action tonight. John, how do you know whether it was a Patriot? What are you making that presumption off of, whether these were outgoing Patriots or incoming Scuds?
We see the missiles coming from the direction of the large air base here, going up into the sky with a trail of light behind them. Presumably they're being fired at incoming missiles. However, one missile, which appeared to come from the north, instead of going up the way the Patriots would, it came down and it landed. We heard an explosion, but from this vantage point we cannot see exactly where it landed and if indeed it caused any major damage.
Now, a moment ago, when we first came to you and that live picture in Riyadh, it appeared as though something in the sky actually lit up and then fell to the ground off in the distance.
That was perhaps the incoming missile that I presume was an incoming missile that I saw. There's always the chance that it was a Patriot missile that went askew, but I simply can't tell you at this moment because we have no confirmation.
Okay, John, if you will, just to recap for people who may be just joining us now, tell us what what has happened there in the last few minutes.
The capital city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is apparently under attack by Iraqi missiles. We have seen perhaps a dozen or more Patriot missiles being fired in defense. We saw firsthand one projectile that looked like an incoming missile that landed perhaps a mile or two from the defense headquarters, which is located here in Riyadh.
John, we now have video of that apparent attack in Saudi Arabia. Let's play this tape and listen. Are you able to see that, John, from where you are?
I'm sorry, I cannot see the tape from my location. I'm on the roof observing the action as it happens. For the last minute or so, or 2 minutes, I would say, the skies have been free of any missile projectiles. The warning sirens, however, are still going full blast in Riyadh.
What we saw on this tape a moment ago was a light coming from the left-hand part of the screen, and it appeared to be landing on the horizon. Now, I don't know what direction we're looking at, where it's coming from, but would that have been one of the Patriots you thought was launched, or one of the incoming?
That would be an incoming. Where our camera position is located, the left of the screen would have been from the north.
Okay, and now we see something going into the sky from the other side of the screen, and there's that explosion, something that appears to have been an impact in the clouds. We saw that a few minutes ago, and this is the tape. We can see you now, John.
Those are the dozen or so what we presume to be Patriot missiles firing in defense of the city. There is low cloud cover in Riyadh this evening, and so if these Patriot missiles have indeed made contact with enemy missiles, we could not see most of the contact because of the cloud cover. However, we did hear numerous explosions in the sky.
Okay, we're looking at the tape again, and certainly I'm no expert. We will bring some experts on to talk about this in just a few minutes, but it looks as if a Patriot missile has been put into the air, actually had some impact in one or two spots, and then we see something again falling down on the horizon of the city. This appeared to have had some sort of explosion when it landed, and here we see what you have described may be another Patriot missile launching. I guess there were continuous launchings for a couple of minutes.
Numerous launchings. As I say, perhaps as many as a dozen or more when I arrived on the roof shortly after the alarm sounded, and that activity was occurring before I got to see it firsthand.
It seems to be that we're looking at pictures of what appear to be intercepts between the outgoing Patriots and the incoming Scuds.
All right, we'll ask our cameraman to turn around and try to cover the Riyadh skyline.
Okay.
Which he'll do now, and I'll try to describe what we're shooting. We are now looking over the Riyadh skyline that is a neighborhood of government buildings very close to the Defense Ministry, which of course is a primary target, obviously, for the Iraqi forces. There is nothing in the vicinity of the defense headquarters that has been hit as far as we can determine at this time. In fact, as we mentioned earlier, the only incoming, what we assume is an incoming that landed, was about 2 miles from this area. The sirens, the warning sirens, are still going off, and So we presume this attack is not over at this time.
John
But we
Sweeney,
haven't seen any activity.
stand by, if you will, for just a minute, and let's get in touch with Wolf Blitzer, who's at the Pentagon. Wolf, can you tell us anything about this? Wolf, can you hear me?
We're trying to find out exactly what's going on. Earlier today, there were 3 Scuds that were directed towards eastern Saudi Arabia, Dhahran. All 3 were intercepted and destroyed by 5 Patriot air defense missiles, but this obviously is a continuation of these Scud attacks, or at least fears of Scud attacks, and Patriots are being fired off. The Pentagon has not yet said anything about these latest attacks, apparent attacks at least, but I'm sure that Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, is checking into it right now and will be telling us whatever he can as soon as he can. One thing that Pentagon officials have been cautioning us all day is not to say where these missiles appear to be heading, because the fear is, of course, that this could provide spotting information for the Iraqis, and that's been relayed to us repeatedly, just as the Israelis wanted to make sure that CNN and other networks didn't report where the Scuds were directed in Israel so that they could redirect, the Iraqis presumably could redirect them. This is a matter of high sensitivity, and clearly the U.S. and the Allies have not yet been able to destroy all of Iraq's mobile Scud launchers. These are presumably based right now in southern Iraq, or Saudi Arabia appears to be the focus of Iraq's attention today, as Israel was in the past few days. Cheryl?
Wolf, are you able to see the pictures, the videotape, and the live pictures that we've had on the air? Are you not in a position to see them?
I see the positions that we're getting, and clearly it looked like Patriot air defense missiles were fired and directed towards what could have been incoming Scud missiles. There would be an explosion in midair, debris would fall. But we're not sure of that. We can only surmise that might be what's happening. If in fact there were Scuds that reached Riyadh, this would be the first time that Scuds had managed to get to Riyadh. The others were all directed towards the eastern province, towards Dhahran, where the U.S. has a large air base.
Stand by, if you will. We want to bring in Greg Lamott, who is on the telephone in Riyadh. Greg?
Well, I've always wondered how I would react in a situation like this, because I've never been in it before, and now I know my heart is pumping like it's never pumped before. The air raid sirens went off maybe 10, 12, 13 minutes ago. Earlier this evening, we had an air raid siren. We all went down to the bomb shelter. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I was sound asleep. I woke up and I decided I was just going to stay here because it was probably going to be another false alarm for the people of Riyadh. And then just as I started to get comfortable, I heard a huge explosion that shook this building, much like an earthquake would shake buildings in California. Following that, maybe 2-3 seconds later, another explosion, followed by another, and then 3 others, which I couldn't tell if they were, they didn't shake the building. I couldn't tell if they were fire being returned or
That's okay now.
But John Sweeney is certainly in a better position to see than I am. I'm in my room, but I can tell you that that was quite a jolt that got near this building, at least on the first explosion.
Greg, without giving away your position and exactly where those missiles may have hit, you said you felt the building shake, but certainly the hits were not close, were they?
I'm going to have to get my clothes on and go outside and actually see for myself. I don't know exactly how close it was. The explosion itself wasn't all that loud, but it was the concussion of it was certainly loud enough to shake the building.
John Sweeney, are you still there?
I still am on the roof of the hotel here.
Are the sirens still sounding?
The sirens are still sounding. As I reported earlier, I can only report what we can see from this vantage point. We do not have contact with any officials, and we saw at least a dozen, I would say, what appeared to be Patriot missiles fired into the sky, and one missile, what appeared to be a missile, landing. This missile had a contrail behind it. It did not look like a piece of a missile that had exploded earlier, although that could be. I can only give you an eyewitness's description of what we're seeing.
John, stand by for a moment. We have some cool videotape just in from Dhahran, and let's see what that shows us about what just happened. Those were pool pictures, the most telling pool pictures we've seen, John and Greg, of apparently what happened. It showed what apparently was missiles landing in the distance. We could hear the sound and saw a lot of panic, people running inside for safety, and that's about all that videotape showed. Hold on for just a minute, and we're going to Lou Waters with something. Lou?
Cheryl, we instructed Chris Turner in Saudi Arabia to don his gas mask earlier, based on what we said at the time was a report from CBS that chemical weapons were used in this attack. What CBS actually reported was, and we mean to correct this now, is that chemical weapons may have been used, and all along in these Scud missile attacks, as we have been advised by the military on all sides, that chemical weapons we are assuming could be used at any time in any of these Scud missile attacks. But the CBS report, and we're correcting this, we're amending this report to say that the CBS report was that chemical weapons may have been used in this Scud missile attack.
Okay, let's go back to our correspondents who are on the telephone talking to us from Saudi Arabia. To recap, there have been apparently some missile launches from Iraq, and it looks as if some of them have landed in Saudi Arabia. John, you said that you were meeting with some military officials when this happened?
That is not correct. I was in the CNN workspace in the hotel, and when the alarm went off,
I'm sorry, I'm getting
perhaps a minute or two warning, as far as I can determine, before we started to hear the explosions. The explosions, presumably of Patriot missiles in the air beyond the cloud cover. We could not see what was exploding up there, but apparently it was the Patriot missiles exploding beyond the cloud cover.
What was the time frame that all of this happened, from the start of the sirens until you saw the last activity? Can you give us a guess?
I would say perhaps 10 or 15 minutes, closer to 10 minutes. For the past 10 minutes or so, the sirens continue to wail here, but there has been absolutely no activity in the skies.
We will get back to you, gentlemen, in just a minute now. Let's go to Lou.
We are seeing live pictures from eastern Saudi Arabia where not too long ago, within the past 20 minutes, and we can go to that tape now showing what happened then, an apparent Scud missile attack, the second of the day in this area. An earlier attack was fended off by U.S. Patriot anti-missile missiles. In the earlier attack, 5 Patriot missiles were launched from eastern Saudi Arabia to intercept what at the time was either 2 or 3 Scud missiles. We later understand it was 3 Scud missiles. All were hit. Now we are in the process of reporting on a second Scud missile attack. Let's listen and watch that earlier tape.
Okay, I got a man on post 2. Got the middle. Okay. I got a man on post 3. Roll my weapon. Okay. You guys here, get those lights out of my eyes. Yes, you'll stay right there. Got it.
Roger, I don't think there's another radio up there, Commander.
Okay, I was trying to call the bunker. Where are you, Paul?
Up front with Chief Johnson and the rest of the security force.
Okay, I'm right up front by the front door. Should I go to my left or right, or?
Pictures from about 20 minutes ago quickly turned around to give you an idea of the eerie sights and sounds of war in eastern Saudi Arabia. That was the Scud missile attack, what we assume was the Scud missile attack within range about 300 miles of the Kuwaiti border. Cheryl?
Up until now, after there have been such attacks, we have heard fairly quickly from the Pentagon. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is there. Have you heard any official word on this attack yet, Wolf?
Cheryl, we've heard nothing official yet. We're still standing by. The Pentagon is trying to determine as quickly as possible what all of this is, and we're told we will be getting a briefing as soon as possible. Pete Williams and other Pentagon officials have been very forthcoming in providing as quick information as possible. Earlier today, there were 3 Scuds that were launched towards eastern Saudi Arabia, and 5 Patriots went up and intercepted them, destroyed them. But now we're seeing apparent Scud attacks at Riyadh, more in central Saudi Arabia. And if, in fact, these are Scuds that are directed towards Riyadh, it would be the first time that Scuds had managed to reach that location. Riyadh is significant because it is where the headquarters of Operation Desert Storm is located. It's in Riyadh, where General Norman Schwarzkopf of the CENTCOM.
We're having problems with Wolf Blitzer's microphone. We'll get back to you in just a minute. Wolf, let's get these pictures you're seeing are from Riyadh. That's where John Sweeney is. John, anything to bring us up to date on from there?
The sirens are still going off, but there has been no activity in the skies of Riyadh for the last 15 minutes or so. The cloud cover is lifting. So at this point, we see some vehicles.
All right, John Sweeney, we're going back to eastern Saudi Arabia where more sirens are being heard. We'll keep our cameras turned on, see what we see here. These are definitely the air raid warning sirens. It's the solid, sustained siren that's the all clear, so we're in the midst of another warning in eastern Saudi Arabia.
You got tape running though?
Who do we have there? Is Chris Turner on the line? Charles Jaco, are you on the line? Anyone in eastern Saudi Arabia on the line?
Yeah, we're here. Lou?
All right, what can you tell us?
Lou, we're listening to some horns or something, some kind of, we don't know if it's emergency units or ambulances. We don't know, but it's pretty loud at this moment. This is happening about 10 minutes after these 2 Patriot missiles were launched supposedly from this area.
I think then maybe we're a little confused here. We did definitely hear sirens. You're in eastern Saudi Arabia, correct? You're not in Riyadh?
Right, but they're not the same sirens as the air raids, the ones from the air raids. It's like car sirens, rather. That's what we're listening to right now. Again, we don't know if they're ambulance, if they're people in need at this moment. Right. We just don't know.
I understand.
We can't identify them.
All right, I'm the one that was confused. Leanne, stand by there, will you? We're going to turn our cameras on in another area of eastern Saudi Arabia and see what's happening there. Let's listen for a moment.
Sure.
We want to bring back in our correspondents, John Sweeney and Greg Lamont, who are on site there. Gentlemen, any other activity to report?
John, if, just in case you don't know, being on top of the roof, the hotel bells have gone off in that same pattern that they did before, just prior to the last attack.
Because they were live.
So there is another alarm sounding right now in your hotel, Greg?
Yes, there's another alarm. It's the same alarm. It's like a telephone ringing. It stops. It comes on. And during the last attack, that's what was going on, or prior to that, that's what was going on to tell everybody to get down to the bomb shelter. And then it goes into a constant ring. Right now, we're back into that mode of ringing and then stopping and ringing and stopping. And that's the alarm that we heard just prior to the attack before.
John Sweeney, what are you seeing and hearing right now?
We are on the roof and cannot hear the hotel alarm. As we reported earlier, there has been a continuous wailing, intermittent wailing alarm in the city of Riyadh that we can hear from the roof. It has not subsided since the original incident. It is still going off, but as far as we can tell, there is nothing in the skies, and at this moment, there is nothing happening in the skies over Riyadh.
It is a quiet time there anyway, but from your vantage point, does it look like everybody seems to be indoors and there's no activity on the streets?
There are still some vehicles driving up and down the roads. From where I can see, very few emergency vehicles. They appear to be civilian vehicles. Probably a little less than normal for this time of day. Obviously, it's quite early in the morning in Riyadh.
We're going to get Wolf Blitzer back in here. Wolf, it was just this morning that we heard from Saddam Hussein in that Baghdad radio broadcast, which was either taped or live, we don't know, but he was saying that many of the Iraqi weapons were being held in reserve for later use. This is almost as if it's happening because he said it was going to happen. Because it was also earlier today that Norman Schwarzkopf was estimating that there were 20 mobile Scud launchers, and that he also estimated 16 had been knocked out. This all would indicate, with these two strikes in eastern Saudi Arabia today, that there's a lot more at hand than Schwarzkopf was aware of or was willing to talk about.
That's right. The U.S. does not know exactly how many mobile Scud launchers the Iraqis may still have. What the U.S. intelligence community believes is that the hardened sites were destroyed, the fixed sites. What they also say is that once a mobile launcher does fire a Scud and the spark is detected by U.S. satellites, it then becomes possible, but not necessarily certain, but possible to destroy that mobile Scud. The U.S. can then send in some planes, look for them, and they can pinpoint exactly where they are. So they suggest that the mobile launchers can only be used once, and unless they move them very quickly and hide them again, maybe one or two more times. So they say there's a finite number of times the mobile launchers can be used. The problem is the U.S. and the other allies do not know how many mobile launchers the Iraqis may have assembled or collected or purchased over the years. There were estimates, and General Schwarzkopf threw out the number 20 today. Others say the number could be much higher. Israeli sources say the number could be well over 100, and they're obviously very concerned because the initial wave of Scuds were directed towards them. But the U.S. Military officials and intelligence analysts suggest that there's no way of knowing exactly how many mobile launchers the Iraqis have, and they say repeatedly that finding them are almost as difficult as finding, in their words, a needle in the haystack.
Let's go back now to Leanne Menendez, who's in Saudi Arabia, and see what she can tell us. Leanne?
Well, Cheryl, we are still listening. I guess it just subsided just a second ago. Some emergency vehicles, again, I don't want to say that there are ambulances or perhaps maybe it's the National Guard, but most of the crew is in the shelter at this moment. Since the air raid began, I was told that our correspondent Charles Jaco is on his way here to give you some more information. And all this has happened within 15 minutes, where supposedly 2 Patriot missiles were launched from this area.
Leanne, looking from your vantage point, what were you able to see?
Well, I can't specify the location, of course, because of security reasons, but we saw 2 what seems to be Patriot missiles launching both on my right side. I can't give you location again, but there was no impact in the air. That I couldn't see any impact in the air between possible Scud missiles, Iraqi Scud missiles, and Patriot missiles also.
All right, Leanne, we're going to take another look at the videotape in case you've just joined us of an apparent Scud missile attack on eastern Saudi Arabia within the past...
Was for real?
It appears to have been for real. I've been down in the shelter trying to get information. That's why I'm wearing this chemical protective suit. They would not allow us to get out of the shelter without putting on the chemical protective suit. What we were told, as some sort of jet takes off behind me, what we were told is all they would tell us in the shelter is that there had been a ground impact somewhere. They didn't know where, close by, far away. They were pretty sure it did not contain a chemical warhead. We had our gas masks on. We were told to take them off. Then we were told to put them back on again. And at that point, everyone who wanted to leave was allowed to leave, providing they had one of these chemical suits. We're told out here that at least 2 outgoing Patriot missiles were seen launched, and then a number of explosions, whether air bursts or what, we're not really sure. And the information is still fairly sketchy. All we know for sure at this point is that this is apparently the second, at least, attempted attack on this region in the last 4 hours.
All right. That was Charles Jaco. We should...
Captured 7 Allied pilots. The report...
Lou, behind me, you hear a siren. That's not a warning siren. That's a clear, straight, even tone. That's the all-clear signal. Apparently, National Civil Defense here in Saudi Arabia believes it is now safe and everything is all clear. What we know is very sketchy. It's claimed, at least downstairs in the shelter by some officials, that there was a ground impact of some sort. But we have some videotape shot earlier. We can take a look at it now, showing what appears to be a Patriot missile zooming skyward, taking off, and disappearing down toward the horizon. There'll be a flash, and that flash you will see eventually. You could roll the tape. And the Scuds being hit by the Patriots and exploding in midair someplace.
Charles?
So we're trying to sort this story out as it continues, and believe me, tonight it is continuing.
We understand a team went out after the first missile attack to determine whether or not chemical weapons had been in those warheads. Anything on that yet?
No, we don't. We seem to have a slight problem here with the camera. We think let me know when we've got the picture back up again.
All right.
We're having our own small electronic disaster here. I'm sorry, the question was, there were some reports in Riyadh about what about that first attack?
About
I apologize.
When the Patriots went out and intercepted the initial Scuds, destroyed them. At first we heard there were 2, then we heard there were 3. A team was supposed to have headed out to determine whether or not there were chemicals aboard those warheads.
No trace of chemicals at all that we've been able to ascertain. In fact, that's an interesting point, because in all the attacks and putative attacks so far, there has been no trace of chemicals. They all seem to be high explosive warheads like the kind that impacted in Israel. We'll have to check out indeed if a warhead impacted tonight. But just to be on the safe side, because of all of Saddam Hussein's threats, and because, frankly, in the past he has used chemical weapons, if you go down in the shelter and want to get out, you have to get decked up like this in a chemical suit, or you will not be allowed outside.
All right, Charles.
Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
All right, now to Joe Atkerson.
Let's go now to John Sweeney, who's been watching this unfold from the roof of a building. John?
A roof of a building in downtown Riyadh, and I can now report that it's very difficult to gauge time in an incident like this. I would say about 35 minutes or maybe 40 minutes ago, the hotel alarm sounded. It took me about 2 minutes to get up to the roof of the hotel to see what was happening. When I arrived, it was like a fireworks show with Patriot missiles being fired into the air. There was low cloud cover in Riyadh when this occurred. So we did not see what, if those Patriots hit incoming missiles. We did hear some explosions. I think I counted about perhaps 8 Patriot missiles being fired from a nearby airbase. As I say, I got here about 2 minutes after the attack began. Terry Jolly, however, is our satellite engineer whose regular job it is to be on this roof. You saw it from the beginning. Terry, describe for us what you saw.
Well, I was sitting at the tent just watching the monitor. The alarms went off in the air. I put on the chemical suit, and after that it was just like a fireworks show. There were missiles coming, looked like from everywhere.
And most of the missiles were coming from your left, which is the north, and where the airbase is, into the sky, correct?
Right, and I saw a couple come from, looked like the other side of the hotel also.
Well, we presume these were Patriot missiles being fired in defense. I did see something in the opposite direction land in Riyadh. Now, we could not see that well. These things move very quickly. But it did appear from the brief glimpse that I got that it was an intact projectile. It had a trail of flame behind it. It did not appear from this vantage point anyway that it was the remnants of an attacked missile, but we do not know that for sure. The all-clear has been sounded in Riyadh at this moment. Everything is relatively quiet, and would like to inform the families of the CNN people here that everyone's all right, and everything's calm at this moment.
Thank you, John. As we find out more information from this end, we'll be sure and let you know, and you keep us posted. We'll be back with more news and our continuing coverage after a quick break.
Eastern Saudi Arabia, live picture. I've just been, sirens have, I've just been told, begun sounding again, air raid sirens in Eastern Saudi Arabia. All right, hold on, guys. I have about 4 people talking to. What I understand here is that we're looking at a live picture in Riyadh. Charles, talk to me while we're getting this all sorted out. What I understand is, if it is indeed happening, that we're getting a third air raid alert in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Okay, we have a correspondent there, as you know. We have several correspondents in all locations in eastern Saudi Arabia, the locations which have been under attack and may be under attack once again. We're trying to hook them up. Until that time, Charles, if you'd like, you can continue on with what you have on these captives, or alleged captives.
Well, Lou, what we were looking at and listening to really was audio tape taken from Iraqi television. We haven't really seen the video. We haven't seen the pictures, although Peter Arnett in Baghdad has reported on this at some length. These are purported to be members of the coalition, pilots from the U.S., from Britain, from Italy, and from Kuwait. Each of them identified themselves. Indeed, the brother of one of the pilots says, yes, that is his voice. What we are seeing raises a number of difficult questions. The Geneva Conventions are very specific in limiting what can be done with prisoners of war. And one of the things that the Geneva Conventions say is precisely this. Let me get the text of it. It says that prisoners of war will not be exposed to danger, insult, or public curiosity, or misused for propaganda purposes. Yesterday at the State Department, the Iraqi chargé was called in, handed a letter which spelled out precisely these conditions. Now, there are officials here who are warning that what the Iraqis appear to be doing would indeed violate the Geneva Conventions. Earlier in the day, we talked with Senator John McCain of Arizona. The Republican senator was himself a Navy pilot during the Vietnam War, had become a prisoner of war in North Vietnam. Senator McCain, listening to these tapes, suggests that indeed it sounds precisely as though, in his words, they have been mistreated to say those things. We've asked for the White House to comment on this. The White House at this point is not willing to make a comment or to indicate whether President Bush, who's spending the weekend at Camp David, has himself heard the tapes. Lou?
All right, Charles. As I understand it, we have Terry Frieden on the line in eastern Saudi Arabia where something is happening. Terry, are you there? Can you hear me?
We have, unfortunately, we have yet another alert, and although this time we have not heard any Patriot missiles being launched, we are again under an alert. The hotel lights have gone out. People are racing for the shelters, and the expectation is that we probably are seeing additional missiles over Saudi Arabia. But we have no information. This is the third one tonight and the second one now in less than an hour. CD Jaco is moving to our live location and should be available with a report shortly.
All right, Terry, we'll keep you on the line. As soon as something happens there, we'll get back to you. David.
Okay, we're going to Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia. Charles, what are you seeing at this moment?
Well, we're not seeing anything. We heard sirens. The hotel air raid siren went off. We heard the warbling siren of a possible attack, and now we're hearing the clear siren of what sounds like it might be an all clear behind us. It's fairly confusing right now. People are on edge. The city itself is quiet. It's still lit up. Of course, having it lit or not lit doesn't matter when you're dealing with a missile rather than a manned plane. What this may indicate is if we got an alarm, and this indeed is an all clear we're hearing behind us, and I say if indeed it is an all clear, it may mean that the sensitive radars are on, and they spotted something very, very, very early, and maybe have ascertained that it was not an attack after all. We don't know that. We do not know that at all. We just know that the heightened state of alert here is absolutely incredible. Batteries of these high-tech Patriot missiles are ready to go, and in case anything happens, everyone is hoping and praying that they will be able to take out anything that's incoming. So far, we're not able to ascertain completely, but they've had almost 1,000% success rate. If this is an attack, this one would be the third in the last 3 hours where we are in eastern Saudi Arabia, but there's no indication, no confirmation yet that this is indeed an attack.
All right, Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Lou.
We were about to get you that audio portion only of the interviews with the alleged captives now being held in Baghdad, or so Iraq claims. We'll get to that as soon as we get back after a short break and our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
We're going to Gary Stryker, CNN's Gary Stryker in Jerusalem. Gary, obviously you've been following what's been going on in Saudi Arabia. Any news out of Jerusalem at this point?
No, nothing on missiles arriving here yet, but today, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir appeared on national television and made his first public comment since Iraq attacked Israel with Scud missiles last week. He said Israel has not changed its policy of retaliating when attacked, but that self-defense is not what he called a game of ping-pong. You hit me and I'll hit you. He said defending Israel could not be done without wisdom and without assessing the circumstances. The question of Israel attacking or retaliating against Iraqi missile attacks has been the subject of some diplomatic activity here today when Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger arrived in Jerusalem. House said Eagleburger's mission was to coordinate U.S. and Israeli policy following the Scud missile attacks on Tel Aviv last week. After meeting on Sunday evening with Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, the official word was only that they had a friendly meeting, exchanging assessments and opinions on the situation in the Gulf. They will meet again on Monday. Meanwhile, the Israeli government announced that Patriot anti-missile batteries delivered here on Saturday by the U.S. are now in place and fully operational with U.S. military personnel. The first time that U.S. soldiers have been sent here to defend Israel.
They are not fighting here and they are not manning it here. They are just coming here to help the Israelis get used to the new batteries, and they will be gone within days.
The Patriots alone are not enough to defend Israel from Iraqi missile attacks. But some in Tel Aviv feel they now have more protection.
Well, I feel quite all right because I'm getting used to the situation. And more than that, I'm feeling quite sure with the American army and the Israeli army.
The last Iraqi missile attack was on Saturday. Many feel that Saddam Hussein is just waiting for the right time to launch a new wave of Scud missiles, this time with chemical warheads.
We've been through 4 or 5 wars, but never have we felt such a feeling of the unknown.
And there are those in the Israeli government who share the same feeling, that the worst is yet to come from Iraq.
I have no doubt that we will be attacked again. I believe that the Iraqis still maintain the capability of launching their missiles, and I'm afraid that they will use it, perhaps sooner than we think. Chemicals, I also believe that they will use chemicals.
The U.S. is trying to restrain the Israelis from retaliating against Iraq, but Israel denies making any promises.
And of course, we have no intention of getting into the fighting if we can avoid it. But we have said we reserve the right of self-defense.
So far, diplomatic pressure and the delivery of the Patriots have restrained Israel, giving the multinational force more time to find and destroy the Scud launchers before Saddam Hussein begins a new wave of missile attacks. Gary Stryker reporting live from CNN Jerusalem.
We are expecting a military briefing from the Allied command in Riyadh on these 3 warnings over eastern Saudi Arabia today. 2 of them actually Scud missile attacks, in which we understand 6 Scuds were fired from Iraq. All were intercepted, we are told. We have to have this verified by the military. All apparently were shot down, but we're awaiting that briefing. While we do, we want to bring you up to date on what's reported to be prisoners of war captured by both sides since the beginning of this war in the Persian Gulf. CNN's John Sweeney now looks at the issue of POWs in the Gulf War.
With the capture of prisoners of war, the conflict in the Gulf has entered a new phase. Since the battle is being launched from their territory, the Saudis will operate the Allied POW camps, but have been reluctant to talk in any detail about their size and numbers.
The prisoners will be turned over to the Saudi Arabian government, which will hold them for the duration of the war as the host nation.
The governor of the eastern province would only say there are a few camps in his territory and that prisoners would be treated humanely. This seems likely since the Saudis are sensitive to post-war relations with their neighbors. On the other side, some experts question Saddam's willingness to play according to the rules.
They've certainly demonstrated in the past that they're prepared to violate the most fundamental international rules in going to war against Kuwait, in using poison gas against the Kurds and against the Iranians. So one always has to have a certain sense of unease about their willingness to comply.
Although a signatory to the 1949 Geneva Conventions that guarantee the humane treatment of POWs, the Iraqi government, led by Saddam Hussein, during its long war with Iran, was frequently cited for violations by the International Red Cross. It's feared in this war Saddam would use POWs, especially captured pilots, for propaganda purposes.
It would be improper to parade them in front of Iraqi citizens. There's a specific prohibition against exposing prisoners of war to, quote, public curiosity or to any humiliating behavior.
Even if it abides by the Geneva Conventions, there are serious questions about Iraq's ability to supply adequate food and medical supplies while being bombed into submission. The Geneva Conventions call for humane treatment of POWs without regard to race, nationality, religion, political opinions, or sex. For the first time in American military history on a large scale, the latter provides a frightening scenario. There are over 27,500 women serving here with the American forces. Although by law women are prohibited from serving in combat, many in supply and transportation posts, for instance, are deployed very near to the front line. In today's highly mobile ground combat, they run the risk of being captured. In a region where women traditionally play a subservient role to men, their fate in the hands of Iraqi captors would be uncertain. It is certain, however, such a sight would have tremendous repercussions on public opinion.
As in all wars, it is hoped the Iraqi leadership will treat its POWs humanely, if for no other reason than fear of retribution after the war. A war experts say it cannot win. But there is nothing in Saddam Hussein's track record that shows a fear of the West or a willingness to abide by international law. John Sweeney, CNN, near Central Command Headquarters, Riyadh.
Demonstrations supporting the war and protesting it were staged in many places around the world today. In New York, thousands rallied outside the United Nations in support of the Allied coalition trying to oust Iraqi troops from Kuwait. Demonstrators wanted to show solidarity with Israel. Following Iraqi's missile attacks on Israel, the Union of Orthodox Jews issued a statement saying Israel must now act to protect its citizens. Anti-war rallies were held in Iran. Radical Muslim politicians have stepped up pressure on the Iranian government to abandon its neutrality in the Gulf War. They want Iran to join Iraq in an Islamic holy war against the U.S. and its allies. Anti-war demonstrators also took to the streets of Melbourne, Australia. Protesters chanted, "Give peace a chance," and "Stop the killing."
Also from London today, words of caution that the war in the Gulf may be longer than expected. British defense officials say the airstrikes on Iraq are going well, but they have been slowed somewhat by bad weather. CNN's Brian Cabell reports from London.
The British military released video Sunday of a recent bombing attack by Jaguars on a surface-to-air missile site in Kuwait. This is a pilot's eye view as the Jaguar is descending through cloud cover to the target below. As he emerges from the clouds, the pilot can see a road, that dark stripe on the left. And then on the top of the display, right there, a bomb hits, dropped by another plane on the bombing run. Officials also showed a recent and very clear reconnaissance photo of an Iraqi Scud missile taken by a Tornado reconnaissance plane. The bad news reported by the ministry, another Tornado, the third so far, was lost while on a bombing mission. "1,500 Londoners prayed for peace Sunday at an interdenominational service at Westminster Cathedral. But Cardinal Basil Hume implicitly endorsed the war effort by calling Saddam Hussein an unjust and dangerous aggressor.
So this war is at best a tragic necessity.
Prime Minister John Major attended church near Chequers, his official weekend retreat. Security was extremely tight. Afterwards, the Prime Minister refused to speculate on the length of the war.
One can never be quite sure how these events would fall out. I would imagine it would be a war of quite a few number of weeks, but how far that will extend, it's too early to say.
The Gulf War has broken a tradition at Lloyd's of London. The world's largest insurance underwriter was opened Sunday for the first time ever in its 300-year history. The volatile situation in the Mideast has created a constant demand for insurance from concerned customers.
Airline operators and ship owners, ship charterers, because there's a lot of activity in the Gulf of shipping, and of course a lot of aircraft are flying in that area.
Another major concern, the threat of terrorism. Insurance rates are being quoted only 24 hours ahead because, say the underwriters, events are happening too quickly. The situation in the Gulf may be changing day to day, but the British government and people are now learning they'll have to settle into a war mentality for the long term. Brian Cabell, CNN, London.
The story we're continuing to follow at this moment are the 3 missile scares in eastern Saudi Arabia today, 2 actual missile attacks. We're awaiting a U.S. military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to explain to us, if at all possible, more about what happened today. We'll get to that as soon as it happens. We'll take a break now. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue in just a moment.
Been virtually destroyed. The raids were also conducted during daylight hours. Among the targets, this major power plant, 5 miles from the downtown district. It sustained 2 direct hits, further crippling the capital's ability to provide electricity. This key communications tower was damaged but still standing on Friday. By Saturday, after being hit by a cruise missile, it was gone. Living conditions in Baghdad are getting more and more desperate. People are crowding into shelters. There is little water. Stores are closed, and food is running out. Gary Shepard, ABC News, Amman, Jordan.
Over and over today, military briefing officers were asked, what's next? How long?
That's the video from an attack on Baghdad last night. This is the depot, the coalition attack on the depot. Let's listen to this one. Okay, this is brand new video tape. This is, of course, the fuel depot that we had talked about when we came into this newscast. Dramatic video from an attack last night in Baghdad.
Iraqi television has broadcast interviews with 7 men that Iraq claims are Allied prisoners of war. CNN has audio tape from that television broadcast.
So far here in eastern Saudi Arabia, we're led to believe 4 Scud missiles were fired, all destroyed by these high-tech Patriots missiles. Supposedly several more fired at Riyadh. As you heard from Wolf Blitzer, we're not sure of the exact number there because the U.S. Central Command is redoing its statement. The sirens are still going off, not as loudly as they have been before, but they do seem to be going off and people are getting ready. As you can see, I have my chemical suit on. As Wolf said, none of the warheads so far have been chemical. They've all been conventional high explosive, but people are told to put these on. If we could take a look out at the city out here, you can see the city lights are still on. There's fairly normal activity. Generally in the past, okay, I'm afraid, yeah, go in a little tighter, please. We can see that the city is still lit. People are now lining up. Well, they're being held at the top of the stairs now in this housing area just behind us, getting ready to go. We're not sure if what's going on. There's still some truck movement. Frey, if we can come back to me for a second, we have an interesting thing here that a still photographer friend of ours picked up from one of the earlier attacks. This is a piece of a Scud missile, at least according to the U.S. military, one that was destroyed by a Patriot missile. We can't tell you exactly where. The inside is lined with what appears to be galvanized rubber, and there's a substance on the front here that that is a rubber covering with this thing that looks like, I hope it's not asbestos, but it may very well be on the front. This is this side. This is probably the exterior. There's a rubber lining on the inside, we're told, may very well be the interior, what's on the fuel tank. There were several chunks of this missile shrapnel found as the remains of one of these missiles was found after it was hit by a Patriot. The Patriot so far has proven to be an amazingly successful weapon. But we're going to have to wait and see what's up. The sirens went off for a little while. If you hold on just a moment, all the people that normally come running down from these housing areas to the shelters are being held. Now there is a voice saying, please stand by. I don't know if this means people should wait or not. No, we can't, I'm afraid, move the camera over there, but people are coming down the stairs, a few at a time, but most of them are holding up at the top. So this could be another false alarm. It may not be, but to say people are on edge around here is a definite understatement. They're ready for anything, and they probably have radars lighting up the area between here and Iraq like a flashlight tonight, trying to spot anything that might be coming in. So once again, we're just going to have to wait, dress down our chem suits, and see what happens.
Charles, in an earlier report, you indicated that they may have jacked up the sensitivity of the air defense. Could that
Yes.
be the reason for what's happening?
Well, it could be, or it could be people are just jumpy or nervous. We don't know, but when you've had 4 incoming missiles in this area tonight, at least 6 incoming missiles at the capital city, Riyadh, then people are going to get jumpy. 2 separate attacks. There was one false alarm after those first 2 attacks. This could be another one. This could be a real attack. But when you're facing a weapon like the Scud, you don't take any chances.
Right. Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia. We're going to take a break for sports. As soon as something happens in the Persian Gulf, we'll be back to you. For Dave Michaels, I'm Lou Waters.
Country in 2 separate volleys where they encountered response by U.S. Patriot missiles. As you can see, we're awaiting the beginning now of a U.S. military briefing in the Saudi capital of Riyadh on the evening's events. Let's listen.
Straighten up there.
They're ready to begin. Let's listen.
Hard news. Wow. Yes. Whether I can answer it.
It better be good.
Okay, I've got 15 seconds.
We're awaiting his beginning of his remarks again, anticipating they will address the 2 attacks that occurred in Saudi Arabia.
I have a brief statement concerning the most recent Scud attacks on Saudi Arabia. United States Central Command is in the process of evaluating information on the 2 salvos of Scud missiles launched by Iraq into Saudi Arabia in the past 24 hours. We now believe 10 missiles were launched and U.S. Patriot air defense systems shot down 9 of them. Iraq fired the first launch of the 3 Scud missiles into eastern Saudi Arabia at about 9:50 p.m. Saudi time. They were engaged by 5 Patriot air defense missiles and were shot down near Dhahran. In the second attack, about 12:45 a.m. this morning, January 21st, Saudi time, Iraq fired 7 Scud missiles, 4 at Riyadh, 2 at Dhahran, and 1 in the waters off Dhahran. 6 of these Scuds were shot down by Patriot missiles. The Scud missile landing in the water did not require engagement. We have no reports yet of damage or injuries. The number of Patriot missiles fired at the incoming Scuds in the second set of launches is still not available at this time. All the missiles were thought to be carrying high explosive warheads. That concludes my statement, and now I'll take your questions. Yes, sir, in the back.
Could you say where the one which landed in the water actually landed, with the help of a map, perhaps?
What I understand is it was just off the waters, in the waters off Dhahran, and because of its trajectory was the reason that it didn't require engagement.
The loud explosion heard in Bahrain, Mike, would that have been the one?
I can't say for sure. Right here?
Colonel, any reports of errant Patriot missiles landing in the city here?
No, we've not received any such reports, and we've not received any kind of damage reports either. Yes, sir.
Colonel, a number of us saw what appeared to be a missile landing in the southeastern horizon, as viewed from the hotel, landing with a flash on the horizon. I know you may not want to speculate, but would you guess that this could have been either an errant Patriot or that it could have been a Scud?
Okay, you're talking about the 4 in the Riyadh area?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes, no, I can't say what that might have been, but again, just to repeat on those, the ones in the Riyadh area, all 4 were engaged and destroyed. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, some of us have just seen a crater that looks like it was from a missile or something landing.
Okay, the question was whether or not there was a crater or not, and right now U.S. CENTCOM has not received any such information.
There were some sightings of at least one Patriot that appeared to leave its point and go at a very low altitude horizontally for about 1.5 miles, where there is now a large crater and a damaged building. That there are a number of Saudi authorities there. Has anyone from CENTCOM gone out to try to get a damage assessment?
Okay, I don't have any information on this particular incident, but we'll be glad to take that question for you. Okay, in the back of the room, go ahead.
We just got back from this crater where it blew out the backside of a building and left a hole in the ground about 10 feet deep and about 13, 14 feet wide. There were pieces of missile all over the place, 1.5 miles down the road.
Okay. We'll take a look at that, and whatever information I can get on it for you, I'll be glad to. Anybody else? Yes.
Just tell us what the Patriot is supposed to do. Is it supposed to detonate in midair if it doesn't meet its target?
Yeah, they do have self-destruct systems on them, correct.
So that would be a fault if it
yes,
hit the ground?
Go ahead.
Would a Patriot be capable of causing a crater 10 feet deep and 14 feet wide?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't know about the size.
How much explosives are in a Patriot?
I'd have to get the information for you. Yes, in the back of the room.
Are you sure?
Small charge,
Is it sure that there is no Patriot fall down in town?
Right now, I don't have any indication. However, it sounds like some other people may have some different information. We'll go ahead and take a look at that and see, and try to get that for you. Okay, one more question.
Do you know where they were shot from?
Can you tell us how you're going about these investigations? Are you actually going to the site? Are you reviewing videotapes? Are you interviewing people in neighborhoods? How are you going about this investigation?
Yeah, we'll use any sources available to us to try to get the right information. Anybody else? Yes, sir, go ahead. Last one, please.
Has there been any attempt to trace the mobile launchers responsible and eliminate them?
I'm sure that there is always look at something like that. Thank you
Can
very
I
much.
ask how you could have made a mistake in the first place by saying that 6 missiles, Patriot missiles, were fired?
What we did is we found we had more information and we wanted to make sure it was right for you. Thank you, everybody.
Why are you updated?
In the past 24 hours, as you heard from the military briefing, 10 Iraqi Scud missiles were fired into Saudi Arabia in 2 separate volleys. 9 were downed by Patriot missiles, 5 of those near Dhahran, 4 in Riyadh, and 1 of those Iraqi missiles apparently went awry, landing in the waters off Dhahran and not requiring any engagement by the Patriot missiles. There was no report yet of any casualties or damages. All missiles apparently were thought to be carrying high explosive warheads, not chemical warheads. Now, at this time, let's return to Larry King Live in Washington. Larry?
Thanks. We are now going to go back to New York, and Ambassador Amir Alan.
Means by which the leadership of Iraq talks to its soldiers and communicates and maintains control. And I think we have done some considerable damage to that ability, at least according to what Bernie Shaw tells me.
Welcome to a special edition of Larry King Live. Tonight, reporting from Ground Zero in the war zone, the eyes and ears for the first broadcast of bombs over Baghdad. Anchorman Bernard Shaw and reporter John Holloman. Now, here's Larry King.
They're back. Couple of notes. We've been with you both weekend nights with special editions of Larry King Live. Tomorrow night's guest on Larry King Live is Colonel David Hackworth, who, by the way, is in Saudi Arabia. Few Americans will forget where they first heard the news. The bombardment of Iraq had begun. For Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett, they literally became that news. Their astounding report of the first attack on Baghdad came from the front lines of fighting outside their hotel window. In the next hours, they were this country's sole connection to the beginning of this war. The Pentagon, even the president, got their news from the 3 correspondents caught at Ground Zero. After an arduous journey home, Bernie and John join me here in Washington. We'll be including your phone calls for them at 202-408-1666. That's 202-408-1666. When it started, Bernie, and welcome home. When it started, did you say to yourself, I made a big mistake?
No. A little voice in my head said, you're not supposed to be here. This is the wrong place to be.
But not angry at yourself? Not frustrated?
No.
John? No, I never had that, Larry. I mean, I knew it was the right place to be. For me, as a reporter, you want to go where the big story is, and what story in my lifetime has been as big as this? I mean, I felt I was at exactly the right place. Hoped I'd make it.
You didn't expect it, did you? The night before you had said on this program you thought they were going to work this out.
I said that I was positive. I said that I had hope, and you asked me whether I was hopeful, really. I said, you're damn right I am. And I was also counting on that CNN charter coming in the next day to take me bye-bye.
Whatever happened to that plane?
It stayed on the ground as soon as hostilities broke out.
It's somewhere in Iraq now?
No. It's on the ground in Amman, Jordan.
Oh, it never took off from
Never took off, never. Both nations closed their airspaces, and because of insurance problems, it would have been foolhardy to take off and fly in either country.
Do you have any concept as to the attention you were getting back here?
No. All we were doing was working. And Bernie, poor man, had been up about 40 hours. I was trying to get him to go to bed because he needed to come back and spell me at the end of 12 hours. And, you know, Peter Arnett and I and Bernie decided we'd each do about 8-hour shifts on this box that we had because, I mean, we were all exhausted. We were eating, you know, the food was gone, the electricity was gone, the water was gone, you couldn't flush the commode. I mean, it was bad conditions in Baghdad for us at this point. Luxury hotel, maids still came every day at 10 o'clock, made up your bed, yeah. It was this very surreal is the word that Bernie used first to describe this. Yeah, right, oh yeah. But anyway, we needed some rest, and we needed everybody to get some rest. And I was standing there at the window. Bernie was coming up behind me, grabbing me by the ankles, saying, get out of the window. And I wanted to see this.
But no idea that the world was tuned into this going on.
I mean, we knew CNN had it, and we were pretty sure nobody else had it. We were pretty sure that the phone system had been knocked out because we couldn't make calls from where we were. And a couple hours in, a reporter from USA Today got himself back from the U.S. Embassy where he'd been on the phone.
It's Don Kirk.
Yeah, Don Kirk came up and talked to us and said that all the phones were out in Baghdad, so we were pretty sure we were it.
How about fright? Were you scared?
Yes, I was.
Did you think one of them was going to hit you?
I thought that was the possibility, and if there had been one indiscriminately dropped bomb or one misdirected bomb, if a bomb had not detonated and skithered on a roof or something like that, if the hotel had been hit, that would have been it.
But is there irony? Did you think an American bomb is going to get me?
I wasn't thinking that extensively. Anything can go on in a war. Mistakes are made and accidents happen.
You've covered war?
Yeah. In a war, one moment you're alive and the next you're dead. It's that simple.
You were describing things seemingly indescribable. Gala show, a night show, someone described it that way. Does it sink in yet? I mean, you're home now. Do you think about it a lot? Some people wake up years after war and think about it.
No, it has not sank in yet. Right now, I'm uptight, to be quite frank about it. I've got a very nervous stomach, and you probably hear my voice trembling. And after I hugged my wife and my children, I realized
I'm home.
The gravity, and I thought about the women and men on both sides in this confrontation who are a long way from home and who are staring death in the face.
Both sides?
Both sides.
John mentioned, in response to one question, what he was doing. What were you doing the minute World War what started? I'm not calling it. It's war in the Gulf.
Well, CNN President Tom Johnson had organized a couple telephone interviews. Dr. Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State, the famed Walter Cronkite, and he was working on Robert McNamara. And Tom was standing in the newsroom in Atlanta talking to Bob McNamara about coming on. And I was looking out the window.
And you were hearing him talk to McNamara?
Yes, and
you're on the
phone
phone
waiting.
now.
Yes,
all right.
And I looked out the window and I saw chaff coming down and sparkles and flashes of light. And then the anti-aircraft battery directly ahead of us opened fire. And I knew that was it.
What'd you say?
Well, I said, not very remarkably, but very accurately, something is happening, something is going on. And Peter Arnett was there, and I said, Peter, let's describe what's going on. And after that, it was just endless hours and, you know, covering the story.
Did you know kind of quick, this is it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, oh yeah. I was asleep when the siren went off, the air raid siren, and then I heard the anti-aircraft gun out my window, and then I heard the bombs. And, I mean, you can imagine being sound asleep, having had no sleep for about a day, and you've been in bed about an hour, and this thing you hear. And I said to myself, do I want to really get up and put on my blue jeans and my CNN T-shirt and walk across that hallway where those guys are? And I said, yeah, I guess I better do it, you know, and you just kind of bring yourself awake. And I ran in there, and there were a couple of technical problems that I looked at and found a way to fix, and we were able to do it.
How quickly from the moment you're hanging on for Tom Johnson, trying to get McNamara to do an interview with you, were you on the air?
It seemed like an eternity, which it was not, of course, but I can recall screaming into the four-wire for Atlanta headquarters to bring us up on the air as quickly as possible, and everybody sensed what was going on, so I'm sure it was just a matter of seconds before we were up.
Who set up the NBC interview with you? How did that happen?
Well, I think that came through Tom Johnson and Tom Brokaw. I had missed Tom when he was in Baghdad, and when he got back, he decided he wanted to do it, and we did it.
Did you know you were the news?
I sensed that things were going on, and I don't like being part of a news story. That's one of the reasons why I'm sort of uptight at just sitting here talking with you, whom I love and regard very highly. I don't think a reporter should be part of a news story. I think it's our job to gather, write, report news, but not to become part of the story.
Marshall McLuhan said this would happen. A lot of years ago, he said, you guys would be the news.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable, though, Larry, to... I mean, I was at Larnaca, Cyprus yesterday, I guess it was. And
it was yesterday.
Yeah, the security guard came over and said, John Holloman. I mean, I'd never been to Cyprus. I'd never been anywhere. And this guy, you know, recognizing me and getting me through customs and giving me the VIP trips for a guy from South Georgia who's been in Washington, you know, messing around for about 20 years.
Let's discuss that uncomfortability in a moment and more. We'll be taking your phone calls. They're with us for the full hour. Bernard Shaw, John Holloman. This is a special edition of Larry King Live. Our number is 202-408-1666. I don't think you'll go away. We'll be right back.
Every round you see going in the air, it obviously has to come down. On the streets of Baghdad, people just scampering, scurrying, trying to run for cover.
In touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
Mr. Larry King Live, there is John Holloman, back as soon as he could to the shores of this country, and Bernard Shaw. Both came back this afternoon. This is their initial of what will probably be many appearances, neither of them liking this, but this is the nature of the beast, as they say, Bernard Shaw and John Holloman. There was some dispute here about networks, time, your being on, Brokaw had you, other networks didn't. Do you know what was going on?
Yes.
Can you get us up to tell us?
Well, the basic dispute centered over our method of reporting to the world what was going on, and CNN had what is called in the trade a four-wire. And
which is?
John?
Box looks like this. It's got a button on it. You push the button down and you talk to Atlanta or Amman or, you know, the world, and you let it up and you can hear. It's a speaker on the front of it and you can hear what's going on outside.
We're the only one that had this?
Yes. Yeah. Everybody else had to use a telephone and they blew up the phone company.
Someone wanted to share it with you?
Oh, everyone wanted access to it. And in fairness to our competitors, the other networks tried repeatedly to get this instrument, this prized instrument, in. How did we manage to do it? And they did not. It was through tenacity, perseverance, diplomacy, practice on a personal level, and sheer unrelenting effort.
By executives?
Pushed forward by CNN executives, but the point man begins with Rob Reynolds, son of the late Frank Reynolds, who used to work here as a producer.
Oh.
He now is over in our London bureau. He greeted us when we got off the plane last night at Heathrow. And the man, the brains and the brawn of our coverage over there, Robert Wiener.
Yeah. Robert Wiener was on the phone to these guys 3 times a day. Can we get the four-wire box in? Can we get it in? Can we get it in? We really need it. It's going to be better for you guys. You'll have better coverage. I mean, he's like you know, working the phone, so he can get things done.
Yeah. Did any of the networks want to use our box?
Oh, yes.
You declined?
Of course.
Because?
It was ours.
I mean, you know, they had to telephone.
They weren't going to give it to you. This is not a share-and-share-and-like profession.
This was a competitive story. I mean, they had, you know, they were doing things that maybe we weren't able to do. We had this one little communications link, and, you know, we'd worked hard for it. It was ours, and...
If ABC had the box, would you have asked them to share it?
Of course.
And expected to be turned down?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
As long, and by the way, the interview you did with Brokaw, was that for your friendship with Tom, or would you have gone on with other networks as well?
Oh, sure, I would have. Every network whose primary anchor works on the air is my friend. Tom
And
Brokaw,
they wanted
that
you,
wasn't
didn't they?
uncommon for Tom Brokaw. Tom is always gracious that way. And he asked, yes.
And you're not declining other networks?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, Bob Pernod, our executive producer down in Atlanta, was standing by for another interview with another anchor. It did not materialize, but I was willing to do it. And I think it was done primarily, the interview, not only out of friendship, but also out of a desire to give his audience, his NBC audience, another element in the story.
Right. Now, why do you not like, why are you uncomfortable with this?
This is something that's never happened to me, Larry. I mean, you know, people ask you for autographs every place you go. That doesn't happen to me. It probably happens to Bernie a good bit, because he's pretty famous. But it's just an unusual, weird position for me to be in. In London, they handed me this pile of newspaper clippings that I looked at on the airplane today. And, I mean, some of it was very flattering. And I'm flabbergasted with that. I mean, you know, I'm just a guy who goes in and does the job every day and tries to do it as well as he can.
Well, another reason that I really don't like this is that it's asking a lot of a viewer or a listener or a reader to listen to me express personal opinions on Larry King about newsmakers and issues, and then tomorrow night to see me reporting news impartially on CNN. It's asking a lot of the person out there to say, well, Bernie now is reporting straight. Last night he was expressing his personal opinion. No, But the other way is going to be, well, I know how he feels about Saddam Hussein, or I know how he feels about George Bush because he said it last night on Larry King Live, so I don't believe what he's saying tonight.
That aside, though, Bernie, as Arthur Miller said eloquently, it goes with the territory.
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
But you knew going in that this was a byproduct of it.
Yes.
And fame has its pro side, doesn't it? You're going to get interviews with major newsmakers. You're going to get into places people might not get in. There's a major plus in this for you.
Very much so, but you are virtually stripped of your privacy, and I will fight it as long as I'm in this business.
Are you fearful of this?
I don't know. I don't have any inkling what's happening, Larry. I'm
just wait. You'll find out.
What's your next assignment?
I don't know. I may go back. I'm gonna.
You would go back in this 5-day hole if they say come back?
Yeah. Yeah. This is a great story. I mean, it's still a great story.
Your wife is sitting over there.
I know. She's you know, she may have the big gun in the pocketbook too.
You're not going.
Don't ask me that question, please.
You're going to anchor again, right?
Oh yes.
Starting?
After I get some rest and come alive again.
Let's start including your phone calls. They're going to be with us for the full hour, a special edition of Larry King Live. Bernard Shaw, John Holloman. Tomorrow night's guest on this program is Colonel David Hackworth, a critic of the war. He's in Saudi Arabia. Boston, hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Boston. I just want you to know that we, here in Boston, we watched every one of your broadcasts, and undoubtedly they were the most memorable reports we had ever seen on TV. And my question is, during the early raids, you were calling where the bombs were dropping and what buildings were being hit, and in general, how the raid was going. In effect, you were acting as a spotter, inadvertently as a spotter for the Allied forces. My question is, are you surprised that the Iraqi government allowed you to stay on the air for so long, given that role you were playing? And secondly, did it require a constant negotiation for you to remain on the air with the Iraqi government?
All right, one by one. Bernard, on the first one.
Yes, I was surprised.
They left you on.
I said as much throughout our coverage during those breaking hours of the story, and I think the basic reason we were allowed to stay on the air was because of the confusion at hand, and I had another interpretation. I interpreted the fact that we had relative longevity on the air, 17 plus hours. I attributed that to opposition, however mute, but opposition.
And they wanted somebody to know their side of the story as long as they could. I mean, tonight, in Baghdad, I guess CNN is now the only news media from out of Iraq that is still in there. And the reason is they think we're fair.
And we got that report from Peter Arnett, hearing from POWs.
Yeah.
And we negotiated as long as we could.
Yeah.
To stay on.
Yeah. I probably made a mistake in saying, you know, this is to the west, this is to the southwest. But I was just trying to paint the picture as clearly as I could for our viewers. You know, there's this.
You think it was a mistake?
I mean, you know, if it was interpreted as spotting for the Allies, God, yes.
Well, this is hard. It's hard for me not to say we. It's us against them. This is hard.
Yeah. Well, this is, you know, we practice this, I guess. I mean, because, you know, we don't want to be on one side or the other. We want to be in the middle.
You got to work at it, though. Give you a lot of credit. Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, a special edition Larry King Live. Back with more calls after this. Tomorrow morning, Time magazine will say that CNN has provided television's most comprehensive and reliable gatherer of news. Gene Kirkpatrick said it last night. This whole, you guys have got to feel it. You've been part of this for a long time. I'm 5.5 years. You're get-go. This is the time of CNN, is it not?
It's the time, but I don't want to...
You're uncomfortable with that, too, right?
Throw a blanket on this, but if viewers and listeners invest their trust in you, you have a deeper responsibility not to ever disappoint them. And the accolades might pile up, but your responsibility to the craft gets even more intense.
But you don't see anybody taking that, they're right at work here like the gremlins they are, right? Mm-hmm. I find that. Even as being part of it is a thrill, but watching it.
Well, it's just my way of keeping myself
sitting on
honest.
Laurels here.
Yeah.
Why, with the risk involved, you have a family. Why didn't you, you know, I know journalism, why didn't you leave?
I wanted to leave several times during this, and we had powwows. Bernie was there, the producers were there. We'd sit around and Tom Johnson always told us, your safety is primary importance. When you get ready to go, we'll get the charter plane in there. I mean, it was costing him $12,000 a day when the charter didn't move and $20,000 when it did. And one day, one member of our team said, I'm afraid, I want to go. And the charter was there at 8 o'clock the next morning. She was out of there. So, I mean,
why didn't you go?
I wanted to be be there for a little while.
No one would have. At the ACE Awards last week, saw Ted Turner, who said, he's ready for you guys to leave. Tom Johnson always said it. So it wasn't a question of... no one would have thought less.
There's a certain amount of responsibility, just having been there, having established a relationship with the Iraqi people, with Iraqi government officials, and having established a relationship with the people on the other end of these cameras here. I mean, they expect CNN to be there to bring you the news, and you want to be there to do it. And I mean, maybe it sounds self-serving and hokey some way, or, Mr. Smith goes to Washington-ish, but I mean, I really felt that. I felt like it was a great story, an important job to be done, and I wanted to do it.
Your risk?
Oh, it was a hell of a risk. As I say, I was waiting for the charter to come in the next day, and the war broke out on the eve of the next day, so I was there. And a couple times during the coverage, I thought to myself, if you're going to die, die doing what you love to do.
You really consciously said, if you're going to die, die doing this.
Yes.
Iraqi officials treated you well?
Yeah, as well as they, I guess.
Their behavior was, I think, Brett, quite impeccable.
Gaithersburg, Maryland, Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, Special Edition Larry King Live, hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Gaithersburg, Maryland. I'd like to know if you have heard anything about any Iraqi casualties as a result of our bombing to any chemical facilities or weapons.
The only thing we know is what the Iraqi government has reported. We don't know, I don't know anything
Did you see
that.
anyone killed?
No. No, the Iraqis wouldn't let us, if there had been people killed, they wouldn't have let us see them. I mean, we were under very tight restriction. Peter Arnett tonight, or this morning, whatever time it is in Baghdad, is under extraordinarily tight restriction. He can't go, he probably can't take a television camera any place. I mean, we'd heard the day we left that they were going to lock up all the TV and the still photography cameras. So, I mean, you get to go out on a little walk with a couple of government guys with you, and they'll say, well, come look at this and look at that.
We'll be right back with Bernard Shaw and John Holloman on this special edition of Larry King Live. More of your phone calls. Don't go away. This personal aspect. Tom Johnson, who we mentioned earlier, is president of CNN, and Ted Turner, who we mentioned earlier, is chairman of the board, in case you don't know these players. Ed Turner, by the way, who, as you know, is vice president of news, has called in. You're on 6 a.m. call. Yeah. You anchor tomorrow night at 8. No questions about it. Expense accounts is tallied up straight. Yeah. Is the war correspondent, were you ever a war correspondent, Bernie? Mm-hmm. Is he or she a different breed?
Oh, very much so.
They like it?
They like it. They are very fast on their feet. They have agile minds. They enjoy the stimulation of the exotic or the different.
And they dislike anchoring, don't they?
Generally, yes.
So, why are you behind a desk?
Well, because that's where I want to be right now, but I keep my skills sharp by going out, getting shot at, and talking to people.
Are you a foreign correspondent?
No.
Are you now a foreign correspondent?
I've done some foreign work. I mean, although you're not allowed to say that word on this network, you're in the news business. I'm an international correspondent, a correspondent who can go to out-of-town places pretty far out.
But traditionally, I ask it in the sense is that's what they've been termed.
Yeah.
They're historically called foreign correspondents.
I'm able to cover news stories in other countries a lot better than I was able to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, certainly, because I've had the opportunity from working here.
To Laurel, Maryland, for John Holloman and Bernard Shaw. Hello.
Good evening, gentlemen. In response to the British reporter missing, are you concerned about Peter's safety?
Peter Arnett.
Yeah, I'm concerned about Peter's safety. I'm concerned about the safety of every one of our people right now in Iraq.
Could Peter be watching this now?
Yes, he could.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Okay. You're concerned about his safety from what area?
There are a lot of things.
Bomb hitting him or Iraqi problem?
All of that. All of that.
All of the above.
The Iraqi people who have been extraordinarily friendly and kind and hospitable to the CNN reporters who were there. I mean, if Saddam Hussein said something like, you know, don't be nice to the Americans anymore, that can change in an instant, and I'd be worried about that.
Was there any question that Peter would be the one that remained?
Yeah, we talked about it.
No question among all of us. I knew when I was coming out, John knew when he was coming out. This man is the best man on earth to be the eyes and ears of the world in Baghdad right now.
He is it.
He is it.
He's the best correspondent in the world to do a war, I think. And,
Oxnard, California. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from Oxnard, California, and I've watched the CNN faithfully since the beginning of all this, and continually I've seen you breach security. I've seen your videotapes and your audio, and you continually tell where the bombs are landing and where our forces are launching from and where our missiles are launching from. And from previous shows of yours, it's been obvious that Saddam Hussein also watches this program. Why are you continually doing this? Aren't you afraid that he's going to get more information from all this and find out where to calculate where his missiles should go from there?
Well, when you say breach security in our reporting, we're quoting Pentagon officials not only here in Washington, but also officials in Saudi Arabia. And indeed, in the early blushes of the war, we were reporting directions and we were reporting hits. And there is the danger that one side will get information from our reporting.
Well, to your knowledge, has the Pentagon, has the government asked us to stop or not do anything?
I don't think so.
Well, the government has, the United States government, along with the alliance members, have concocted a set of ground rules which are repulsive, but we have to work. Yes.
What the people in Saudi Arabia cannot tell you, cannot tell our viewers, are probably just as horrible as the ground rules for Peter Arnett in Baghdad tonight. I mean, in their own way. There's a list of about 20, 30 things that you can't do.
For the caller's standpoint, aren't they done in the interests of saving American lives, these rules?
The government says it's being done in their
You don't
interest.
believe that, though?
I'm not saying that. I don't know. I mean, you know, I haven't been to Saudi Arabia. I've not covered a war from the United States side.
Can
so
you give me a rule you dislike?
A rule that prevents you from going where you think you ought to go to see what's going on so that you can report what's happening.
Have you noticed our people are all standing in front of cameras at fixed spaces?
Yeah, all the time.
I mean, you know, you can't go out with the fellows and the women who are doing
Is that something they learned from Vietnam?
Oh,
where they let you roam?
Not only that, we knew that the Iraqi government would slam the lid, and they've done that. They are censoring, and the Western Alliance is censoring too. And it's just basically repulsive to any journalist to be blocked from doing the job. We're not irresponsible. There are certain things that you don't report, but in terms of breaching security, I would quarrel with the viewer. It wouldn't be my choice of words.
This statement just in, the State Department has put out statements tonight saying that it's called on the Iraqi charge d'affaires to protest the apparent treatment of members of the United States Armed Forces and other coalition forces held by the government of Iraq. In a diplomatic note, the United States strongly protested the Iraq's apparent treatment of U.S. prisoners of war as contrary to the Geneva Convention. Earlier with us, the ambassador denied that, the ambassador to the UN, Al-Ambari. It reminded Iraq that mistreatment of POWs is a war crime, and the United States has demanded full compliance with the Geneva Convention and requested immediate access to the POWs by the International Committee of the Red Cross. We'll be back with Bernard Shaw and John Holloman after this. This over. Did we make any errors?
Yeah, we probably did.
Something you'd do differently?
Yeah, I think we probably have had a better shot at keeping our line, our four-wire box, if I had not been so specific in pointing out where the bombs were coming down. I'm sure the Iraqis saw that. I'm sure they were furious at the time because when they finally, see, we were 9 flights of stairs up. No telephones worked. And there was one pretty large Iraqi official who climbed those stairs finally the next day to tell me how furious they were. They thought I was, you know, doing the wrong thing there. And it was the day after that we lost the box. I feel personally bad about that. And it was ignorance, not intentional. I was, you know, if I'd been a little bit smarter, it wouldn't have happened.
Do you feel bad about anything?
No.
Think John was right?
Right in doing what he did? Well, we had some qualms about that. I certainly would not hold that against him.
making judgments about people in stress is easy to do postscript. Springfield, Virginia, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
My question for John and Bernie, welcome back, by the way, has to do with Kuwaiti prisoners of war. There must have been many hundreds captured in August. Did you see or hear anything about Kuwaitis in captivity while you were there?
Not a lot.
No, not really.
No, my first tour in November, we heard about Kuwaiti people who had been locked up by the Iraqis, and some of their family members came to Baghdad in hopes of seeing them in jail in Iraq, but they weren't military people. They were just regular people on the street who had gotten picked up.
Washington, hello.
Hi, Bernard. I wanted to ask you, while you were over there, did you see any indication that Saddam would try to have terrorist activity here in the United States and in Washington, D.C.?
The only indication were his exhortations to people around the world. Catherine Cryer, she just read a quote from his address today, and I wrote down the quote, Saddam saying, "You have the duty of jihad, holy war." Just the declaration, the announcing of it, and the exhortation to people around the world to join the cause that he's fighting for.
I had an interview, I had an interview with Abu Abbas when I was there, the guy who's blamed for the Achille Lauro thing, and the purpose of his doing the interview was to tell me he had people all over the world ready to go. And I said, well, for people in your line of work, that's a pretty horrifying thought. He said, what do you mean my line of work? What do you think I'd do? And I said, well, you hurt people, don't you? He said, well, no, I'm a poet. Well, it was kind of a...
That'll give you the idea of the kind of atmosphere in which we were working. Can you imagine walking down into a hotel lobby, and here's the man who's responsible single-handedly for the 1985 murder of Eric Klinghoffer, a man who was shot and thrown overboard in his wheelchair.
And that's his
And he's
line of
talking
work.
with you.
Yeah, the strange love concept keeps coming back, doesn't it, to you?
Yeah.
To all of this. Dumfries, Virginia, hello.
Yes, Larry, thank you. This is a question for Bernie and John. Gentlemen, when you were asked to stop transmitting, when you were told it's over, we at home were very afraid for your safety. Were Bernie, John, and Peter afraid of what may happen to them next? Because at home we felt helpless and afraid for all the CNN staff at that time.
Damn right.
It reminded me of Tiananmen Square just a year and a half ago when the same thing happened to us when we were covering a summit which turned into a revolution that died out. And I didn't know about it until I came down, because I came down in my pajamas and I found out that we were dead.
Yeah, I was
Same feeling.
Yes.
I was trying to fight with this guy. It was a government official who said, you can't do it. Peter Arnett was in the room, and Peter, I think, was a little nervous about what was going to happen next. Peter said, I'm the senior guy here. We're going to sign off now, and, we'll negotiate later, is basically what he said. And so, we said goodbye at that point, but I was furious. I mean, it was horrible. It made your stomach really... Bernie's talking about nervous stomach tonight. My stomach was just, a lot of bile was flowing because, I mean, that's the antithesis of what people are supposed to do who cover the news, is shut it down. I mean, it was bad.
Helpless, right?
Yes, very much so. My first physical reaction to censorship is to get a huge knot in my stomach and my mouth gets dry. And then you have to struggle to contain your emotions, and you wonder what's going to happen next. Well, you're in their grasp, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Are you afraid of your own anger, though?
Yes, very
in their
much so.
grasp, they could do a lot of things.
Because when a journalist is angered, it can have the effect of erasing precious qualities that he or she brings to work.
Do you think there was an advantage to Saddam Hussein in having you on the air, having you there?
Yeah, that was the only way at the point that we were knocked off that his message was getting to the outside world. His TV station could still broadcast in Iraq, but he couldn't broadcast to the outside. He's just regained that ability.
You didn't feel used?
The news media are always used, 24 hours a day. There's nothing new in that. In tandem with what John just said, I think it also was important for Saddam's advisors to have CNN so that they could go to him and say, this is happening, this is happening. Bush has said this. If you do this, you can expect this to happen.
As Miss Kirkpatrick said last night, he should have watched it more. He may not have gone in.
She said that?
Yeah, that's what she said. We'll be back with Bernard Shaw and John Holloman. More of your phone calls on Larry King Live.
Yes, good evening. Welcome back, gentlemen. I know you must have had a very trying trip. I watched your interview the other night on NBC TV over the phone lines. And you were asked
as to what type of an agreement was reached between CNN or yourselves and the Iraqi government, and you would not elaborate over the phone. Just wondering if you were more free to elaborate now.
That wasn't the question, was it? It wasn't the agreement with the government. It was
Trump's question was, how are you getting out of there? How did that happen? Long pause, and he said, Bernie, are you still there? I said, yes, I'm still here, and I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to candidly answer your question. And I said, Tom, I'll take a pass on your question. And when I see you next time, I'll explain profusely how we got out.
President Bush has said our argument is not with the Iraqi people. It's with their leadership. The people, the Iraqi people, what are they like?
They're wonderful people. They are open-hearted. They're very friendly. They're outgoing. I'll tell you a quick story. David Bernkoff is a CNN producer in Atlanta. He asked me to get him a couple of Iraqi stamps. We had a man who translates for us in Baghdad, and I said to him, could you go to the post office tomorrow? I don't know where the post office is. Just get me a couple of stamps. Next night, the guy came in. He had a stamp album with 400 stamps in it, going back to 1936 to today. And that's what I have for you, David Bernkoff, if you're listening down there in Atlanta. That's what the Iraqi people are like. This guy brought in sheep cheese, his home cooking for us when he knew the food at the hotel was not going to be good that night. And, I mean, they are so giving, Larry. You'd enjoy being in Iraq if you could just be with the people and not all the folks there.
And there was no agreement with the Iraqi government, to your knowledge, and CNN on anything, which was the question the viewer asked. The NBC asked you, didn't ask you that.
No.
But there was no agreement you had with
Agreement
Iraq
to do what?
To do anything.
No, definitely
Agreement was to cover the news in their country.
Period. Just want to clear that up.
And, well,
caller asked.
The standing understanding with the Iraqi government is that whenever CNN feels that whoever its representative is in Baghdad, when this network feels its people can no longer do the job that they went there for, we'll pull the plug.
We'll be back with our remaining moments with Bernard Shaw and John Holloman. Then they got to go to work. First, these words.
For a transcript of this or any edition of Larry King Live, send $5 to Larry King Live Transcripts. Journal Graphics Incorporated, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ.
A couple of quick things. John, you notice any Iraqi fear of Saddam Hussein? Was there definite?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was obvious. I mean, these people in the demonstrations doing the, up with Saddam, down with Bush, I mean, they knew they had to do that, I think.
Had to?
Yeah.
Listening to the voices of those POWs tonight, eerie, you think they're reading off something?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Pass their name.
I mean, they're trying to send a message to us while they're saying one set of words to tell us something else, and I think it's pretty obvious that, that they're stuck and they're in a bad situation.
We heard the reports as great radio on television, your incredible reports. Why weren't you able to be on TV, by the way? Why couldn't we see you?
We couldn't get a signal out.
No signal. So you were coming through us through a phone line.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Just like our viewers call in here to you.
Right, through a phone line. That's why it became radio, because some people have expressed, they're so used to seeing things. Why do they have to only hear things?
In Saudi Arabia, we had the ability to do pictures, and we still do tonight. And, all over the world, we have this. It's the first country that's refused us permission to bring in our television transmitter. Is Iraq.
When are you going back to work? We've been joking. When are you going back?
Oh, I'll hold off as long as I can.
And your next assignment will be anchoring 6 p.m. Eastern?
Should be back here in a couple of days, though. Part of me says, lay low, relax, get your health back, your voice back. The other part of me says, you've got to continue to do your share in covering this story.
How about all the media interviews that want you?
Well, I'll do what I can, but I'm not going to let it overwhelm me or dominate my life. I'm not a personality. I'm not a celebrity. I'm a journalist.
You are. John?
I got a marriage to save, beautiful girl. I got to spend a couple days with her and make her happy. And then,
when do you want to go back to work?
I want to go back to work in about a month. I don't think my employer is going to be willing to.
If you're not going back to Baghdad, where do you want to go?
I want to go back to Baghdad. I mean, I can stay in Washington and cover the agents. I can go to the Pentagon. I can go to the White House. I can do that. Cover the beats that I've done in the past.
Well, the ambassador to the UN said he expects them to come through on that 3 to 5 day thing. Yeah. Do you expect them to?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Iraqis, Saddam Hussein, despite what you may think of the guy, has not really lied to us about what he's going to do. He's always said he wouldn't leave Kuwait. He's told the Kuwaitis, I'm coming in there. And, I mean, you know, he's always been straight up. And if he's straight up about this, if it is Saddam himself saying this, I think probably, you know, the restrictions will be lifted. Maybe not in 5 days, but in a few days.
And conversely, George Herbert Walker Bush has always been upfront about what he was going to do and the intent of the alliance.
Welcome home, guys.
Thanks.
It's sweet.
Tomorrow night's guest on Larry King Live is Colonel David Hackworth. For all of us at CNN in Washington, stay tuned for Catherine Cryer, David French, and more. Don't go away. Good night.
CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm David French in Washington.
And I'm Catherine Cryer at the CNN Center in Atlanta. The U.S. is formally protesting Iraq's apparent treatment of Allied prisoners of war. The State Department, in a call to the Iraqi chargé d'affaires, reminds Iraq that mistreatment of POWs is a war crime, and it calls on Iraq to adhere to the Geneva Conventions. We'll have more on the POW story later in this show, but first, let's go to Greg Lamont, who's standing by in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Greg?
Well, at 9:50 last night, Riyadh time, there was air raid siren number 1, the first real one we've had here since the war began. Hotel guests were shuttled down to the bomb shelter. About 5 minutes later, the all-clear signal was given. We found out that it wasn't us under attack, it was Tehran. But 3 hours later, air raid siren number 2, and this time it was horrifyingly real.
In the dark of night, suddenly, what appears to be a fireworks display. But in this case, one that carries potential death. 4 Scud missiles fired from Iraq screamed toward the Saudi capital of Riyadh. Air raid sirens here gave people a 5-minute warning. Then the explosions began. Patriot missiles were fired in an effort to detonate the Scuds before they reached Earth. But CNN video shows conclusively that at least 2 of the missiles escaped the Patriots and exploded at the opposite ends of Riyadh. Eyewitnesses say they saw the bombs hit the ground.
The location where I thought it impacted was exactly where it was when I drove up. So just following this very short trajectory, it only lasted a few seconds. And again, it was so much different from the others that were climbing to a very, very high altitude. This went horizontally and out to the left right when it left the launch tube. At least 1, if not 2.
Iraq fired 7 Scud missiles, 4 at Riyadh, 2 at Dhahran, and 1 in the waters off Dhahran. 6 of the Scuds were shot down by Patriot missiles.
Ironically, at an insurance building about 1.5 miles away from our hotel. The rear of the building is devastated. The windows in the front blown out. In fact, windows in a 2-block area were shattered from the concussion of the bomb, including those of cars. Had the missile attack occurred during the day, people would most definitely be injured, if not killed. In the vicinity, apparent pieces of shrapnel from the missile. The explosion shook Riyadh to the very core and brought about a rare display of Saudi anger toward Saddam Hussein.
Only what he thinks about is power. He wants to control everything. He wants to be the man in charge. He wants to be everything. So I think he should be really, burned. Just as I said before, burned, until he becomes an ash, and then they throw it all over the world so nobody gets his scum, or at least they put it in a small bottle and bury it, in the 7th land downstairs,
It was the second time of the same night air raid sirens had sounded. This time, it was real. And now Riyadh knows firsthand the war is real.
I've never been in a bombing before, and I've often wondered how I would react. Well, tonight I got a chance. I was in bed when the bombing occurred, and when I first heard the first explosion, it rattled the building, and it rattled my heart. My heart raced like it never has before, and I broke out into an immediate sweat. It is somewhat of a helpless feeling you have when you know that there's nothing you can do about the fact that someone is trying to kill you, especially with bombs as powerful as these. That helpless feeling may have been experienced by my colleague elsewhere in Saudi Arabia, Charles Jaco.
Well, Greg, we had 2 of those little rascals tonight, and it was interesting. We're led to understand that there were 3 incoming Scud missiles in the first attack, knocked out by 5 Patriots, and 1 incoming Scud missile in the second attack. We're not sure if it was knocked out or it just went off someplace on its own, but there was no damage to populated areas and no one was hurt. We got some videotape here of one of the Scuds being intercepted. We'd like to show you now. You can see the Patriot missile coming in, hitting the Scud missile in midair. It was quite a sight for everyone that saw it. afterwards, there was quite a bit of damage to be looked at, and we went out and looked at it. There was a scattered area where one of the scuds had augured in, or pieces of it had augured in, falling over an area, slicing off the tops of palm trees, pitting a road, knocking over light standards, and generally making quite a mess of things. Luckily, no one was hurt. Right here, if we can come back to me now, this is a piece of one of the Scud missiles that we picked up at an undisclosed location. As you can see, there's a lining of what appears to be rubber here. There's layers of fiberglass, sort of like Bondo you'd use to fix your car. And this seems to be a graphite epoxy and metal down here on the bottom. The other side is metal here and rubberized on the inside. This could have either been from a nozzle, or it was probably the interior of a fuel tank, because a Scud missile essentially is nothing but one gigantic fuel tank with a nose cone with a warhead. Excuse me while I put this down. Approximately, we understand, 500–600 pounds of high explosives. But again, no damage tonight except to people's nerves, and there was quite a bit of it. Now as dawn comes up, it's a little after 6 Monday morning here in Saudi Arabia. People are starting to calm down, but they figure Saddam Hussein might try it again if those mobile Scud launchers aren't knocked out. These high-tech Patriot missiles supplied by the United States seem to be working, and working quite well, and everyone around here is hoping and praying that they continue to work quite well. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, there's been some reports that Saddam Hussein is actually manufacturing more of these mobile Scud launchers as time goes on, literally possibly converting trucks. Have you heard any reports on that?
No, but there's a lot of intelligent speculation that that may indeed be happening, because after all, a mobile launcher for one of these things is not an exceptionally high-tech piece of gadgetry. It's essentially a flatbed truck with a cradle on it that can lift the missile up into firing position. The electronics of the missile and the launch control and everything else are sophisticated, but to make the hydraulics and the truck themselves is no big trick. And if the Iraqis are indeed manufacturing that sort of thing, then it's going to make extra work for the Allied pilots, because they'll not only have to knock out every mobile Scud launcher they can find, they'll have to go after whatever facilities are manufacturing the launchers.
Thank you, Charles Jaco. Greg Lamont, back to you, David.
Which leads us, Catherine and Charles, to this question for Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Is it feasible or practicable for the Pentagon to go after such things as garbage trucks, because some of them may be launching missiles?
David, it's very hard, and officials make it clear that they have by no means resolved this problem. They do suggest, though, that with every launch by the Iraqis, that will probably be one less launcher, since the U.S. believes it can destroy those launchers after its sensors detect exactly where they are. They can then send in fighter bombers, look for them, and destroy them. The question, though, remains, how many launchers do they have? In addition, how many missiles do they have? And those questions, there are no answers here. There are conflicting intelligence assessments, not only within the U.S. intelligence community, but among the allies themselves. There is, though, some good news as far as Pentagon officials are concerned. There is a growing sense that the Iraqis probably do not have the technology to include chemical warheads on those Scuds. The Iraqis do have chemical canisters on artillery shells, but the assumption is that if the Iraqis did have the Scuds with chemical warheads, they probably would have used them by now, since they are presumably taking a pounding from the U.S. and Allied air power. More than 7,000 sorties in the first few days of this war. Presumably, if the Iraqis were going to show off their chemical capability, they would have done so by now. All of the Scuds so far that have been directed towards Israel, as well as towards Saudi Arabia, have had what the Pentagon calls conventional high-explosive warheads. While this is a terrifying element, to be sure, militarily there isn't a whole lot of damage unless that missile happens to hit a particular building or shopping center or populated complex, whatever. But militarily, a high-explosive warhead is not going to cause the kind of damage that chemical warheads or poison gas would cause. David?
Wolf, what's the latest idea of the intensity of air sorties by the Western Alliance tonight in Iraq and in Kuwait?
Well, the sense that I'm getting here at the Pentagon is the combination of the Scud attacks into Saudi Arabia, clearly aimed at U.S. troops and friendly allies, both in Riyadh, the capital, as well as in Dhahran in the eastern province, as well as the parading of these alleged POWs on Iraqi television. Combination has deeply angered senior military officials, senior political leaders, and if anything, there is a renewed drive, a stepped-up resolve to go ahead and try to get this job done as quickly as possible, and I think the sortie level is even going to increase in the next few days.
Wolf Blitzer, again live at the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Catherine.
And coming up, an Iraqi audio broadcast of those interviews with Allied prisoners of war when we return.
But someone is taking its...
Streaking lights and noises in the skies of Saudi Arabia. Let's go to a different place there now, and CNN's Greg Lamont. Greg, go ahead.
Here we are in Riyadh, and once again, here we are early in the morning at about 5 minutes until 4 o'clock in the morning our time. Our hotel alarm went off, the same situation as last night. What the journalists like to do is come up to the top of the roof so that they can get a good vantage point to see if any kind of rockets are going on in the air. By the time I got up here, as I was running down the hallway, I heard a pretty big explosion, and by the time I got up here, there was nothing in the sky for me to see, but Deborah Wong, she's a reporter with NPR Radio, was one of the first people up here, and Deborah, what did you see?
Well, I got up here maybe a couple minutes after the alarm sounded in the hotel, and just as I got up onto the roof, I saw up to the north a streak of light go up, directly up to the north, and then very quickly after that, one large flash and two quick booms in quick succession, and then followed by a few flashes of white light just a little bit off to the east and some smaller explosions. And that was it. It was over in about 15 seconds. After that, I saw absolutely nothing. I assumed that it was a Patriot going off. Someone said that they had heard the explosion of the Patriot taking off just a few seconds before. Could have been a Patriot and intercepting a Scud on the way in from Iraq, which is directly that way. So that's about all I saw.
So over in the skies in that direction, did you see anything that would indicate missile, or was it just explosion part?
I just saw the explosion. I saw what looked like a streak of light, which was probably a Patriot going off in the same direction that you fellows have filmed the other Patriots going off. I saw nothing to indicate that there was a missile coming in. Nothing, no little black object coming in. It was much too fast.
Well, the alarms are still sounding, but we have no evidence of any more missiles in the air or any kind of explosions. Of course, we'll stay up here and monitor the situation until we're given the all clear. Once again, a restless night. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Saudi Arabia.
As we've been reporting, Iraq now claims to be holding more than 20...
I'm Patrick Greenlaw at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Susan Rook. Once again, it has been a jittery night in Saudi Arabia. Air raid sirens breaking the calm, more rockets lighting the night sky, both incoming Scuds and outgoing Patriots. Witnesses have reported hearing 2 explosions in the Saudi capital of Riyadh, and at least 1 missile has landed on a street. Our coverage begins with CNN's Mark Leff.
For the second night in a row, residents of Riyadh scrambled for cover as Patriot missiles tried to pick off incoming Iraqi ground-to-ground missiles.
Just as I got up onto the roof, I saw up to the north a streak of light go up, directly up to the north, and then very quickly after that, one large flash and 2 quick booms in quick succession, and then followed by a few flashes of white light just a little bit off to the east and some smaller explosions. And that was it. It was over in about 15 seconds.
There are unconfirmed reports a Patriot missile destroyed one of the Iraqi missiles, but the 2 others landed in the desert outside the Saudi capital. Several hours earlier, there was the first of 2 overnight alarms along the Saudi Gulf Coast, and U.S. officials reported 1 Iraqi missile had gone harmlessly into the water. This is the view from a camera mounted on an air-launched U.S. missile as the pilot in a nearby aircraft guided it into an Iraqi hydroelectric plant. Despite a recent slowdown in the air attacks because of a spate of bad weather, U.S. military planners in Washington say they are concentrating as well on Iraqi missile launchers.
We think that there's been a great deal of damage done to the fixed Scud sites. I think that's what you're talking about. They're not really hardened. We haven't seen any missiles launched from those fixed sites.
But Iraqi TV remains on the air, and it appears the Iraqi leadership can still communicate with people in the field.
Saddam Hussein, or the command element, I can't say Saddam Hussein himself, but the command element is still in control of military activity in the country.
He is dead wrong.
U.S. officials from the president on down say Iraqi officials from the president on down may be held personally responsible for any mistreatment of the more than 20 prisoners Iraq says it's holding so far. The senior Iraqi diplomat remaining in Washington, who got yet another written protest from the State Department late Monday, said Iraq will abide by international accords on prisoners of war. Mark Left, CNN, reporting.
And for the very latest on what's happening right now in Saudi Arabia, let's go live to CNN's Charles Jaco, who's standing by there with the very latest. Charles, good morning.
Good morning. It's about a little after 7 in the morning here in Saudi Arabia. Except for the one air raid alarm, a quiet night, not a great deal happened. The major story seems to be the continuing prosecution of the air war in Iraq and Kuwait. The bombardment, as we understand it, continues relentlessly. We have some new videotape here to show you. This videotape was shot a couple of days ago, but was just now released for the Pentagon pool. It's from the camera of an American jet over an Iraqi hydroelectric plant, showing the damage that can be done by the smart weapons, these ultra-sophisticated SLAM, S-L-A-M missiles that can auger into the side of a building. This shows a SLAM being fired, hitting an Iraqi hydroelectric plant and blowing it sky high. The Pentagon and others say these types of smart weapons are what allow the air war to carry on with what they claim, at least, is a minimum of civilian casualties by surgically hitting major industrial and military targets. Now, of course, Iraq now claims that U.S. and other POWs have been taken to targets like this, scientific, military, industrial targets used as human shields to prevent these kinds of attacks and perhaps do something about these surgical strikes that apparently have been so effective against Iraq. But right now, here at 7 in the morning in Saudi Arabia, it's quiet. People are getting up, going to work, and life is continuing despite the war so very near inside Iraq and Kuwait. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, as you well know, the weather's been playing a factor, and certainly in the high-level, high-altitude reconnaissance following some of these raids. How's the weather now? Is it clearing up any?
Yeah, pilots say the weather is acceptable simply because with all the technology they've got, they say they can see through almost anything. Nighttime, fog, rain, one said even tornadoes if they had them here. So the pilots we've talked to aren't especially worried about the weather at all.
Okay, Charles Jaco reporting live from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Susan?
Some reporters are getting a little impatient with the optimistic picture of the Gulf War being painted by the U.S. Pentagon. At a news conference today, reporters asked for proof of reported Allied military successes. U.S. military officials insist the Allies have air superiority and that the war plan is going as scheduled, even though it is clear Iraq still has the capability to fire Scuds at Israel and Saudi Arabia. Pentagon spokesman partly blamed bad weather for making it hard for military officials to assess what damage has been done to Iraq.
In terms of bomb damage assessment, I sense frustration here that we haven't been more forthcoming about bomb damage assessment. Let me tell you that there's frustration level all over the building about what bomb damage assessment is. As I said before, it's not like election returns. You don't just go out and do this and then the computer kicks it out the next day. It is, this sort of interpretation of this data is an art, not a science. It requires good weather, which we've had not a lot of in terms of bomb damage assessment the last few days. There is a great desire all throughout the Department of Defense, not just here in the briefing room, to have a clearer picture of bomb damage assessment.
So far, the Pentagon reports 1 American has been killed. At least 12 are missing in action. Because of the low number of war wounded, the Pentagon has asked the Red Cross to cut back on shipments of blood to Gulf hospitals. The Red Cross sent nearly 7,000 pints of blood to the Gulf in the past month. The military says 400 pints a week will be enough for now. But if fighting breaks out, ground fighting, the Red Cross says the need for blood could shoot up to 1,000 pints a day.
Iraq says it is moving more than 20 prisoners of war to strategic sites to be used as human shields. Iraqi TV paraded 7 of what it claims are Allied prisoners of war in its TV broadcast yesterday. President Bush says those pictures show Iraq is already violating the Geneva Conventions. As CNN's Charles Bierbauer reports, reaction from the White House is furious.
President Bush saw the tapes of the American and Allied prisoners of war while at Camp David, and on returning to the White House, vented his anger with Saddam Hussein.
If he thought this brutal treatment of pilots is a way to muster world support, he is dead wrong.
But Saddam Hussein's latest threat is to use the POWs as human shields at strategic installations, as he did with his earlier hostages. The State Department summoned Iraq's diplomatic representative for the third time in 3 days and raised the prospect of war crimes trials for abusing the POWs.
It's one more piece of evidence about the nature of Saddam Hussein. The fact is Iraq is a signatory to the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners.
The Geneva Conventions require prisoners of war to be evacuated from combat zones.
Under Article 23 of the Third Geneva Convention, no prisoner of war may be sent to, detained in, or detained in areas where he may be exposed to the fire of the combat zone, nor may his, or one might say her presence, be used to render certain points of areas immune from military operations.
At the State Department, the Iraqi charge sought to divert attention away from the POWs.
Old women and men and children, that they were targeted by the brutal and savage bombardment by the American and the so-called Allied planes.
State Department sources say when the Iraqi diplomat was asked if he had any evidence of civilian targets, he said no. British officials have similar concerns about the treatment of their downed flyers.
I think that we have the gravest suspicion of the means that may have been used to achieve those statements for their own political purposes.
In fact, the U.S. is not yet classifying its pilots as prisoners of war. It wants the International Red Cross to have access to the men.
There's simply no way with certainty to conclude whether those individuals that Iraq says are prisoners of war have been subject to any mistreatment. That's another reason why we repeat the importance of allowing the International Red Cross to visit those prisoners.
White House officials add that prisoners of war are a fact of war and should not be a solace for Saddam Hussein.
This is not going to make a difference in the prosecution of the war against Saddam. It's not going to make a difference.
When it is likely to make a difference is when the war is over. This is not the first time that the accusation of war crimes has been raised here at the White House. It is George Bush, after all, who has repeatedly compared Saddam Hussein to Adolf Hitler. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, the White House.
On our special...
A couple of explosions, what may have been an outgoing Patriot ground-to-air missile, some reported airbursts that may have been an intercept of an incoming Scud missile. We're really not sure. All we know is that the air raid sirens have gone off, and we've heard the outgoing roar of at least one Patriot missile. We've heard some sort of airburst. We can't tell where it was from where we are right now. We're waiting to see what's happening. As you can hear, the air raid sirens are still going off around us. People are, strangely enough, used to it. This is the first one of these attacks that's taken place early in the morning, but they're... not showing you anything other than what we've got now. What did you see there? Is that a missile going out? No. We're not quite sure. We can't show you anything else than what we're seeing right now. Because of military regulations, we are not allowed to show you where the missiles might be going, what direction they might be flying in, where the airbursts might be taking place. There's obviously something going on. We heard another dull roar that shook things a little bit, and we're waiting to see what else is going on. Right now, that's about all we know, that something is happening. We're hearing pops and things shaking, but people are staying relatively calm around here. People evacuated in an orderly way to the shelters, but apparently there is something going on. The Patriot missiles, we're assuming they're Patriots, have gone outbound, and we've heard some explosions, and that's about it for right now. We'll get back to you when we know something else. Something is happening here, and we're scanning the skies for something else coming in, but right now we can't see much of anything, and frankly, this is what we can show you on television right now because of military restrictions from both the Saudis and the U.S.
CD, if you need to take cover, I notice that you've got your gas mask in your hands. If you need to put it on, please do so. If you need to take cover, please do so. If you are able to take a question, did you think that the possible threat would be over because it is now morning there? It's what, just after 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, the whole thing is everyone assumed that the threat would be over because it was early morning, but the thing about Saddam Hussein is that he has never done the expected, and right now we have, you know, once again been surprised with the unexpected, an air raid, an apparent attack, although we can't say what the outgoing missiles hit, at approximately 20 after 7 in the morning Saudi Arabian time. All the other attacks have occurred from 10 o'clock at night till 3, 4 in the morning. This is the first one to take place in eastern Saudi Arabia during the daylight hours. Now, that sound you hear behind me is the hotel warning siren. It is not the National Civil Defense siren. So people are looking up in the skies, scanning the skies to see what they can see. Do we see much of anything out there? Can we see much of anything? Okay, well, apparently there was some word of outgoing. Again, we cannot be specific about the direction. All right, we are now led to understand that there are also firings in another city in Saudi Arabia. CNN's Carl Rochelle is here with me, just came up. Carl, I know we can't be very specific given these restrictions, but within those parameters, what did you see?
Well, what I saw, I didn't see anything hit. I looked almost straight above us. There is a vapor trail coming from my right to my left, and there's a cloud of something. It looks like it might have been an explosion, a cloud. I'd say...
Okay. My apologies for that. He's putting on a gas mask. There hasn't been any gas dropped here that we could tell.
You smell anything? No. You may smell some of the fumes from a missile exhaust going off. The missile is usually a rocket, a cordite, some sort of burning. We just heard a little thump just then. But
I have to apologize for that. I caught a whiff of something and felt momentarily dizzy. You're more experienced in military affairs than I am, but it might have been a little gas from the rocket exhaust. It wasn't anything. A lot of people have the respirators on just in case.
And again, you run to get down here. You, in my case, jumped out of bed hearing the air raid warning go on. You run down 3 flights of stairs to get out of here. It's probably 100 yards. You hyperventilate a little bit, and you're nervous.
One thing we have to point out, just so people won't think people are panicking, most people are in their shelters. They've taken cover in their shelters, and in the time we've been in Saudi Arabia, I've not seen any evidence of panic in the streets or people running around. People are not exactly taking this as a matter of course, but there's been no wholesale panic or anything. People are taking orderly precautions to deal with the threat that's going on right now.
Okay, again, everything seems to be quiet. What I saw when I walked down, when I came running down, someone had said there is a hit upstairs over our heads, right straight up above us. And I looked up, and you could see the vapor trail, the contrail that's made by an aircraft or a rocket at high altitude. And there was a round puff of smoke that indicated something happened at that point. A lot of smoke. It could be a hit from one of the Patriots taking down a Scud missile inbound, or taking down an aircraft for that matter. But right now, where we are, we have absolutely seen nothing happen. A little boom one time, a small boom, could have been the sound traveling from high on. That's not actually confirming that anything happened. We don't know that there is a hit or anything. We're just telling you what we think and what we see at this point. The air raid sirens are running. The air raid is going on. Could very well be something has happened, but we're all safe right here. The reason I'm wearing a helmet is because it's easier and safer to put it on your head than it is to carry it around in your hand. We're just trying to be prudent. CD is carrying his gas mask with him. I have mine strapped on at my side. You'll get some indication that there is gas, and one of the indications that there has been gas, there'll be an explosion pretty close to you. There has to be a way to deliver it. As far as we know, they have not yet delivered any in a rocket vehicle, in a Scud-type vehicle down to this area or anywhere else. could happen, but there should be plenty of warning on that.
Yeah, Carl, and again, I have to apologize for the audience for yelling gas and putting the gas mask on, but what happened, as Carl explained, is sometimes when the propellant goes off, I believe that's what it would be, you get this whiff of something. I felt momentarily choked up and dizzy and thought, well, better safe than sorry. And it turned out that was not the case. But again, that could have just been the propellant from the outgoing missile. We have seen streaks outgoing. We heard a bang. But as Carl said, there's no hard evidence that anything was hit. We know what we saw, but we can't speculate about what was in it or what it was. And so far, there's been no evidence that the Iraqis have been able to use chemical warheads in any of these scuds.
And you're concerned about chemicals is certainly well taken. I've been through, at least 3 or 4 briefings by
Gentlemen.
both the American military and the NATO military on this.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Excuse me for breaking in. Charles Jaco, Carl Rochelle. We are going to CNN's Greg Lamont, who is standing by at another location in Saudi Arabia. Greg, what can you tell us?
Well, the sirens went off about 7 or so minutes ago. I got on the roof within about 20 seconds. We haven't been able to hear any kind of explosions. We haven't seen any Patriot missile launches. We haven't seen any kind of Scud missiles. Earlier this evening, about 4 or 5 hours ago, the alarms went off, and indeed, as we understand it, 2 Patriot missiles were fired in the air and shot down 1 Scud. It landed in the streets here, but so far, we're hearing the sirens. We just haven't heard any kinds of explosions or anything. Usually within about a 5-minute period, at least what we've been able to ascertain, we hear explosions of some sort, and that's not the case this time around.
Greg, are you able to hear any form of radio or television or any sort of official broadcast about this?
Generally, the television here, Arab television, does not broadcast information concerning potential air raids. Why, I really don't know. Obviously, it's much different than in the States, where we have the emergency broadcast system. Very little is broadcast on television as it's occurring. You don't get a situation where the television changes programming to tell you about an emergency situation. You find out about it on the news that night.
How much warning do you have? Any idea, any estimate?
I think that's probably a question that I shouldn't answer, only because we're being told by Saudi people that they do not want us to divulge a lot of different kinds of information. One being, they don't want us to tell from the time that we hear the siren until the time that we see bombs coming, because that might give the Iraqis a chance to figure out, well, now we need to move a little closer, we need to move a little further back, or move in closer to decrease warning time to keep it different. So I guess I'd rather not answer that question.
All right. Thank you, Greg Lamont, Charles Jaco, Carl Rochelle, reporting to us live from Saudi Arabia. We will take a break. We will continue right after this.
We are under attack by Iraqi Scud missiles. We've had an impact. We have had an interception directly overhead. An incoming Scud appears to have been intercepted by a Patriot missile, which was launched here just moments ago, directly overhead, some 1,000 feet or so. That missile has been intercepted, successfully intercepted. We're taking a look now to see if debris is falling on our position. Fellas, would you please cover your heads and go inside? Please go inside or cover your heads. There may be debris coming down from this missile. Okay.
All are reported to be fine. We'll be going to Arthur Kent Live in just a moment. But first, another Patriot did intercept a Scud fired tonight at the Saudi capital of Riyadh. But 2 other Scuds apparently got through the defenses, and 1 landed in the streets of the capital. There were no reports of injuries, and the damage was light. It is already Tuesday morning in the Persian Gulf region, and the skies there, which have been overcast for several days now, are expected to clear shortly.
A rather small puff of smoke up in the sky, which may suggest that there was an intercept, but we want to be careful about what we say about that. You see it there just in the center of your screen. 3 Patriots went off. We did hear an explosion in the sky, so we expect that something took place, and now will come that little lag of time between what we have experienced and what we learn actually took place up in the skies above us.
Just sum it up for us, if you would, Forrest. Throughout the night now, and I know you're up to speed also on what happened in Riyadh, a number of false alarms and real alarms, right?
Well, if a Scud goes up, there is often a national alert here, so if there's something that's aimed toward Dhahran or aimed toward Riyadh, we could have an alert in both cities. There was a Scud that was launched toward Riyadh, and as you will see, I think, in a report you have coming up, there was one that appears to have landed more or less intact, in which they, of course, will study very carefully. So there is this tremendous concern that has been focused, although there is very little military damage that can be done, in fact, no military damage that can be done by these Scuds. Just the fact that they are ongoing keeps people on edge and keeps these alerts right there on the point.
During these alerts, and particularly when it turns out that there really are incoming Scuds, what happens to the takeoffs and landing of U.S. aircraft?
Yeah, that's a good question. I presume that they go on apace. I actually haven't paid attention to that during those alerts, and I'll try to find it out for you. But I can tell you that immediately afterwards, I have seen both F-15s and Tornadoes go right up into the sky. So while we are during the period of alert, I have witnessed planes go up. There is no all clear now. And one other interesting point, for obvious reasons, Ted, Saddam has launched these Scuds under the cover of darkness. This is the very first time with the kinds of clearing skies that we have now that we have had an alert. I can't say for certain that we've had a Scud, of course, but it appears likely that we have.
The weather is of more than incidental importance, Forrest. You've had bad weather there over that part of Saudi Arabia, over Kuwait, over Iraq, and the Pentagon has been pointing out in numerous briefings that makes it very difficult, both for some of the pilots to carry out their missions and most particularly for bomb damage assessments. So give us a weather report.
Well, it's getting a little better, and I'm told that the weather is going to be better than it was. As you can tell, it's rather warm from the way that I'm dressed, and it is a tremendously hazy night. You can get a look at that haze that they've had to deal with. Very bad during the night. In fact, yesterday, about half the sorties, I am told, came back without achieving their objectives. So it really has been harming the kinds of bombing runs that they've had. And most importantly, they haven't been able to assess the kinds of damage that they've been making with the way that they'd like, with visual sightings that intelligence can then pore over to know exactly what's going on. I think today will be a little bit better.
All right, Forrest Sawyer, thank you. It is a comparison that causes U.S. policymakers to cringe. Indeed, the only time that members of the administration or the military even mention Vietnam is for the purpose of emphasizing how different the operation in the Gulf is and will continue to be. But already a couple of similarities have developed. The number of U.S. forces in the Gulf is now approaching the maximum level of American troops in Vietnam. The Pentagon announced today that there are now over 470,000 U.S. servicemen and women in the Gulf. U.S. forces in Vietnam peaked at 536,000. And American television has been dominated these last 24 hours by some images of Allied POWs in Iraq, hauntingly similar to American air crews paraded in front of the cameras in Hanoi more than 25 years ago. What is significant about both these developments is that each carries enormous potential political impact, should the projections of a quick, victorious war prove incorrect. We have this report from Nightline correspondent James Walker.
Would you tell us your rank and name?
Lieutenant Colonel Cliff Acree.
With Iraq now claiming to hold 20 Allied prisoners of war, Baghdad radio this morning made a startling announcement. Because of persistent airstrikes against civilian and scientific research targets in Iraq by the Allied air forces, it has been decided to distribute captured enemy pilots among the various scientific and research targets. Once again, Iraq was holding human shields at potential bombing targets. And once again, President Bush was furious, saying Saddam Hussein will be held responsible if anything happens to them.
I would make the strongest appeal that these people be treated properly, that they be given the treatment that is accorded to them under the international conventions. And they are not being. And America is angry about this.
British Prime Minister John Major echoed the feeling in Parliament.
Such broadcasts themselves
are wholly objectionable in every respect.
British Defense Minister Tom King said he told the Iraqi ambassador
that any attempt at physical or mental torture or coercion to try and compel people to say things which they would otherwise not wish to say is a total breach of the Geneva Convention.
Iraq's chief diplomat said in Washington today,
Iraq respects all international conventions.
but these pictures broadcast by Iraqi TV indicate the captured pilots may have been mistreated. Among them, this British pilot who could not even raise his head to speak.
British.
And Navy Lieutenant Jeffrey Zahn of Cherry Hill, New Jersey, his face puffy, covered with cuts. Everett Alvarez, who was a prisoner of war in Vietnam, talked to ABC News anchorman Peter Jennings.
I'm convinced that they've been worked on pretty hard.
Could this also be as a result of ejecting from their aircraft?
Well, I don't recall ejections resulting in that kind of result with the face, and no, I think this is a result of being pounded on and worked on to get these prepared statements out.
Iraq broadcast interviews with a total of 7 Allied pilots, among them Marine Corps Warrant Officer Guy Hunter Jr. from Camp Pendleton, California. His statements condemning the U.S. and praising, quote, a peaceful Iraq, end quote, sounded forced to his family.
Knowing Guy's character, it must be a very extreme situation for him to make these statements. I'm sure there's a point where you're under such stress of danger of bodily harm that you will do what your captors, or say what your captors force you to say.
By contrast, when U.S. forces captured these 23 Iraqi soldiers from oil platforms in the Persian Gulf, they received the kind of treatment required by the Geneva Convention.
I have a couple Arabic speakers, so I told them they were now prisoners of war in the United States of America. They'd be treated with dignity and respect. They'd be fed. They'd be attended to medically. All they had to do was cooperate.
But for other soldiers, the war continues on, troops and tanks moving north towards Kuwait. Today, though, the Allied air campaign was cut in half by increasingly bad weather, frustrating efforts to locate and knock out the mobile Iraqi Scud missiles that have been launched against several Saudi targets. Weather has not affected the successful bombing of fixed targets from high altitude. The nose camera on a Navy fighter took this picture of a smart missile striking an industrial target. In spite of the setbacks that have marred an apparently so far successful military effort, in spite of the reality of the human cost, the casualties, the POWs, and the families left behind, this has been, from the American vantage point, a relatively bloodless conflict, thanks to our high-tech weapons. The Patriot, for example, which again tonight knocked down an incoming Iraqi Scud missile over Saudi Arabia and left it lying in smoke on a street outside Riyadh. This is James Walker for Nightline.
CNN's Carl Rochelle, we both sat through an interesting few minutes. Carl,
maybe we should make the point right in the beginning, too, that as far as we can tell, nothing was hit, except perhaps we found that the Patriots worked again as advertised. There's been no explosion in our area and no debris falling, anything like that. So everybody's safe, no chemicals or anything like that. So.
Right. A little earlier, about 45 minutes ago, I thought there was a gas attack, which goes to show you what you get when you have somebody who confuses rocket exhaust with gas. But Carl's absolutely right. We heard one blast of apparently an outgoing Patriot and one airburst. Did you hear?
As I was coming down to this location, I saw a vapor trail and I saw a big puff that looked like perhaps a Patriot had hit something else up in the sky well above us. But that's all I saw, just one trail and one puff.
Yeah, there could have been more, but that's all we're sure. We saw one outgoing apparent Patriot, one airburst of some sort, either an interception or the Patriot going off. We're not sure. We haven't gotten the information yet. We're understanding some of the wire services are saying that there was a missile intercept. We cannot confirm that, but that's what we saw. We understand that elsewhere in Saudi Arabia, something similar may have happened, or at least the sirens went off. And right now we'll go to CNN's Greg Lamott, who's, as we said, elsewhere in Saudi Arabia. Greg, what happened there?
Alarms went off, the air raid sirens, about the same time yours did, Charles, as you and I both know that wherever you are or wherever I am, when the sirens go off, they go off simultaneously. This time it appears that you got the barrage of this particular apparent missile attack. Nothing here, it's all calm, the air raid sirens are off, and To our knowledge, there were no missiles shot in our direction. However, earlier this morning, about maybe 3.5 or so hours ago, air raid sirens went off. We got upstairs. There were 2 explosions in the sky. As we've been told, 2 Patriots were shot in the sky on an incoming Scud. And indeed, sometime later, authorities were able to locate the majority of that Scud, which apparently was almost severed in half. As we're seeing the video now, you can see that it's still smoking and on the ground and almost intact. Again, no damage, no injuries, no deaths. Again, we're trying to figure out if these attacks are simply a psychological kind of attack. But everything is fine here for now. Back to you, Patrick Greenlaw in Atlanta.
Greg, let me just follow up on what you said about a psychological attack. It would seem then, and certainly the first incoming missile that we know about during daylight hours anyway, if it is a psychological warfare on the part of Saddam Hussein, certainly a lot of people are on edge, and understandably so. If he is waging some sort of psychological warfare, it at least seems to be working somewhat.
Well, it seems that the psychological warfare that he's working may be going against him, because the Saudi people that we've gotten to know are not people who show public anger. And a couple of nights ago, when there was a missile attack here, we found some Arabs in the streets where some damage had occurred, and they were extremely angry at Saddam Hussein and were calling for his ouster as soon as possible. They put it in words that can't be repeated on the air, but it surprised me because generally Saudis do not show a great amount of public anger or a great amount of public emotion for that matter. Certainly these people are tired, nighttime falls, and then you begin to wonder, when am I going to hear the alarms go off? That's aggravating as all get out. So in that respect, I guess the psychological warfare campaign is working for him, but in general, it would seem that Saddam Hussein's idea for that kind of warfare is only turning the Saudis against him.
Charles Jaco, let me bring you back in. As far as if you want to follow up on what Greg did or elaborate any on terms of the psychological warfare, but any word there whatsoever? I mean, are American authorities or the Allied authorities saying anything about this first daylight incoming missiles?
No, we haven't heard anything yet, but I can certainly buttress what Greg said. The Saudis we've spoken to, and he said the Saudi people are very slow to anger, certainly in public, are being very annoyed by this. Now, these are considered tactically almost nuisance weapons. So far, the Patriots seem to have had a 100% success rate against them. I say seem to have. No one that we know has been seriously injured. Certainly no one has been killed. There have been very few of these. People are losing sleep, and people are getting angry. Carl Rochelle, my CNN associate here, has covered military affairs for a number of years. Carl, about the Scud versus the Patriot, as I've understood from a lot of U.S. military people, and they obviously have their own horn to blow, it's a bit of a mismatch, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and I really understand and know, and I'd like to say, but I don't want to say exactly what the mismatch is. They are confident that the Patriot can deal with the Scud. They have their reasons, and if you study the rocket science a little bit, you know them, but it's not something we are allowed to say or even want to say here. I would tell you that you've seen them work. I mean, in almost every case that a Scud has come down in this area, it has been knocked down. Suffice to say, that's the technology, and how it works, we won't say, but we're just happy that it does work. And what it does, it then makes the Scud, exactly as you said, a nuisance machine. It wakes you up in the night. You hear the warnings, you come running down to the TV position, and almost every time, by the time you get here, the incoming missile has been knocked down by one of the Patriot batteries. That is why they are here, and that is why they are protecting the area. There are a lot of people who are sitting back and chortling and saying, well, you did get your tax dollars worth on these missiles, and attaboy, as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure you feel the same way.
A lot of civilians around here feel very confident with the Patriots in place. There's been some criticism that some in the media have made this seem like somehow a city under siege. I can tell you that in Saudi Arabia, life, as well as it can, with these nuisance weapons going on, continues normally. People go about their jobs. Now, they carry one of these, a gas mask with them, or some kind of protection. But they continue to do their work, continue to live their lives, and are coping with this, I think, and I think Carl would concur, amazingly well.
With just the brakes out for putting on your gas mask or whatever and going through the alerts. That's it. Everything else is going on pretty much normal.
For Carl Rochelle, I'm Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Gentlemen, our thanks to you, and also Greg Lamont, also in Saudi Arabia. Susan?
Iraqi television has broadcast statements of men it claims to have shot down. Men they claim are
Baghdad last week when he was trapped there along with other journalists. He is now in the relative safety of Jordan and is joining us live from Amman. You were there, in fact, when the bombing began, right, Eric?
That's right, Ted. Our four-man journal documentary crew was in Baghdad to shoot a documentary for our Canadian show. And we got caught by the attack. We weren't expecting it quite so soon. We were scheduled to fly out about 5 hours, actually, after the bombardment began.
And how long, in fact, were you trapped there?
We were trapped until Friday morning when we decided after 2 nights of heavy bombardment it was time to get out.
All right. We have some photographs that were shot by a Reuters photographer, and as you talk and describe now what it was like in Baghdad during those 2 nights of bombardment that you were there, we'll just take a look at those photographs. If by any chance, and I know you can't see the feed, if you can describe from your recollection, you've seen them, what buildings are involved here, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I think the photos show quite clearly the tracer bullets etching across the sky. They don't quite capture, though, the terror of witnessing something like that, when the sky just lights up in a show of deadly fireworks, basically. Flak going off and brilliant flashes like flashbulbs popping. And the noise is just absolutely horrendous. And occasionally you would hear the sound of a swoosh going right by, and we could only guess these were cruise missiles low flying. They seemed to target, by morning light anyhow, the reports came back that they had struck communications building, the defense ministry, but again, neighborhoods didn't seem to be hit. They didn't allow us a lot of access, though. That was part of the problem in being there in Baghdad. You could not get out. The phone lines were down, power was out. It was very frustrating as a reporter.
Were you able to walk through the streets at all?
Only to a very limited extent. And they basically kept very close tabs on you. We had what were called minders with us, government people, information ministry people, and they were very selective in allowing us to see certain things and not see other things.
We have heard from some of our colleagues who have come out over the last few days that Iraqis uncharacteristically were coming up to them and letting them know just how they despise Saddam Hussein. Now that, as you well know, is an extraordinary thing in that country where such criticism can be regarded as a capital offense. Did you have any similar experiences?
Only once. There was an old man that I was talking to, and when the government minder wandered away, he slipped me a small piece of paper asking me to contact someone in the outside world for him. And we had just done an interview with him, and he whispered to me that things were not quite as he had indicated in the interview, that not everyone supported Saddam Hussein. He wasn't too specific. We didn't have a lot of time to talk, but he did indicate that many people are afraid of Saddam Hussein and will just say what the government wants them to say.
Did you have any way of gauging at all what impact the bombing is having on morale? And I think you have made the point, as others have, that at least while you were there, the bombing did seem to be taking place with rather pinpoint accuracy and was staying away from civilian neighborhoods.
Yes, in terms of morale on the people, all I could really judge was from the people I had direct contact with, and then primarily in the hotel, which is a journalist's worst nightmare to be stuck in one spot. But even just talking to the staff and seeing their reactions change over the few days we were there, they went from being hopeful that there would be no war just prior to the deadline passing to, you could see the fear rise in their eyes. They were still relatively courteous to the journalists. We didn't have any problem that way. But you could see that they were more scared of us, perhaps, and the mood of the people shifted slightly. But again, you have to realize they've gone through 8 years of war previously with Iran, and a lot of this seems old hat to them. They're used to air raids. They're used to bombardments.
Eric, just a few seconds left. The trip down from Baghdad to Amman, eventful?
Hair-raising. As we left the city, we had a young Iraqi soldier as a driver. We didn't really realize that until he came to pick us up to take us out on Friday morning. We went past what appeared to be a downed cruise missile in a field. We passed 3 Scud missiles in mobile launchers heading east into Baghdad as we were heading west towards the Jordanian border. And then we passed about 24 field artillery units heading west towards the border. And when we got to the border, we discovered why. We were stuck there. The border was closed, and at night we witnessed a spectacular air attack, anti-aircraft fire lighting up the horizon.
Because there was a strategic target there, or what? I'm not quite familiar with that border area.
Well, neither was I, actually. The map showed it as being the desert area with nothing there, but I later found that about 25 kilometers east of the Jordanian border in Iraq is Iraq's largest Air Force base called the Khalid base. I wasn't able to confirm that. I didn't actually see the Air Force base myself, but people in the know, some Jordanian people I spoke to who are friends with the Iraqi forces, said that that is indeed what is there.
Eric Rankin, thank you very much. Glad you're out safely. There is, of course, a human
discussion that perhaps the Palestinians, who had been in a virtual lockdown curfew since the Allies attacked Iraq, might be freed or at least allowed to move around in their neighborhoods, that the curfew might be lifted. This morning, the Israeli Defense Force said, no deal. We're not ready to let the folks free to roam their neighborhoods. There are about 1.8 million Arabs in the occupied territories around the eastern sections of the Israeli-controlled territories. These people remain in their homes, in their neighborhoods. The Israeli government had been concerned that when the invasion occurred, especially the air bombardment of Baghdad, that some of these Palestinians might rise in revolt and perhaps create a second front on the war. That, of course, has not happened. This raises some concerns about how long the Palestinians may be held under curfew, and we'll be keeping close watch on this one. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, reporting live in Jerusalem.
Greg Lefebvre, thank you very much. Susan?
And for the first time since the Gulf War began last week, the Iraqis launched a missile attack at Saudi Arabia in the daylight. The attack occurred as dawn broke over that country. CNN's Brian Jenkins joins us now live from Saudi Arabia to tell us more about what happened. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Susan. After making it through the night here in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia with only a few false alarms, the Iraqis sent us a wake-up call at about 7:15 this morning. That's about 11:15 your time in the eastern U.S. We have just received official confirmation that one Patriot intercept missile was launched in this region. We aren't going to say where, and that it did successfully intercept the Scud missile fired here. As you said, this is the first time that this region has seen a Scud missile fired in during the daytime. You may recall that several days ago there were a couple of Scuds fired into Israel during the daylight hours just after dawn. Now, at about 4 o'clock this morning, before daybreak, in the area of the Saudi capital of Riyadh, 2 Patriot missiles went streaking through the night sky to knock down 2 Iraqi Scuds. Each of the Patriots, by the way, costs about $1 million. It's a 17-foot long, 5-inch in circumference and 2,000-pound missile. It has a super sophisticated computer-driven system that can help knock down these Scud missiles. Part of one of those Scuds fired into the area of Riyadh came plopping down on the ground. It may have been the outer shell casing of the missile. We can't be certain. In any event, it caused no real damage, and there were no injuries reported. Now, there is a fair degree of confidence here among people in Saudi Arabia that the Patriot missile can knock down any Scuds that may come our way, but the chance of an Iraqi missile getting through, the chance that it could contain a chemical warhead, and the knowledge now that an attack could come at any hour of the day or night is keeping us on guard. I'm Brian Jenkins, CNN, reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia.
Brian, exactly that. The Pentagon today reiterated the position that the Scud missiles really aren't all that effective as a military weapon, but more as a psychological one. What are the officials there telling you about that aspect of these attacks, Saudi or allied officials?
Well, it's apparent to anyone here in this region that the Scud missiles are more of an annoyance now. We are fairly confident about the ability of the Patriot missiles to intercept. The psychological aspect of the weapon clearly is the most important at this point. There have been no deaths, no major injuries. Perhaps the most important thing about the Scud for the Iraqis is the potential ability to draw Israel into the conflict and broaden the war. But because the Scud attacks are coming into areas where we can broadcast live on television, perhaps these Scud attacks are receiving attention out of proportion to their importance in the overall war.
All right. Thank you, Simon.
Report. And another.
I have no way of telling what these reports are, what the kind of attack it is, but obviously there is another attack tonight. It'll probably be some time before we're able to tell you anything about the result. It has gone quiet now. Over the last couple of minutes, people have been running to take cover. And now it is dead quiet in Tel Aviv. As I look out from my location, I can see no activity on the street. Are you still with me, Marianne?
Richard, I'm right here. We could hear everything you were describing to us very quickly. Let's hold on to your signal there. Stay where you are. And our correspondent, Charles Jaco, is going to come in now from eastern Saudi Arabia. And, Charles, what can you tell us about what you hear and see there?
Well, air raid sirens have gone off here again in Saudi Arabia. So far, no missiles have been fired, no sign of anything incoming, but the national air raid alarms went off at the hotel, in the country rather, and air raid alarms went off here at the hotel. So far this evening, we had one actual attack where we understand 3 incoming Scud missiles were knocked out of the sky, and we've had one false alarm. We're waiting to see what this is. So far, it's quiet. People have moved in a very orderly fashion down to the shelters. Excuse me while I look around. We're just kind of looking up to the sky if we see anything. So far, we do not. The streets are quiet. Everything, in fact, here is quiet. People are watching the skies, but so far, no sign of any incoming. We do have indications that this could be a real alert and not a false alarm, but as I said, so far, we've seen no incoming and no outgoing missiles. We'll let you know as details develop. All we know is that the air raid sirens have indeed gone off here in Saudi Arabia.
All right, thank you, Charles. Stay with us. We'll check back with you. Let's return now to Richard Blystone in Tel Aviv. Richard, have you seen anything further?
No, nothing new, Marianne. It looks to me as though probably whatever attack this was and however big it may have been, it is now over, although the all clear has not sounded. I did see, to recap a little bit, we heard sirens going off over a fairly wide area here in central Israel. I did see missiles streaking up toward the sky and disappearing into the low cloud, and I heard some reports of concussions. We have no way of knowing what those concussions signified yet, and it may be some time before we get something clear that we can say. Meanwhile, CNN's Richard Roth and our crew are on standby and have been keeping vigil in another location. No doubt you'll be hearing from them soon with pictures.
The picture we were just looking at was from Tel Aviv, live pictures. You could see more than one citizen outside, but with a gas mask in place. Richard, can you tell from what you saw, and we know you have limits on exactly what we are able to report because of security reasons, if you could, let's check with Jerusalem now. Richard, we're going to go to Jerusalem and hear what Greg Lefebvre, who's on the scene there, can tell us. Greg, are you with us?
Yes, this is Greg Lefebvre in Jerusalem. The sirens here sounded at about 8:31 our time. We hear that Israel radio. I am speaking to you through a gas mask, and I apologize if it is a little muffled. Israel radio reports that there has been some kind of missile attack. We are looking out the window now here in Jerusalem. The last bomb attack here was Saturday morning. The other bomb attack was here on Friday morning. The area here had a siren alert on Saturday night. That proved to be a false alarm, or at least did not result in an attack. It is nightfall here in Jerusalem, and we are anticipating further word on the situation. The sirens sounded here approximately 8 minutes ago. Then they were quiet for a short while, and then they began to sound again. Excuse me if it is difficult to hear me, but I am speaking to you through a gas mask.
We understand, Greg. We are glad you have the gas mask on. Good procedure, of course. Hang on, Greg. Let's go back to Tel Aviv now, and Richard Roth is standing by with a report for us from there. Richard?
Hi, this is producer Keith McAllister. Richard right now is moving to the camera on the roof to be able to report better to you what happened. What I can tell you now is that there were sirens also that sounded in Tel Aviv, and that we were able to see at least one what appeared to be missile fire into the air. There was one loud, thunderous noise, which one would think would be an explosion. And that's basically all I can tell you right now. If you can hold on just a little bit, we'll have Richard in front of a camera in about 2 minutes. But again, we were able to see one missile go up, and we heard one explosion.
Could you tell, Keith, from the kind of missile it seemed to be, where it seemed to be coming from, if this was an intercept missile, if this was a Patriot that you saw, or if you saw something that might have been incoming?
The missile I saw left the ground and went into the sky, and I would assume that's a Patriot, but I have no confirmation of that.
We're seeing live pictures now from the television in Jerusalem with what appears to be instructions for people as to how to properly put on their gas masks. As you may have recalled, many of our viewers may recall that early when the first strikes against Israel occurred, several people died from suffocation because of difficulties in getting their gas masks put correctly on. Let's go back to Greg Lefebvre, who's in our bureau in Jerusalem. Greg, any updates from there?
The situation here now is stable for the moment. In the Bureau, we are observing Israel television give instructions to the local people on how to dress their children in the gas masks and how to make sure that the gas masks are properly deployed.
It has Soviet subtitles.
It is very important for the populace here to address the situation calmly. As you may notice that there are Soviet subtitles here that appear on this tape because there are a great many of Soviet immigrants who have come to Israel and in fact who are continuing to pour into Israel this week. These subtitles explain the procedures in the languages, the native languages of these immigrants. As you can see, the diagrams are also supported by sign language for individuals who may not understand.
Israel Radio is reporting.
Israel Radio is telling us that Patriot missiles have been fired at incoming Scud missiles. We are you might understand that we are limited in what we can tell you. There is a very heavy censorship placed on the reporting situation here. But Israel Radio does tell us and is reporting that U.S. Patriot missiles have been fired at incoming Scud missiles. You are watching the demonstration of atropine injections. Atropine is included in the safety kits passed around.
We apologize. Obviously, we're having some signal problems with our correspondents there reporting to us from Jerusalem. But what we can repeat to you is what we just understand is the very latest word from Israeli radio confirming that indeed at least one Patriot missile was fired at least one incoming Scud missile into Israel. Instructions are being given now on Israeli television with, as our correspondents noted, some Soviet subtitles because of all of the recent immigrants from the Soviet Union to get information.
Before we can come up with clear-cut information, I should also say that there's still a rescue operation which is going on in that neighborhood, and so we cannot really conclude the entire affair.
I was told, and I was told I was allowed to say, that a woman did die as a result of a heart attack, but she had no external injuries. Is that correct?
Yes, that did happen. It happened also in previous occasions, at least when the first salvo of missiles was launched from Iraq to Tel Aviv. I think that some people also got heart attacks. This is probably as a result of the fear and the shock which that missile brings with it, but that unfortunately happens.
I want to make sure of this point. Did any Patriot missiles connect, hit, destroy any incoming Scud missiles tonight?
For the time being, I cannot confirm that information, which means that the one that landed in the Tel Aviv metropolitan was not hit or was not intercepted by any Patriot missile. It landed directly into those buildings.
What does this do to Israel's policy regarding retaliation? You have said in the past that Israel will retaliate at a suitable time. Is this a suitable time now?
Don't expect me now on CNN live broadcast to disclose all our upcoming plans. I can assure you that Israel will stick to its policy and to its right to self-defense. We are not going to tolerate such things. But at the same time, we have a lot of patience, and we figure out the time and the place what to do. Right now, there are consultations. Naturally, consultations are going on between the defense minister, the chief of staff, and other chief of staff generals, and we'll see what happens. In between, I should tell you that we are very encouraged of the reaction of the Israeli public. I'm really proud of the way the Israeli people, including the Tel Aviv area, reacted tonight. They really followed all our instructions. They went to the sealed room. They put on their gas mask, and I'm sure that everyone follows your broadcast will appreciate it.
I'm not sure if we've already been seeing pictures of the damaged areas in Tel Aviv tonight. Perhaps we can see some of those. Tell us more about the damage in these areas. What was hit by that Scud that landed?
What was happening is simply as there is when 200 kilograms of explosion hit somewhere, you can imagine what happens. Some apartments were destroyed, others were damaged, and it's also not in the very place, but in the whole neighborhood. And as I understand, you now show the picture, so your viewers probably fully understand what happened.
Yet you said earlier tonight on Israeli television the government policy of normalization, life getting back to normal. You're going to stick with that,
yes,
even in the wake of this attack?
For the time being, I think that Israel is strong, and we are strong people. We are used to it. We have been suffering from terrorist attacks along our borders for a long time, for many years, and still people went to work, and we managed to survive here and to have normal life, and I think there is no reason to stop it, although the Iraqis are trying very much to disrupt our normal life.
Israel's deputy foreign minister said tonight on CNN, I believe, or to CNN personnel, that what happened to the Patriots? If they can't protect us, we're going to have to take our own steps.
I think that recently, yesterday, the day before yesterday, the Patriots proved that they can intercept missiles. I think it's premature. It's its early conclusion. I would not jump up to those conclusions. Let us figure out what exactly happened, and then we'll figure out what to do.
People were obviously rushed from the scene to local hospitals. CNN personnel have seen people with wounds, probably cut from flying glass. Do you have any idea of the injuries so far at the hospital?
Injuries of an explosion are injuries of explosion. I'm not a medical doctor, so I cannot really give you additional information. But as I said before, this missile landed in the heart of, somewhere in the heart of the Tel Aviv metropolitan, and the damages is big, and we have approximately 60 casualties.
Do you think there's any chance of Iraq striking in the daytime at all?
They did already. I mean, Saturday morning, so 7 o'clock in the morning.
But that was, people were still asleep. It was just after dark. It was sun up. I mean, because if you're telling people to go out to their jobs, you're going to have the streets clogged with traffic. Isn't there a greater risk of panic and more injuries with people in the streets?
Richard, let me tell you, it takes time to launch a missile. You have to prepare yourself for that. And if you are under attack, as it's been going on recently by the American Air Force and the Allied forces that are still keeping pressure on the H2, H3 areas, this is not a very easy operation. But they may try it.
And those are the areas in western Iraq you believe these missiles are coming from?
Yeah, there's no doubt. They are coming only from those areas.
We keep getting reports that they're knocking out fixed and mobile launchers, but what do you think is, so far, is the effort of the U.S. allied plane so far?
To the best of our knowledge, they are doing a terrific job. We fully appreciate what they are doing. They are attacking day and night, those areas, and I believe that they will be able to clean them out from those fixed and mobile missiles. It takes time. I know we have patience. We believe that the Americans and the other air forces, the allied forces, will be able to manage and finish the job, and I wish them all the best.
As for the question of retaliation, you say that it will come at a suitable time according to Israel, and Israel alone will decide. That's right. Tonight in Jerusalem, that is, we talked to several people who gave their version of what they thought Israel should do, and that version was retaliate now.
Only the Israeli can make them. They make him be, what is the life? We know how to fix him. We know how to fix him.
It's not the question of life of somebody else. It's the question of all the countries, not only one people who die.
They don't need to fight because it's going to be a big war. I don't know. I hope this will be all right soon.
They have to get in the war. Because I don't think the Americans can do the job because they're too chicken.
Once again, in Tel Aviv tonight, one Scud missile landed in the greater Tel Aviv area in a residential area which got pounded. The several blocks that we've seen, emergency vehicles are there now trying to pry several people who were trapped in the wreckage. At least 60 people have been injured. We don't know the details on the nature of those injuries. Patriot missiles were fired. It's unclear at all whether they were managed to intercept any of the Scud missiles. The Israeli Defense Force, including Brigadier General Nachman Shai with me, says the threat is still a great one, and it is still on the people of Israel, and especially the people of Tel Aviv, who appear to be the favorite target of Saddam Hussein. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Thank you, Richard. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we hope to have a live interview from Jerusalem with Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu, and an interview with Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Can you add any more, first of all, to the report from CNN correspondent Richard Roth on just what happened?
Well, as you know, a missile with a conventional warhead hit a densely populated area in greater Tel Aviv, and we've had over 60 casualties, some of them very serious. This, I guess, shows two things. First, what we're up against is savage brutality of a dictator that has no compunctions. And secondly, it shows that the threat is still there, that it's not been removed. That as much as we appreciate, and we do appreciate, the excellent work done by the Patriot crews, that gives only a partial answer, and unfortunately tonight demonstrates that.
Can you give any kind of a thought as to why, after several nights of missiles coming into Israel, there were several nights of absolute quiet while the missiles concentrated on Saudi Arabia, and now once again they're coming into Israel. Is there a message there?
No, because we had no doubt that he would fire these missiles. We thought it was just a question of time, and he took one more night than perhaps one would have thought, but he fired them, and we expect him to fire more. He will go on firing them until his capability is neutralized. And we will act in due time and in due measure to neutralize them.
Have you, since this latest missile attack, has anybody in your government been in touch with Washington by phone?
Well, this missile attack occurred just a few minutes ago, and of course we're in touch with each other. We have our situation rooms in the various ministries connected to each other. But no, I don't know that we've actually talked to the American government. I directed our foreign ministry to inform our ambassador in Washington, but we've not been in touch directly with Washington.
It happened a couple of hours ago, right?
I'm sorry?
It happened a couple of hours ago, right?
Yes, but we've not been in touch with Washington as I understand it. Mr. Eagleberger is in Tel Aviv now. He's probably not exactly relishing this experience like all of us, but I'm sure we'll talk to him very soon.
I'd like to hear your thoughts now on the possibility of retaliation, and I know in the past in conversations you've said we don't talk about retaliation, we talk about self-defense.
Well, we're registering what Saddam Hussein is doing here. Make no mistake about that. I want you to know that. And we are taking an accounting, believe me. But I think right now the important thing in defending Israel is not to act with our hearts. Our hearts are full. My heart is full, I can assure you. But we are going to act as the people of Israel expect us to act, with our heads, not with our hearts.
Is it your feeling, too, that by responding or retaliating, for lack of a better word here, by retaliating, you could possibly make the immediate situation even worse?
We're going to take the necessary action, the necessary response that is important for the safety of the citizens of Israel and the cities of Israel. That's our overriding consideration. It was, it remains that.
Are you going to take any steps in order to ensure the safety on a daily basis of the citizens? You already had one attack over the weekend that took place in the daylight hours. Fortunately, it was in the early morning and there weren't too many people out and about. But obviously, these attacks could happen when people are out in the street.
It could happen. So far, they've happened at night. If we see other indications, we'll change our considerations. But as you know, people are going to try to maintain normal working hours tomorrow. Kids are going to stay at home, but the country is going to go to work tomorrow. Now, what we're trying to do is create a sense of normalcy in an abnormal situation. And it's not unlike I suppose, what the citizens of London went through the Blitz. We're undergoing a Blitz of our own right now. I have no doubt that we're going to defeat Saddam Hussein's designs at the end, but it may take a while, and we're preparing for the duration. We will take the necessary actions to defend the cities, and we will try to maintain a semblance or a state of normalcy as best as we can.
It must be very frustrating. On the one hand, people say, well, these Scud missiles are very inaccurate, and people think, well, they can't do anything. But on the other hand, because of that inaccuracy, these missiles are falling on places that perhaps they weren't intended. So far,
nuclear-proof bunker. Other Western news reports have spoken of such a complex, but details from the West have been scarce. The German newspaper Bild describes it as having several rooms, many filled to the ceilings with food and medicine, and complete with modern conveniences such as microwave ovens, television sets, and dish and clothes washers. Saddam's bathroom is described as having fixtures designed as silver fish. Bild said German companies designed the bunker and worked for years to build it. None of the companies was identified. The newspaper said the bunker cost more than $100 million and was paid for, we quote, by the same people who are now sitting in primitive cellars and trying to survive, end quote.
And as we told you, there are questions about Saddam Hussein's strategy. Nick Gowing has a report on Iraq's strategy.
We are nowhere near completing our campaign objectives.
The initial euphoria of Friday's apparent successes has gone. Allied commanders say that even after sustained Allied bombardments, much of Saddam Hussein's massive military machine remains intact, still a formidable threat to the Allies. Although a dozen of Saddam's most advanced aircraft, the MiG-29, have been downed, 95% of Saddam's air force apparently remains intact, scattered and hidden. Despite precision bombing, his airfields remain largely operational. In the air, the Allies have yet to win air supremacy. 6 days into the war, Saddam Hussein and his generals are employing the guile and unorthodox tactics witnessed in the early years of the Iran-Iraq war, leaving Allied commanders and analysts guessing.
The United States Air Force believes it can win the war in the air quickly and prove its worth. If you look back to 2 or 3 months ago, you even had the Army Chief, General Schwarzkopf, talking about a war lasting up to 6 months. And our own brigadier, accordingly, was extremely frank on the kind of problems that they faced. I think one wants to pay rather more attention to the soldiers and put that in the same perspective with the airmen. The airmen may not have it right, I fear.
Well-informed sources say that within the Pentagon in the final weeks of war planning, the upbeat Air Force assessment of a fast, successful air campaign prevailed over a more somber assessment by the U.S. Army, an assessment which was partly declassified last weekend. After an exhaustive analysis of Iraqi military performance during the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, the advice from the U.S. Army War College to the Pentagon was in line with the unorthodox Iraqi sit-tight response being witnessed in the war and now being analyzed by Allied commanders. At the heart of Allied interest at the moment is why, during the first bombing wave, so many planes flew to the north. The Allies claim they were frightened off. Also why, if, as RAF commanders claim, bombing has damaged so few airfields, why are almost no Iraqi planes scrambling to engage Allied planes? The U.S. Army College concluded that for most of the Iran-Iraq war, Saddam held his enemy in check, restricting it largely to a static defense. In other words, unlike classic Soviet strategy, Iraq's initial strategy is defense, prolonged and in-depth, on the ground, in the air. Operationally, they prefer the defense and are good at it, the War College concludes. In other words, digging in Kuwait with an estimated 550,000 troops and 4,000 tanks and flying the Air Force to safety instead of engaging the Allied Air Force is classic Iraqi strategy. As Saddam is not a soldier by training, analysts conclude his strategy is usually based on personal political thinking, not military wisdom. He does not care about casualties. Only in the 6th year of the Iran-Iraq war did he authorize offensive action against Iran, and only then did he cede operational control to his officers.
This has caused, at various times in his career, a very good deal of conflict with the more professional soldiers of the Iraqi armed forces. And at one point, in 1986 in particular, during the war with Iran, nearly caused the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, precisely because he believed that he could direct the battle, and directed it so disastrously that the generals said that if he continued this way, they would be defeated.
But analysis of the 2 final years of the Iran-Iraq war, when Iraq went on the offensive, concludes that Saddam's commanders were tough, resourceful, and given a high degree of autonomy. They are also flexible and not wedded to doctrine. The U.S. Army College report says Iraqi forces were by and large skilled, highly literate, professional, and superb on defense, especially effective if dislodged from dug-in positions. A commander of Kurdish forces has 8 years' experience fighting Iraqi forces in northern Iraq.
They have some very good field commanders, and they are able to launch massive counterattacks using a great deal of firepower. And also they are very good in coordinating their air and their land forces to regain the territories or the positions which they have lost.
The growing consensus now is that Saddam wants to play this conflict long, hoping that Allied air power will suffer a growing rate of attrition, of hardware failures, fatigue, and logistics problems. Saddam himself must be confident he can now protect his military assets from sustained Allied bombardment because of years of preparing hardened bunkers, hangars, and command systems in a vast number of hidden locations for the day when he might have planned to go to war with Israel. Several horrifying scenarios are circulating among defense analysts based on Saddam Hussein's unpredictability and the thinking that even if he doesn't see himself as the ultimate victor, he and his forces will at some stage during the war go down fighting as martyrs, using everything they have. Assuming his airfields are operational in some form and Saddam has retained a hardened command and control system, one scenario is a massed breakout of scores of fighters and bombers, some loaded with free-fall chemical bombs, others with devastating fuel-air bombs which spray burning fuel over large areas, a weapon never used in battle before. One destination would be Israel. The second would be Allied ground forces facing Iraqi troops south of Kuwait. A mass breakout might allow several bombers to survive sustained Allied efforts to down them all, allowing them to drop their chemical bomb load among Israelis or Allied troops, thus dramatically escalating the Allies' political and military problems. In the event of an Allied assault on Kuwait, another scenario might be several lone Mirage jets releasing their Exocet missiles against less well-defended targets, like naval amphibious vessels moving Marines towards Kuwait. If those Exocets got through, the effect could be devastating. The Allies know that Saddam Hussein has a terrible range of weaponry and has never given a clue as to how he would use it.
We are now about to get the first reaction from the White House to this most recent, the third and most recent missile attack on Tel Aviv. Frank Sesno joins us live from the White House. Frank, what do you have?
Well, Lou, first of all, this is not yet official reaction to this thing. We are told and led to believe that White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater will have an official statement of some sort condemning this recent attack against Israel fairly shortly. But in the meantime, we are told by a senior administration official that it is the administration's best guess at this time that the Israelis will continue to show restraint and not retaliate, at least not at this time. It is believed that the Israelis, should they choose to retaliate, would want to have some sort of serious effect upon the Iraqis. And this line of thinking goes anyway, that unless the Israelis are convinced that they can inflict more damage upon the Scud missiles and take them out more effectively than the American and coalition forces, well, again, at least for the time being, they will sit tight. Now, the number 2 man from the State Department, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger, remains in Israel. And a short time ago, we are told Secretary of State Baker gave a readout on Eagleburger's most recent discussions with the Israeli leadership in the Oval Office to President Bush, Defense Secretary Cheney, National Security Advisor Scowcroft. The Vice President was also there, as was the President's Chief of Staff. So this situation is being monitored very closely indeed, Lou, and some formal statement of condemnation, most likely to contain more urgings and pleas for restraint.
Scores a direct hit on Tel Aviv. And for the first time in the war, there are Israeli deaths. With the great concern about retaliation, what do the Israelis think?
I think our army should do nothing this time.
I hope that nobody will do something that will increase the price that we are paying in blood.
And refugees fleeing Iraq relate the terror of being on the receiving end of U.S. bombs and missiles.
I saw a man killed in front of my eyes, sharp nail ripped into his stomach and out of his back. By God, I want to tell Bush to have mercy on the children.
We'll bring you the latest news on the war tonight.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from New York with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
There are some passing similarities to the early days of the Civil War, when Washingtonians packed picnic lunches and drove their carriages to country hillsides from which they observed the first battles between the armies of the Union and the Confederacy. So too, in these early days of the Gulf War, we watched the cruise missiles and smart bombs homing in on their targets through remote cameras like some great global Nintendo game. The bloody reality of war intrudes only in isolated incidents. The videotapes of bruised and frightened POWs, the black pillars of smoke from the first mined oil fields of Kuwait, the first civilian dead, victims of a Scud that made it through the shield of Patriot interceptors around the city of Tel Aviv. The Russian author Dostoevsky wrote of one of his characters, "He prays for storms and dreams that storms will bring him peace." But we too are beginning to learn that after the first rush of adrenaline, war is not an escape, but an escalating nightmare. We begin tonight with this report from Nightline correspondent James Walker.
1 week after the war to liberate Kuwait began, Saddam Hussein and his military strategy remains largely a mystery. Is his military machine deliberately lying low after more than 10,000 Allied sorties into Kuwait and Iraq? Or has his ability to strike back been severely crippled? The U.S. military believes so.
I'm encouraged because of the airstrikes that have gone in. I'm encouraged because of the disruption in the command and control. I'm encouraged that we are hurting Saddam Hussein and across the board in the type of targets we're hitting. And I think the campaign is going as planned.
But is it? The U.S. apparently has no confirmed information on Iraqi losses, nor information on damage to its military complex. This much we do know. Today came evidence from satellite photographs that Saddam had, as promised, ordered the Al Wafra oil field and 2 other large storage tanks in Kuwait set on fire. Military analysts speculate that the blaze and ensuing smoke was intended to impede the Allies' so-called smart missiles from finding their targets.
This is the first time in the history of the world that oil facilities have been used either as an offensive instrument or a defensive instrument.
And Saddam is still using the media as a weapon of war. Today, Baghdad television broadcast pictures of 2 more American prisoners of war.
Captain Harry Michael Roberts.
And Saddam Hussein has continued to fire his Scud missiles toward Allied targets. Once again today in the direction of Saudi Arabia. Some were intercepted by U.S. Patriot missiles, others fell harmlessly into deserted areas.
Clear, all clear.
While Saddam failed on this front, his deadly missiles once again found their way into Israel. This was the scene tonight after the Iraqi Scud missile crashed into central Tel Aviv, killing 3 people, wounding 70 others, and damaging up to 20 homes. The Iraqi missile which struck had evaded a Patriot missile. Pentagon sources tell ABC News that the Patriot missile system that failed was not one of those brought in over the weekend, but rather one that was already in place. What is not clear, sources say, is whether it was operated by American instructors or Israeli students. A short time after the attack, Israeli officials repeated that the government will retaliate against Iraq. The only thing not yet decided is when.
Israel is going to choose the time and the place with which to respond. But I can assure you that this indicates what we're up against. This is a savage enemy.
But in Washington, where the Bush administration has been pressuring Israel not to retaliate for fear it could weaken Arab participation in the coalition, The Israeli ambassador seemed to be saying that his government might continue to show restraint.
It's not the matter of an eye for an eye, it's the matter of how to act in the best way in order to defend our population and in order to prevent further attacks in the future.
So only 1 week into the war, the Allies still aren't sure what Saddam is up to. What's clear is that despite sophisticated electronic surveillance, despite thousands of bombs and missiles, Saddam's mobile missile launchers are still firing away, threatening to bring Israel into the war, a move that could ultimately threaten the stability of the coalition doing battle against him. This is James Walker for Nightline.
For all of the wars that Israel has in the Middle East, they are, of course, 7 or 8 hours ahead of us, depending on whether we're talking about Israel or Iraq, but nothing much has happened during those few hours. But every war has its civilian victims, no matter how hard military men try to hit only military targets. And this war has seen some of the most intense aerial bombardments in history. Earlier today, we heard from some of the refugees at the Jordanian border with Iraq, who found themselves under that bombardment.
Everybody was terrified. Women were screaming, children were screaming, and everyone evacuated the area. There was no water, no food, everyone was scared. I saw a man killed in front of my eyes. Sharp nail ripped into his stomach and out of his back. All the children were terrified. We were terrified. When we went to Baghdad, it was the same raids, the same attacks, constant bombing. On the next day, the refinery exploded, and we were terrified. It's still burning now. I decided to get out.
I was sure we were going to die. When the bombardment was around us, we really thought we were going to die. But they didn't fall on us. They fell on government installations. Even so, we thought they were going to fall on our heads. I tried to control my fear in front of the children, to reassure the children so they wouldn't be terrified, so they wouldn't panic.
We heard explosions at the airport in Mosul and at the generating station in front of us. Bombs fell on civilian streets. Houses collapsed. The explosions were very close. One residential street was bombed. 5 houses were destroyed. 5 families destroyed.
I was coming back from the market in Basra. The road was closed. I couldn't get in, but the senior officer finally let us pass. As I went through, I saw 5 airplanes. They shot down 3. I saw it with my own eyes. I heard they caught a Saudi Arabian piloting a French plane, and they cut off his right ear as an Arabic symbol.
Of course the situation is unstable. We were scared. We were worried about the children. They can't sleep at night. We turned off all the lights and sat in the garden every night. So if an attack happened, the house wouldn't collapse on top of us. Our fields are planted, full of crops, and the house is full, the whole house. We left everything in it. Now my faith is in God. At least my family is safe now. It's all in God's hands. Why not give Saddam a chance? Give him 10 days and see if there is a solution. If not, well, you can always start bombing again.
By God.
Israel promises a response after an Iraqi Scud missile attack hits a Tel Aviv neighborhood. CNN's coverage of the Gulf War continues. I'm Patrick Greenlaw.
And I'm Susan Rook. Here's the latest. Air raid sirens started going off in Saudi Arabia a little over an hour ago, prompting fears of another Iraqi missile attack, but the all-clear signal sounded just moments later with no missiles launched. The situation was not the same in Tel Aviv, where 3 people were killed, more than 70 people wounded in the most decisive attack on Israel since the war began. For the latest on the story, CNN's Greg Lefebvre joins us now live from Jerusalem. Greg?
It's been a particularly difficult and for some terrifying night here in Israel, but the government still, all the same, wants to make sure that life goes on, that it will not be terrorized by Saddam Hussein. In this morning's Jerusalem Post, of course, the headline that 3 die, 73 hurt. We now hear that the new toll has gone beyond 90 people injured. Also on the front page, though, the government is urging that people go back to work. They're going to keep some of the elementary schools closed. They'll open high schools, but they want to make sure that folks go back to work. Inside is an article where some companies are going to be receiving sanctions from the government for dismissing individuals who refuse to go to work during this particular crisis. So Israel wants very much to make sure that the country goes ahead. This after an exceptionally bloody night, where the first night where Saddam Hussein has taken lives. 3. The air raid sirens blare, and a man in Jerusalem calmly dons his gas mask and continues waiting for the bus.
Jerusalem, there was a wide measure of relief in Israel. What is the mood now, and specifically, what is the mood toward Americans?
The attitude toward Americans is probably measured...
Facilities are being carried
Get into the CBS studio. When the CBS Evening News began its live broadcast, this is what happened.
This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting. Good evening. We're going to take a break for a commercial just now. We'll break for a commercial. Thank you very much.
3 people were arrested and charged with trespassing. Now, a similar action at PBS studios in New York forced the McNeil-Lehrer Hour to cut to its Washington studio. 3 protesters handcuffed themselves together and attempted to handcuff anchor Robert McNeil. Alerted by the CBS disruption, NBC reportedly stopped several protesters in an elevator before they could reach the NBC studio. In Tel Aviv, Israeli government censors temporarily cut off NBC's satellite access. This in response to correspondent Martin Fletcher phoning in an unapproved casualty report from the scene of an Iraqi Scud missile attack. Israeli censors demanded this apology.
They didn't decide, and we'll meet again in the morning. Tom?
Thank you very much, Martin Fletcher. He did unknowingly break the Israeli censorship rules, and the Israeli government has asked us to acknowledge that and to apologize. We do agree that the rules were broken unknowingly, and we do apologize.
And by the...
This is continuing CNN coverage of the war in the Gulf. I'm Charles Crawford at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
From Washington, I'm David French. A total of 6 Iraqi missiles were fired Wednesday toward Israel and eastern Saudi Arabia, but none of them hit anything. It happened about 7 hours ago. CNN's Jennifer Michael has the latest as the war begins its second week.
The air raid sirens echoed again in Israel, but this time, for the first time, the sounds were followed by a flash of success for U.S. Patriot anti-missile missiles. The Israeli military says 2 Patriots were fired, destroying an Iraqi Scud missile rocketing toward northern Israel. A day earlier, an Iraqi Scud warhead slipped past Patriots and slammed into greater Tel Aviv. As they have in the past, the Patriots reportedly foiled Iraqi missile strikes on Saudi Arabia. In this latest attack, Saudi officials say 5 Scuds were shot at Saudi Arabia, 4 were intercepted, 1 landed in the water. Saddam Hussein may widen his targets of terrorism. Baghdad radio quotes Iraq's information minister as threatening to, quote, respond strongly against all Gulf Arab states hosting U.S. and allied forces. That includes the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman, as well as Saudi Arabia. In a bid to cripple Iraqi missile power, U.S. and allied forces are continuing the tough task of finding and destroying Scud missiles and launchers.
To try and find, something the size of a gasoline tanker in some cases, or something smaller than that, that's hidden in a 27,000 square mile area is not an easy challenge.
While the Scuds still are a problem, the top men at the Pentagon offered a detailed and mostly upbeat assessment of Operation Desert Storm, a sentiment echoed later in a speech by President Bush.
Tonight, after 1 week of Allied operations, I am pleased to report that Operation Desert Storm is right on schedule.
But it isn't all smooth sailing. This is the wreckage of a British Tornado GR-1. It malfunctioned shortly after takeoff from Saudi Arabia. Before the crew members safely ejected from the aircraft, they said they steered the crashing plane clear of Bedouins living in the desert.
We get lulled into a false sense of security here. We tend to think the desert is empty, and actually there are an awful lot of people living out there, Bedouin tribesmen, small villages. So we're very concerned about where we were going to leave the airplane if we did actually eject.
At last report, Allied forces had lost a total of 20 aircraft, including 15 in combat. Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
In Washington tonight, the first public outing for President Bush since the start of the war. He spoke at the annual dinner of the Reserve Officers Association. Senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer was there with the president as he spoke, and we'll check in with Charles now. I apologize that we're not equipped to get through to Charles right now, but we'll work on that and be back with him as soon as we can. Charles Crawford in Atlanta.
All right, David, we're now going to go for an update on the latest military briefings with CNN Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer.
Charles, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney says Saddam Hussein's army will be defeated by the Allies, although he cautions against over-optimism.
No one should assume that Saddam Hussein does not have significant remaining military capability. We have to anticipate that he will try to use that against us and our allies. We have to assume that he may seek to launch airstrikes and more Scuds or hit oil fields or generate terrorist attacks. He is a man who will use any means at his disposal to break up the coalition and to avoid defeat. But he cannot change the basic course of the conflict. He will be defeated.
Other Pentagon officials say the Allied warplanes have been revisiting targets in Iraq and occupied Kuwait. Their purpose is to make sure that the command and control facilities, air bases, anti-aircraft batteries, and other high-priority targets have been completely put out of commission. And U.S. ground forces continue to move closer to the Kuwaiti theater. Preparing for an invasion, Pentagon planners say they are trying to keep the Iraqi military off balance, guessing about when the ground offensive might begin. But in advance of a ground war, the airstrikes will continue to destroy as much of the Iraqi army's logistical support as possible.
Anything that allows that army to function, we will now go after. And as we get into the process of cutting it off, we will also step up the process of killing it by going after stockpiles, ammunition, food, stripping away their gun air defense, using air attacks, and if it becomes necessary, we are assembling a fairly sizable ground force that could finish off the job should that be necessary.
But there are pitfalls, especially the potential of the Iraqi armies using poison gas and chemical warfare in any ground war. The Iraqis have stored a great deal of chemical warheads on their artillery shells. That's one reason why the U.S. is in no hurry to start that ground war. Wolf Blitzer, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
As we noted, the president made his first public outing since the start of the war tonight. He was speaking at the annual dinner of the Reserve Officers Association. And he's not ready now. Well, I guess the war is wearing on us all. I have nowhere to go, so Atlanta, it's yours.
Well, David, we'll be back in just a moment with our continued coverage of the war in the Gulf. Stay with us.
Live now in Jerusalem. Greg.
One of the last Western journalists remaining in Iraq is CNN's Peter Arnett. We talked by phone Wednesday, he did, with our Bob Kane about the conditions and the atmosphere in Baghdad now. We must caution, however, everything Peter says is subject to Iraqi censorship.
I'm sitting in the garden outside the Al Rashid Hotel here this evening. It's dark, and I'm reading my notes with a flashlight, so bear with me. We were taken on a two-hour tour of the market areas of Baghdad this afternoon, as the final week of the air war against the city is coming to an end. It seems clear that the civilian population of Baghdad is no longer concerned or very concerned about being targeted in these around-the-clock raids in the city. In the main marketplace around the sacred Kadiwa shrine, the crowd buying fruit and vegetables and fresh meat gave no sign of any stirring when the air raid alarm sounded very loudly nearby. And when a bomb blast shook the market area, it was probably a mile or two away, several minutes after the siren, The people were no more startled than if a car had backfired. Each day, government military communiques announce attacks against strategic military and industrial installations around the city, but it's clear that none of the bombing has come in close yet. But in the market areas that we visited today, there is no sign of damage, as I said, not much, no apparent effect of bombing. The population had begun coming out of doors, we could see, and going about their business. Residents said that the city water system is beginning to function again after shutting down on the first day of the war. One man said he had enough water now to use in his garden. Those we interviewed expressed defiance at the multinational military campaign against their country, and all voiced eager support for President Saddam Hussein. One young man, "I don't care what the future holds as long as our president lives." Shops open in the market areas were catering to immediate food needs. Shops dealing in other consumer goods and business establishments are tightly closed, doors bolted throughout Baghdad. I have some information on the Gulf Peace Team that has been at a camp on the Iraqi-Saudi Arabian border, about 300 miles south of here, for several weeks. There are 73 people down there, including some Americans. There's an 80-year-old man and a crippled woman. This international assembly sees itself as a human shield to avert ground hostilities in the place where it's camped, and it's refusing to leave the area for Baghdad and then home. There are about 11 or 12 from the same peace organization living here at the Al Rashid Hotel. Bob?
Peter, in an earlier report, you reported to us that you had been shown by authorities in Baghdad the bombed-out ruins of what they described as a baby formula factory. Now, U.S. military authorities say that factory had been heavily guarded. There had been armed guards, military, troops stationed around it, and that they had seen signs that it may have been used for the production of biological or chemical weapons. Are you able to respond to that?
Well, I'll tell you what we saw when we went there, Bob. It was a plant alongside the main highway leading to Jordan. There was one guard at the gate. There was, they were bringing out, as we arrived, they were bringing out a cart full of powdered milk from Britain that they used to... We had a break in transmission, and it was some atmospheric, and it was nothing to do with this end, Bob.
All right. Did you have anything further to say about the question I had asked you, Peter, then?
Well, I did answer it. I'll just repeat it.
No, that's fine if you feel you had answered it already.
Yeah, that's as much as I could tell you about it,
right.
Bob. It looked innocent enough from what we could see.
What commodities did you find in short supply there at the market area, Peter?
We could, well, there was fruit was available in quantities, oranges and bananas that were being snapped up. There were leaf vegetables, lettuce and other items. There's lots of, there was lamb and goat meat fresh being sold. And there were candles, and there were a few small grocery stores selling canned goods. We could not determine, there didn't seem to be any bread available. There was cheese. But it was not easy for us to determine what, in fact, was in short supply, Bob.
Peter, have prisoners of war been seen in public anywhere in Baghdad in the past day or two?
We have no knowledge of any prisoners of war being seen anywhere. The government officials say they will play on television tonight interviews with two POWs, one an American, one an Italian, who had been television 3 days ago. Now, the interviews are a little more in-depth, apparently, but the question, have American prisoners been seen or paraded around the city? Not to our knowledge. In fact, the streets are basically, as I say, the marketplaces have people in them, buying goods, but you don't see any crowds gathering anywhere around the place, certainly in the main city center, Bob.
All right, this has been at least your second foray out into the city, escorted by Iraqi authorities. Peter, has there been any public response to you that you can note?
Public response, that's an interesting question. Certainly the militia, the military around the city ask questions immediately when we get out of our vans and pull our cameras out, and they want to but the officials with us quickly calm it. I've told them I'm an American, and no one seems to be too concerned. At this point, I haven't found any hostility towards us from these people we meet around the city so far.
Peter, you covered Hanoi, North Vietnam in the Vietnam War era. Can you draw any parallels to or compare Hanoi then with Baghdad now?
They're two completely different cities. Hanoi was a French colonial city that hadn't had a new building constructed in it since the 30s. And it was a crumbling ruin of a place, probably even more crumbling now. And so in terms of layout, in terms of appearance, it is very different to modern Baghdad, which has a pretty fabulous modern skyline. It has wide boulevards, large gardens in the city, and a bustling population. A very modern. It is a metropolis in that sense. The parallels, of course, are the air raid alerts in Hanoi. People would rush to holes dug in the ground with steel manhole covers over them. That you had these air raid alarms in Hanoi. They would sound, say, 10 minutes before the attacking planes come in. That's exactly what happens in Baghdad. And you had a sort of purposeful population in Hanoi that had gotten used to air assault, and I think you have that in Baghdad. They have for 8 years, as they keep telling me, been fighting Iran, and occasionally they were certainly hit with missiles, not infrequently, Bob.
Has President Saddam Hussein been seen in public, Peter?
Not that we know. We have not seen President Saddam Hussein in public. We don't know if he has been seen. He was on television a couple of nights ago making a speech, but no, not to our knowledge.
Are you getting any estimates, or can you make any, of damage and or casualties in Baghdad?
I cannot make any estimate. In fact, we could see only what we see from the hotel windows, and you probably have a better idea of the damage to strategic installations than we do. I can only report that in the civilian being shown, other than the powdered milk factory, we have seen no damage so far. Now, the government is claiming that in other cities, such as Mosul in the north, there was a mosque hit, and that a civilian area or school was hit, and some people around there were hurt. But that's as much as we can tell you so far, Bob.
Is Iraqi television still on the air, Peter?
Iraqi television is indeed on the air. It broadcasts every evening around 8 o'clock. Well, that starts earlier in the evening. It's several hours of sort of entertainment programming. It's interesting that for the first 4 days there was martial airs and very militant music and programming. Now it's gone back to sort of normal entertainment and dancing, other than in the half to hour to an hour news program in which they have a series of military communiques. I'm not sure how people in the city see the television if they have a community television set which has power. We in the hotel see it because there's a hotel generator that we can look at this television program. But I have been told that some cities around it is a national program, and cities around the country are seeing it, cities that do still have power, Bob.
How frequently is the city being attacked from what you're able to tell?
Up to yesterday, the raids were around the clock every 2 to 3 hours. Today, I can count probably 2 to 3 raids so far, but most of the bigger raids seem to come late in the evening or early morning hours.
Have there been any diplomatic comings and goings in the city that you know of, Peter? Are there any diplomatic initiatives underway or hinted at?
The only diplomatic word I can report that it was pictures on Iraqi television the other night showed President Saddam Hussein meeting with Ben Bala, a former president of Algeria many years ago. He is visiting, and I guess he's stuck here. But he was seen meeting with President Saddam Hussein. We know of no diplomatic initiatives other than, the rejection that Saddam Hussein made a couple of nights ago to apparently a Gorbachev message. The President Saddam Hussein said that the message looking for a peaceful settlement should be directed at President Bush rather than he himself. He claimed that Iraq has always looked for a peaceful solution to this problem here.
Would you, Peter, from where you are, note any signs of preparations for a counter-offensive if one were underway?
I haven't seen anything like that, and if I had, I couldn't report it. But literally, I have seen very little to do. None of us have seen anything to do with any military activity really here other than the very strong anti-aircraft defenses that we see functioning every day, Bob.
Peter, what is the process that you go through right now to get in touch with us? You say that you're in the garden of the Al Rashid Hotel. Tell us a little more about that.
Well, we're using an MRSAT satellite phone that comes in a suitcase that is powered by a generator that we have going behind us, which is a gasoline generator, and we have a search every day for gasoline. We have the phone inside the lobby. We pull it outside into the garden as far from the generator as we can, so we can hear ourselves speak. We aim it into the sky. It's very simple to use. It takes us only about 3 minutes to set it up. And I am sitting here. There's a Ministry of Information official sitting near me, but he is not in. And what I'm telling you now, earlier the dispatch I read to you was looked over. It is subject to censorship. That there's very little done, but he is here, and we are being supervised. The conditions at the hotel are not easy to work in. There are no elevators. We walk up and down the stairs, but they are serving 3 simple meals a day, and we can get bottled water from the town. I've learned how to shower, shave, and shampoo on 1 bottle of mineral water a day, Bob.
You will have to show us that at some future date, Peter. Have you been able to contact any government officials other than those who accompany you?
No, we had the information minister, Mr. Jazim, we met at one point. Met any other than those in the information chain of command. And not as yet anyway, Bob.
You spend, of course, necessarily only a limited amount of time filing reports, Peter. How do you spend the rest of your day? What are you allowed and not allowed to do?
That sounds like an editor or an executive producer asking, what are you doing with your time, man?
It is. It is.
Actually, it's that is a very good question. We spend a lot of time lobbying our officials here for an opportunity to actually go out. But it takes some time to prepare anything we do because of the lack of power. I mean, I either write by longhand my notes, or there's one typewriter that's floating around the peace group that I can occasionally get my hands on. There's, modern technology failed here as far as the press corps is concerned. In the office, there are 4 laptop computers in the CNN workroom here. None of them work. The batteries have long ago died. And we have no hot water. I spent the first part of the day figuring out how to get clean, and I have a pile of laundry which I don't know how to wash. It's probably looking presentable, takes a while, but basically I'm waiting around hoping to get a chance to use this phone I have, this MRSAT phone. They basically say you can use it a couple of times a day. And it's a matter of getting their approval to use it, and then going out when we can. And in the evening, tonight now, it's getting pitch dark. We will have dinner in the hotel. I'll look at our videotape that WTN team shot, and we'll look at it with a generator power and see what we can do about getting it off in the morning to Jordan. Every morning we have a taxi that moves goes to Jordan from our location. It's an all-day affair, and often it's not till late in the evening that the tape arrives in Amman, but the system seems to be working. There is no censorship so far of any of the videotape that we're sending.
Well, Peter, CNN has been criticized for leaving you there. Questions have been raised also about whether there are efforts underway to influence your reporting. How independent are you, other than what we know to be the censorship, the occasions when they say, no, you can't say that?
I think the only information that they're reluctant for me to mention is security material. They don't want me to talk about important buildings that have been destroyed in the bombing. I mean, they don't want me to say that such and such an installation was hit for the 4th night, and they don't want me to talk about the changing skyline of Baghdad. So that comes under military security, and I know they wouldn't let me talk about anything about movements of any military hardware around that I would see. Not that I have seen much. They just ask me what I want to send and what I want to do, and we do it, and I try to present to you as best I can what I can actually see. I think I've given the parameters of what I can see from the roof of the hotel and around the town. Of course, we're under a controlled environment. We're nowhere near the front. I've these conditions in quite a few capitals in the last 30 years of being a foreign correspondent. And I don't think the conditions here are probably more relaxed, say, than when I was in Hanoi in 1972 or in some other locales where there has been pretty strict supervision. I think the fact that I can sit here and talk with you for 10 or 15 minutes means that they are fairly confident that I am not getting access or, you know, to the kind of information, or that I am probably being able to, I don't know quite what I'm trying to say, but they probably feel I haven't had access to the kind of information which could be detrimental to it, that they certainly do not point me too much in any direction, insisting on me saying anything to you, Bob.
Are you free to leave if you want to, Peter?
I am free to pack my bag and get into one of the half a dozen taxis outside and pay a considerable amount of money, but I could actually leave at any time and make the 7-hour trip to the Jordanian border and go to Amman, Bob.
We are sitting here looking at a still made from a tape of an earlier transmission showing you at the satellite dish where you stand, Peter. Why haven't you left then?
Why don't you ask me that question again, Bob? I didn't quite hear it.
Well, why have you not left?
Well, why haven't I not left? Well, I've been in much more dangerous situations in my career, Bob, with much less attention that I'm apparently getting now. I haven't left because the story is quite doable. I don't think we're in any real danger in the city. This is an air war that is targeting strategic installations. I am not sitting in a strategic installation. I'm with officials who are interested in getting their point of view across, who believe that they have a point of view which the world should hear about. They are concerned about our security and our safety. The hotel is functioning. I don't see any reason in the world, Bob, to leave here. I think the first 2 or 3 days of the war I did some soul searching because I was not sure what the multinational force would do when with its bombers over Baghdad. But it's clear to me that the danger is not really a consideration anymore. The other reason I'm here is that, you know, I'm with the CNN, a great international news organization, and they should have someone here. And I'm here. I stayed in Saigon when the fall of Saigon, when I worked for the Associated Press with a couple of colleagues, because I felt that the AP, which had covered the war for a decade, our readers, our editors, had the right to know what the final curtain, when it fell, what was behind that curtain. And I guess I'm doing what war correspondents have done, certainly for a century that I know of, Bob.
All right, Peter, we're going to look forward to your next report. Anything you have to add before we ring off?
Nothing, Bob. It's just a pleasure talking with you and with the outside world.
We ask our viewers to please keep in mind that Peter Arnett's reports from Baghdad are based on official statements by the Iraqi government and whatever personal observations he is able to make. His movements in Baghdad are restricted by the Iraqi government. He has no access, as far as we know, to outside independent sources of information. When we return, the latest developments in the Gulf.
Information. Allied forces announced new successes. Among them, the United States Navy pushes Iraqi troops off a small Kuwaiti island and sinks an Iraqi minesweeper, while a Saudi warplane shoots down 2 Iraqi fighter jets near the Saudi coast. From Baghdad, a new flurry of pronouncements and pictures, a carefully planned Iraqi perspective of how the war is going. Iraq provides this video of the area near the capital city. It is said to show damage to residential areas, shops, schools. In Baghdad, CNN's Peter Arnett reports this video tour is part of an Iraqi effort to show Allied claims of pinpoint strikes against military targets are not so accurate. To back that up, Iraq offers pictures of what it contends are civilians being pulled from the rubble of war. In addition to the new video, new quotes from President Saddam Hussein, reportedly telling his frontline troops the Allies will get, quote, the punishment they deserve.
And now an update from Saudi Arabia and CNN's Christiane Amanpour.
Catherine, the military tells us that a U.S. Navy bomber
sank an Iraqi minesweeper in the Persian Gulf, and that another Iraqi minesweeper sunk after it hit one of its own mines. Now, apparently, U.S. helicopters rescued 22 Iraqis from the water, took them to the cruiser USS Kurtz, where they're being detained pending transfer to a POW facility. Another 29 Iraqis were captured when Allied forces took back a tiny island off the Kuwaiti coast. 3 Iraqis were killed in that encounter. In the air, a Saudi pilot flying a US-made F-15 jet shot down 2 Iraqi French Mirage jets. That happened today, we're told. Although 19 Iraqi planes have been lost in air-to-air combat, this is the first time a Saudi pilot has made a kill during this war. Listen now to the sound from the cockpit as the Saudi pilot makes his attack. You'll also hear the voice of retired General Perry Smith explaining the action.
There's the target designated box. There it goes. There goes the missile. And the target is destroyed right about now. And he'll call the kill. Now he's going to... Target destroyed! The first target destroyed! Target destroyed. And he ends up firing another missile. I think we just saw that one go.
3, 4, no right. Okay, let's proceed back there. 620, say ID abandoned.
No.
We got bandits, both target destroyed,
Both targets destroyed. So he has now killed both targets from the rear. 2 F-1s have been destroyed by this Saudi pilot. The first double kill in this war. Quite a performance.
And afterwards, a clearly thrilled Saudi pilot said he couldn't wait to find and shoot down more Iraqi jets. Catherine?
Shell, we've been hearing reports, of course, about the air war and more reports now about naval activity offshore. Where do you see the next development in your territory?
Well, can't tell where the next development will come from, whether it's ground, whether it's from the sea. What we do know, U.S. officials telling us that a massive rehearsal is taking place for a possible amphibious landing, a rehearsal of troops, the largest such amphibious exercise since the landing in the Korean War.
We certainly have been hearing more from the naval aspect of the conflict. Thank you, Christiane Amanpour, for that update. Back to you, Bernie.
Pentagon strategists remain optimistic about the effect of the air war against Iraq. Our military affairs correspondent Wolf Blitzer reports the United States and its allies are in no rush to move the action from the air to the ground.
During the first week of the war, the Pentagon says the Allies have conducted 15,000 combat and support air missions compared to fewer than 50 sorties a day by the Iraqi Air Force. The Pentagon says Allied planes have been able to destroy 22 Iraqi aircraft on the ground, but that much of the 800-plane Iraqi Air Force remains intact because its planes fled north or have been hidden in hardened shelters. Experts say these shelters are buried under layers of sand and made of steel and concrete. The doors weigh 40 tons and are nearly 2 feet thick. A final protection is a concrete blast wall. But even if a huge bomb hits the shelters, there's no easy way of knowing the extent of the damage. Still, U.S. officials say the air war is moving ahead.
The air campaign is very carefully planned and orchestrated, and I will just assure you that it is proceeding on schedule.
So far, Pentagon officials say Iraqi planes rarely go up to challenge the Allies, and when they do, they quickly turn and run away. One senior military official said Allied aircraft could easily take on the entire Iraqi Air Force, even if Saddam Hussein used it to make a massive counterattack.
Between our fighter aircraft, our air defenses, and our ability to react to an attack like that, we would handle that without any difficulty.
The U.S. has been heavily bombing the communications facilities Iraq uses to control its Air Force and Army, but a top U.S. defense official is concerned that Saddam Hussein may be finding ways to restructure his command centers.
We're watching him very closely. We've watched him reconstitute his command and control. He's making every effort to do so. It's, of course, critical to him.
The Pentagon says the U.S. is continuing to use B-52s to heavily bomb the elite Republican Guard in southern Iraq and northern Kuwait. And with clearer skies and improved weather over the Kuwaiti theater of operations, Pentagon officials say they're expecting to get a better reading on the extent of the damage they concede can be difficult to assess.
When you target a building, you can pretty clearly see whether you've damaged the building or not. You can look at it, you can decide whether you need to target it again or whether you've punched it hard enough. An army is individual tanks all spread out, armored personnel carriers spread out, and hidden from view. You don't really know until the enemy has to come out and face you.
Williams also says the airstrikes have destroyed Iraq's ability to manufacture a nuclear weapon. Other officials say there has been no detection of any radiation fallout. And for the first time, Pentagon sources confirm that submarine-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles have been used to knock out targets in Iraq, in addition to Tomahawks launched from U.S. battleships. Despite all this firepower, Williams says it's still too early to draw any final conclusions.
It's a little like asking the coach, okay, he's pitched twice at you. What do you think his major weaknesses are? I mean, we're still in the very early part of this phase.
The Pentagon says it has plenty of time and bombs to carefully and methodically pursue this air war. Officials say they're in no hurry to start a ground war, which could result in a lot of Allied casualties. Bernie?
Wolf, what would determine when the alliance might move on the ground?
2 points, Bernie. One would be when they determined there was no more damage they could do from the air, that in order to get this thing done, the Allies would have to go in on the ground. The other point would be that if, in fact, at the end of this period of the air war, the Allies determined that they could go in, the Iraqis were weak enough, there would not be extensive casualties, then the alliance would begin to move in on the ground.
Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Catherine?
There's an indication a missing CBS News crew could be inside occupied Kuwait. The four are reporter Bob Simon, producer Peter Bluff, cameraman Roberto Alvarez, and soundman Juan Caldera. The all-terrain vehicle the journalists were using was found Monday in a remote area of Saudi Arabia near the border with Kuwait. Saudi officials say trackers followed their footprints north into Kuwait, but found no trace of them. The CBS crew left behind cash, personal belongings, and television.
Thank you, Catherine. After 2 years in office, President Bush holds one of the highest midterm approval ratings in history. A CNN Gallup poll taken January 11th through 13th shows Mr. Bush's popularity increased in his second year, the only time that has happened in presidential polling. The first year of his presidency, George Bush saw an average approval rating of 64%. It is now 66%, equal to Dwight David Eisenhower's.
Like the sands of the Arabian Peninsula, borders and allegiances have been shifting here for over 6,000 years. The Gulf War is only the latest confrontation. It's no exaggeration to say that civilization began in southern Iraq. In the ancient city of Babylon, King Hammurabi laid down the first legal code. It was here that writing began. Agriculture, arts, and literature flourished. So did war. And war has been this region's fate for thousands of years. Wars over riches and over beliefs. 1,300 years ago, the Prophet Muhammad began to preach a vision of uniting the Islamic people in one community based on faith, a nation called Ummah. That vision of a single Islamic nation lives today in the rhetoric of Saddam Hussein. There's nothing new about the West trying to impose its own sense of order in the Middle East, a land that to most Western eyes seems untamed and volatile. The West has always had its reasons. Maps put the region in the center of the world. Since ancient times, it's been strategically vital to the West, first for trade and shipping, more recently for oil. The Ottoman Empire was the closest thing to an Arab superpower. It lasted 600 years. When it collapsed in 1918, it left an Arab power vacuum. Western countries were only too happy to rush in. Britain led the power grab. A diplomat, Sir Percy Cox, carved up the region.
He got together the ruler of Saudi Arabia at the time, King Abdulaziz ibn Saud. He got the ruler of Kuwait, and he got a minister from the new state of Iraq. And he said, well, we're going to make some changes. And he got out a red pencil, and he drew the lines that now we are fighting over. Because these states were established on an entirely different basis, on a secular basis, on the basis of Western traditions, with Western values, these states have had quite a lot of trouble developing political legitimacy and stability.
In attacking Kuwait, Saddam Hussein was asserting old Iraqi border claims. His other goals speak of the ancient history of his country. To succeed the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia, and unite the Arab people. His message may be lost on many modern-day Westerners, but it resonates with some Arabs who mistrust the West and still cherish Muhammad's dream of an Islamic nation. If he can stir their passions, even amidst military defeat, Saddam Hussein would make peace even more elusive in a region that now suffers yet another war. Jill Doherty for CNN, Washington.
CNN is your network for the latest on the Gulf War. In Washington, I'm Bernard Shaw. Good night, Catherine.
Good night, Bernie. I'm Catherine Cryer at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and the news continues.
Horror of war. And the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Charles Crawford at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Patrick Greenlaw. Here's the latest. Iraq's elusive Air Force showed signs of life on Thursday, but not for very long. The U.S. Navy scored a victory in the northern Persian Gulf. The feared Iraqi Scud so far apparently has taken a night off, but not the relentless pounding of Allied aircraft. The latest on the war from CNN's Mark Leff.
By all accounts, the damage to Baghdad and other Iraqi cities that's been shown on local television and distributed outside the country has come from the air. From bombs and missiles the Desert Storm Command says are highly accurate and carefully calculated to hit military targets. The prisoners Iraq has let the rest of the world see have also apparently all come from the air. But the Iraqi prisoners captured so far have all reportedly come from Persian Gulf waters off the Kuwaiti coast. A dozen captured Monday on an oil platform turned anti-aircraft position, and, says the U.S. military, 51 more captured after another offshore clash.
A U.S. Navy A-6 sunk one of two small Iraqi minesweepers in the vicinity of Ghura Island, 22 nautical miles east and 18 nautical miles north of Kuwait-Saudi border. The other minesweeper apparently struck an Iraqi mine while attempting to escape and sank.
British forces were apparently also involved in the operation. Reports indicate Iraqi soldiers on that Kuwaiti island surrendered after a brief firefight in which 3 died.
Tonight, it is under Allied occupation, or as some might prefer, liberated. And the flag of Kuwait is flying there again.
In the air over the Gulf, a Saudi fighter pilot in an F-15 went after a pair of Iraqi French-built Mirages, and with guidance from a nearby U.S. radar plane, hit them both with missiles.
Radar bandit, both target destroyed, both target destroyed.
The eastern coast is full with a lot of targets. Their heading was running toward those targets. Their speed, there is a lot of things that was indicating that those guys going for a target.
Both Iraqi planes were reportedly armed with Exocet missiles, the same kind Iraq used effectively against shipping during its 8-year war with Iran. In 1987, an Iraqi pilot used one to hit a U.S. Navy vessel. What Baghdad then officially called a mistake killed 37 sailors on board the Stark. So far, the U.S. Defense Department reports a total of 22 military men from the anti-Iraq coalition missing. Saudi military officials report a 4-man crew from CBS News, last heard from on Monday in eastern Saudi Arabia, has apparently gone across the border into Kuwait, leaving equipment and money behind in their car. And somewhere in the same area, U.S. Marines have been trading fire with Iraqi gunners across the border. As of Wednesday evening, before these pictures were released, Fox Battery's commander said none of his people had been hurt. Mark Leff, CNN.
At least one since.
You have your mask?
Gary, that was a Patriot that you saw this in the second incident?
Yes, I believe so.
So it was a defensive...
We're being told to put our masks on.
Do that, Gary.
However, there's no indication that I cannot say anything about there being a chemical attack.
Please go ahead and put that gas mask on. We'll stay with you, Gary.
I will be right back. Just a minute.
Okay, Gary. Very good. To recap from Tel Aviv, we're going to show you the videotape that we just received in a short time ago of missiles over Tel Aviv. Our correspondent Gary Stryker described to us what he could see, at least 2 separate incidents of Patriot missiles being fired. The air raid siren went off some minutes ago. The all clear has not yet been sounded. Gary is getting a bit of protection and putting his gas mask on, as was recommended to him by the Israeli military, who are standing by with him and monitoring his reports on CNN. As you can see, that apparently was the second incident that Gary reported to us, the most recent of the 2, a loud bang, and you saw clearly the rather extraordinary light show that is becoming a regular feature for the people who are experiencing it over the skies in Israel. This apparently, according to the deputy IDF spokesman who spoke with Gary just a moment ago, the 5th time that there has been missile activity over Israel, and the people of that country are we imagine, beginning to get used to living under these conditions, hearing the air raid sirens and being told to go into their sealed rooms, to put on their gas masks, even though there has been, as yet, no evidence of any kind of chemical attack. It is always, of course, good to take those kinds of precautions. The incoming missiles apparently countered with Patriots in what appears to have been 2 separate incidents. This was the first. You see 2 lights in the sky, 1 explosion, and then this one exploding in the sky. The Israeli officials have not given us specifics on exactly what happened, but as you saw there, it appeared to be a hit. One could speculate that that was a Patriot hitting an incoming missile, an Iraqi Scud missile, but we do not have confirmation on that. We are still waiting for the Israeli officials to give us more details, and Gary Stryker is getting himself a little more secure. We will, of course, get back to Gary if anything else happens.
Bombed out housing in the city of Al-Dur, north of Baghdad. It is where Iraqi officials escorted CNN correspondent Peter Arnett on Friday. Arnett reported on Baghdad's claims the U.S.-led air war was killing a lot of Iraqi civilians.
Local officials said no shelters had been constructed in the community because it was not considered vulnerable to attack.
Arnett reported he saw no military targets in the area. In fact, U.S. intelligence sources say Al-Dur is a major site for Iraq's defense electronics industry.
In the vicinity of that town, there was a military munitions depot, a chemical warfare production and storage facility, and a military communications site.
Nearby is Samarra, the country's largest complex for manufacturing chemical weapons. And destroying Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons capability has been a primary goal of the air war. The Iraqis have charged that coalition pilots have rained their destruction on a town called Salman Pak and its people. Intelligence sources say Salman Pak is a center for the production and assembling of biological weapons. Then there was the Iraqi claim that U.S. planes had hit a baby formula factory, the topic of another Peter Arnett report. Presidential spokesman Marlon Fitzwater said this week Arnett was being used by Iraq. The Defense Department, too, was irritated.
There was a story earlier today about the infant formula factory. It is not an infant formula factory, no more than the Rabta chemical plant in Libya made aspirin. It was a biological weapons facility, of that we are sure, and we have taken it out.
None of this means that bombing is ever free of civilian casualties. It never is. Peter Arnett on Friday said it well.
I think our viewers will have to get used to reports of this nature, John. You can't sort of load thousands of tons of bombs on a country like Iraq with 17 million people and not expect to get civilian casualties.
But just as true is that Iraq clearly feels it has an interest in claiming its civilian population is a major target in the war being waged against it. Gene Randall, CNN, Washington.
Abu Nidal, a world-famous terrorist and a threat to the USA. We'll have his report when we come back.
Oscar 2375, good day.
He understands contact bunker. Roger, Cubs. Positive 1.
Hey, you got,
and confirm.
Iraqi officials say the United States Navy did not retake a small Kuwaiti island this week. A report on Baghdad radio today claimed Karoo Island was a temporary listening post and Iraqi troops withdrew voluntarily. U.S. officials reported 3 Iraqis were killed and 51 surrendered and were taken prisoner in a fight for that tiny island. Baghdad radio also reports there will be no more television interviews of captured Allied prisoners. The report said the interviews will resume, quote, at the appropriate time. Iraqi television has shown pictures of President Saddam Hussein meeting with members of his Revolutionary Command Council. There's no way of knowing when or where these pictures were taken. Iraqi television is also showing scenes of Iraqi citizens looking over damage to buildings in and around Baghdad.
Abu Nidal, the FBI says he is the terrorist most likely to strike at United States interests around the world. CNN Special Assignment Steve Emerson takes an in-depth look at Nidal.
The most dangerous terrorist organization in the world, says the Pentagon. Responsible for over 300 deaths in 20 different countries, says the State Department. The name of this group? The Abu Nidal Organization. ANO, as it's known, is led by this man, Sabri el-Banna, better known as Abu Nidal. Abu Nidal moved his base of operations to Baghdad early last year. Hundreds of ANO terrorists are estimated to be training around Baghdad. But Abu Nidal operates far beyond Iraq. ANO has bombed and assassinated and murdered all over the globe. A brief sample of his handiwork. Paris, 1982, grenade attack. Rome, Vienna, 1985, machine gun attack. Karachi, 1986, hijacking. Greece, 1988, grenade attack. Beyond the Middle East, Europe has been a stronghold of the Abu Nidal organization for years. But only now have the European police begun to crack down. In the past few days, according to intelligence sources, more than 100 Iraqis have been arrested or expelled from European cities. Intelligence officials believe some are Abu Nidal organization members. Of particular concern, Iraqi intelligence officers attached to European embassies. They are believed to be go-betweens from the Iraqi government to Abu Nidal operatives on the ground in Europe. The U.S. says that the Abu Nidal organization gets a third of its income from seemingly legitimate businesses. These front companies provide cover for the terrorists as well as money for their operations. CNN has learned new details about the financial structure of Abu Nidal's organization. Here's how an East German Nidal front company worked. Zibato was based in East Berlin, Germany, with a branch office in Damascus, Syria. Zibato claimed to be an international business consulting firm, but Western intelligence sources say it was staffed by Abu Nidal operatives. Zibato was quietly closed down by the East German government in 1987 after a State Department protest. But intelligence sources tell CNN that Abu Nidal continues to operate front companies in Bangkok, Thailand. These businesses provide revenue to buy electronic equipment in Thailand for the Abu Nidal organization's explosive devices. Intelligence officials say these front companies are used to circumvent sanctions against Iraq. Thailand is now on the alert for terrorism. The State Department says there are credible threats to American and Western interests in the next several days. Intelligence sources say that Nidal operatives would be likely perpetrators of such an attack. In Tunisia, Abu Nidal may have already struck, according to intelligence sources. January 14th, Salah Khalaf, the #2 man in the Palestine Liberation Organization, was assassinated. Khalaf, known as Abu Iyad, made the mistake of criticizing Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. He paid with his life. U.S. intelligence officials tell CNN that the Abu Nidal organization has cells in New York, Detroit, and California. These cell members can provide cash, weapons, and safe houses to operatives arriving from the Middle East or Europe. FBI officials say, however, that most of the Abu Nidal cell members in the United States are under close surveillance. Stephen Emerson, CNN Special Assignment.
Still ahead in this, the U.S. used fighters and fighter bombers. The Iraqis used Scud missiles and oil. The U.S. High Command says there have been more attacks on Iraq and Kuwait in the last 24 hours than on any other day since the war began. As for the Iraqis, they have opened a pipeline and, according to the U.S., are pouring millions of gallons of oil straight into the Persian Gulf. They have also successfully attacked Saudi Arabia and Israel again with their missiles. We begin with ABC's Dean Reynolds, who's in Tel Aviv.
There was a frightening duel in the sky over Israel tonight. Patriot missile interceptors creasing the darkness in search of Scuds and turning one shock from Iraq into so many shafts of light. But some of the Scuds were only deflected. When 8 to 10 of them fell to earth, they did real damage, both in Tel Aviv and in Haifa. And several of the Patriots found nothing at all, vainly skimming the horizon until crashing back toward the people and property they were supposed to protect. Watch this slow, arcing Patriot scour the clouds for a target before suddenly dropping like a rock on Tel Aviv. The Army explanation was not reassuring to Israelis.
Sometimes a Patriot missile may run into the wrong place, or even as a result of some technical error, it should go down into the earth.
The Army said it was too early to say whether the Scuds or the errant Patriots did most of the damage. On the ground, there was bedlam. Houses were blasted, cars set ablaze, people bloodied.
There's a bombs, there's a big bombs. All my body is moving.
Most of the roofs are damaged. Everything in the house is broken.
Authorities say one person was killed and at least 60 injured. And as dogs search for anyone still missing tonight, Israelis were asking a straightforward question.
How much can you take it?
Israeli officials say they are balancing two competing considerations as they weigh their response to Iraq. How much this country can gain from its policy of restraint versus the need to address the growing concerns for public safety. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
Saudi Arabia came under another missile attack as well. One Iraqi Scud was destroyed in the air by a Patriot missile over the Saudi capital, Riyadh, but a second one sheared off part of a 6-story building. One person may have died. An unknown number were injured. In 9 days of war, according to the U.S. High Command, Iraq has now launched 44 Scud missiles, 24 at Saudi Arabia, 20 at Israel. The Pentagon won't give numbers, but it's believed the U.S. has fired at least twice that number of Patriot missiles trying to intercept the Scuds. Which raises the question, will the U.S. run out of Patriots before the Iraqis run out of Scuds? Here's our Pentagon correspondent, Bob Zelnick.
Pentagon officials privately expressed concern that the stock of advanced Patriot missiles is dangerously low. Sources here now place the number of these U.S. Patriots in the theater at less than 500. The first generation of Patriots was designed to destroy attacking aircraft, not missiles. But 5 months ago, anticipating the possibility of war in the Persian Gulf, the Army ordered the contractor, Raytheon, to begin producing the more advanced anti-missile version as soon as possible. According to industry sources, Raytheon has been producing the new Patriots at the rate of 100 to 200 per month. But sources here say the arithmetic of war now favors Iraq, which is believed to have between 350 and 1,000 Scud missiles facing those 500 Patriots. And 2 Patriots are often fired at a single incoming Scud.
But Iraq has relatively few mobile launches left for its Scuds, so the U.S. priority remains finding and destroying them. Once the launchers are gone, all the Scuds in the Iraqi arsenal will be of little use. Bob Zelnick, ABC News at the Pentagon.
Once again, the U.S. has accused Iraq of mindlessly using oil as a weapon. It says the Iraqis have opened a pipeline and are dumping oil into the Persian Gulf at the rate of more than 4 million gallons a day. On the potential effect, here's ABC's Ned Potter.
The oil was so thick it gurgled as it washed onto the Gulf shoreline. It coated seabirds, sent fumes high into the air, and provoked angry words from the president about Saddam Hussein.
Now he resorts to enormous environmental damage but in terms of turning loose a lot of oil. No military advantage to him whatsoever in this. It's not going to help him at all, absolutely not.
The Pentagon said the crude oil was apparently being released from an export terminal off the Kuwaiti coast. It had mostly spread toward the Saudi shoreline from there, carried by local currents.
This is clearly an act of environmental terrorism, and it's likely to be more than a dozen times bigger than the Alaska oil spill at Valdez.
Military sources say oil on the shoreline would not greatly hamper a ground assault because oil spills are hard to set on fire and most troops would likely land by helicopter or hovercraft. But heavy equipment like tanks might be hampered. The Pentagon said it's already at work on ways around the problem. Environmentalists and pollution experts had other concerns in mind. The Sierra Club, for instance, said the dumping could destroy the Gulf for decades, limiting fishing and the food supply. And if it spread far enough down the Gulf, the oil could clog desalination plants that supply most of the region's drinking water.
This is a situation where the spillage is intentional, deliberate, and as a result, it could continue for as long as the hostilities continue. As a result, it has the potential for becoming one of the most severe environmental disasters in history.
Late today, an oil spill cleanup firm in Texas confirmed it has received a call from the Saudi government for help in clearing its beaches. Ned Potter, ABC News, Washington.
Still in the Middle East, 4 more attacks today apparently related to the war. In the Greek capital Athens, bombs went off at 3 banks, 2 U.S. and 1 British, and at the home of the French military attaché. There was some damage. No one was hurt. The State Department has added India to the list of countries where it thinks anti-American violence may occur as a result of the war. And it says Americans planning to visit India should postpone their trips, and those who are there should consider leaving until, in the department's words, the Gulf crisis abates. In a moment, the air war, still looking for the Republican Guards. Iraqi civilians learning to cope with the daily bombardment. And the electronic search for Saddam Hussein.
Hussein's $65 million underground command bunker also built bunkers for Iraqi Scud missile launchers.
If you subtracted from Iraq all of the German technology that's been supplied, Iraq would not be a threat in missile development, in nuclear development, or in chemical weapon development.
The U.S. government also believes that German firms are violating the embargo against Iraq. Since August 3rd, the names of 50 companies have been turned over to the German government. Companies suspected of sending materials that could be used in the manufacture of poison gas, missiles, or chemical and nuclear weapons.
German officials say they have not been able to confirm the suspicions.
We have no point that we can say this or another company made a violation of this embargo.
Today, they left voluntarily, according to the Iraqis, and Iraqi civilians are being hit by Allied air attacks. Here's ABC's Sheila McVicker.
Iraq continued to try to make its point about civilian casualties and damage today, approving the release of these pictures. Western television crews still in Baghdad were taken to this residential neighborhood where the Iraqis say 2 houses were completely destroyed, 6 others seriously damaged, 3 people hurt. These Iraqis no longer believe Allied claims of targeting only military sites. We were really surprised, she says. This is just a place where people live. After more than a week of repeated attacks, people in Baghdad seem to be adjusting. When the sirens sound, most people no longer scramble for cover. Some shops have reopened, but food is scarce and there is no electricity. Journalist Lami Sandoni left Baghdad yesterday. She says Iraqis are leading a simpler life.
They're going back to the way they used to live in the rural areas before modern facilities, and this is not very difficult for Iraqis since it hasn't been very long ago.
And Iraqis told her, in spite of the sacrifices the war has forced on them, they will stand with Saddam Hussein.
Because for them this is a battle of life and death. This is their sovereignty is at stake, and they might be critical of him, some of them might not like him, but they're behind him.
To bolster morale, Iraqi television broadcasts pictures like this. But the Iraqi government also knows it is responsible for the safety of downed Allied airmen. So to discourage beatings and worse, the government reward for pilots turned in unharmed has been raised to $90,000. While Iraqis try to cope with the war, thousands of foreigners try to flee. The border with Jordan is still closed. Some people have been trapped on the Iraqi side without food or gasoline for nearly 3 days. A Western diplomat said if the refugees are unable to get out, there may be what he called a large-scale human tragedy. Sheila McVicker, ABC News, Amman.
There is a report on the front page of today's Washington Post that Allied forces may have pinpointed Saddam Hussein's location one night last week, but were prevented from attacking because of bad weather. The military in Saudi Arabia today said it wasn't true. President Bush said today the U.S. is not in the business of targeting the Iraqi leader personally. Other military sources have told us if the U.S. does get Hussein, it'll be by accident, which does not mean he is completely safe. Here's ABC's John Martin.
U.S. military officials insist Saddam Hussein himself is not a target. Assassination is against United States law, but his whereabouts are a vital piece of military intelligence. The CIA has a task force watching Iraq. It has not been ordered to locate Saddam Hussein as an individual, but informed officials say that if he is discovered, the word will go directly to Pentagon officials who are not prohibited from attacking the Iraqi command structure.
You cannot distinguish between the leadership and the command system. They are inseparable components.
To find the Iraqi high command, airborne tracking units have been recording telephone and radio traffic from the sky. Satellites listen for electronic emissions from command bunkers, hoping to hear codes or a telltale burst of messages.
All these would suggest the presence of a key member of the leadership, such as Saddam Hussein.
High-frequency direction finders in nearby countries, Oman, Cyprus, and Turkey, pinpoint the source of the signals. The clues are fed by satellite to the National Security Agency outside Washington and to the British Government Communications Headquarters in Cheltenham, England. To avoid detection, diplomatic sources say, Hussein has not used telephones in 6 weeks.
A several seconds delay. The Patriot scorched off into the night sky on a direct path. It seemed going forever. We lost complete sight of its contrail, of its flaming trail. But then, moments later, it intercepted an incoming Scud as well. We saw the flash of the explosion, and that Scud headed earthward as well.
All right. NBC's Arthur Kent will ask you to stand by there as we show you videotape of what happened just moments ago. I should tell you it's 3:40 in the morning in Saudi Arabia.
Helmets, please.
Shrapnel is a problem, as we have learned.
We have an air raid alert. We have an air raid siren in there. We've got an impact, an interception, and an Iraqi Scud missile impact. At least one Iraqi Scud missile has been intercepted by a Patriot anti-missile missile. We have alarms sounding around this air base.
I'm going to talk over Arthur Kent here for just a moment to remind you that earlier tonight we did have 2 Scud missiles get intercepted, one in Israel, and yet the damage was considerable on the ground, more than 40 people injured and at least 1 death as a result of the shrapnel and the Patriot and the Scud falling to earth. Same thing happened in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, a few hours ago. Another Scud fell to the earth there, and there's a report of 1 death in the Saudi capital there. We'll have continuing coverage of America at War on this special edition.
CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Catherine Cryer at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. Iraq launched 2 Scud missile attacks on Saudi Arabia within the last 12 hours. Delays occurred less than a half hour ago. CNN's Christiane Amanpour joins us live now from eastern Saudi Arabia with details. Christiane?
Good evening, Bernie. Indeed, it's been a noisy night over Saudi Arabia. In the last 15 minutes, we're told Apparently 2 Scuds were launched. We're told by Saudi officials that Patriot missiles intercepted at least one of them. Another one was intercepted, but apparently a shower of debris fell, and there was a impact just above ground level. We saw a flash sort of at tree level. 5 Patriot missiles were launched. We heard the crackle and the report of the Patriot missiles as they broke the sound barrier. There have been sirens wailing in the background, civil defense sirens, emergency vehicles. We could hear the sirens on those too. That's normal procedure. Emergency vehicles take off anytime this kind of thing happens to check and see whether anybody has been injured from falling debris. We obviously have no reports on that yet. It's still too early. This, as I say, is the second Scud attack on Saudi Arabia tonight. Earlier today, 2 Scuds were launched in the direction of central Saudi Arabia. We're told by Saudi officials that at least 1 Saudi was killed, 19 were injured, and 11 other international guest workers here were injured. For more on today's events, we have this report from CNN's John Sweeney.
Some eyewitnesses say they saw a Patriot missile chase a second Scud across the Riyadh skyline, but failed to catch it. What appeared to be a Scud slammed into a 6-story government building in downtown Riyadh.
About 500 meters this way. What did you see? I heard first 2 bombs, 2 blasts, and then the siren went, fast. Usually it goes slowly, then fast. It went directly fast, and then we saw the blast, the fireworks on the air, and then we saw this. Really big.
As CNN arrived, at least 1 ambulance was seen rushing from the impacted building. Another ambulance contained a victim who appeared to have a leg injury. The projectile carrying conventional explosives appeared to have severed cleanly about 1/4 of the 6-story government building.
Because of the Patriot missile's excellent record over the skies of Riyadh, the residents here had become confident they were safe from an incoming Scud attack. This incident has shaken that confidence.
The missile struck about 10:30 p.m. Riyadh time on the Muslim Sabbath day in the capital city, apparently a time when few employees would be on the job. Shortly after the explosion, rescue workers were searching through the rubble, looking for more victims. John Sweeney, CNN, Riyadh.
Now, it's still too early to know exactly what caused the damage on that building. Saudi officials now are saying that it could have been debris from the falling intercept. The Scuds have caused no significant damage apart from that, especially not in the eastern province. I'm Christiana Amanpour, CNN, reporting live in Saudi Arabia.
And we point out to you, our viewers, CNN has had to agree to Saudi government guidelines for live reports from Saudi Arabia. Those guidelines restrict what we can show you.
And earlier today, Tel Aviv was again subjected to an Iraqi Scud attack. Standing by there live now is CNN's Richard Blystow. Richard?
That missile attack was followed up by violent thunderstorms, and now Tel Aviv again rests uneasily, the rain pouring in through new shell holes and broken windows. For now, the official word is 7 missiles were fired at the Tel Aviv and Haifa areas, all conventional warheads, though Saddam has threatened poison gas, and Israel doesn't rule it out. Most, maybe all of those missiles intercepted by Patriot anti-missile missiles, casualties 1 dead, 69 injured, mostly lightly. The Patriot shield has been increased by the arrival of more U.S. crews and Patriot batteries over the last 24 hours or so, but they can do only so much, as we learned a couple of hours ago.
Minutes into the Jewish Sabbath, the heavens lit up and destruction rained down. Once again, the victims, the man in the street, and ordinary householders.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
The Israeli military said Patriot anti-missile missiles intercepted most of the invaders, but at least part of 1 Iraqi Scud found its way to this 2-story house. Authorities said the occupants escaped without serious injury. In another area, a crater in the yard of a school for crippled children. A peace tapestry untouched amid the rubble. For the second time in 4 days, Tel Aviv hospitals were busy, and the question arose again, would this 5th attack spur Israel to retaliate? The Prime Minister's chief advisor chose to keep the Iraqis guessing
And again, I tell you, it is not that we are going to sit here like sitting ducks and absorb missiles. We will defend ourselves. But as I told you, we will do it in a way which will not play into the hand of the criminal dictator of Baghdad.
Once again, the attack and defense spread debris over a wide, largely populated area. And the military spokesman was asked, shouldn't the Patriots be moved?
Sometimes a Patriot missile may run into the wrong place, or even as a result of some technical error, it should go down into the earth. But that's the way it is. There's no way, as I just explained, to move them somewhere else. If we find out that they should be redeployed to another location, we'll do that. But right now, those are the best locations for all the missiles.
The less damage the Scuds do, the less motivation for the Israeli government to retaliate soon. But Israelis are having to get used to the idea that even a successful intercept doesn't make the attacking missile vanish into thin air.
Does Saddam Hussein have more missiles out there to the east of here under cover of the storm? And if so, does he plan to use them tonight? We'll be watching throughout the night.
Iraqi Scud missiles again rain on Saudi Arabia and Israel. Some get through.
And Saddam Hussein unveils a new weapon of war. The U.S. calls it ecological terrorism.
CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Susan Rook. Here's the latest. More signs that the U.S. Patriots can't do it all. Iraqi Scuds Friday night pierced the vaulted missile defense system. 2 people died. Scores of people were injured in separate attacks on Israel and Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, an environmental disaster of unprecedented proportions builds in the Gulf. CNN's Mark Leff has the latest.
U.S.-operated ground-to-air missiles are still hitting most of Iraq's longer-range weapons in the air, reportedly taking out at least 2 more over eastern Saudi Arabia Friday night. But the effects of the Scud attacks elsewhere are getting deadlier. One of the 2 missiles aimed at the Saudi capital late Friday apparently made it past the Patriots to hit a government office building. Although Saudi officials at first reported the damage was from falling debris, whatever hit the building, mostly empty at that hour, did hurt at least 30 people and killed 1. The first reported death from a missile attack in Saudi Arabia so far. A few hours earlier, Israeli officials reported 7 incoming Iraqi missiles intercepted over Tel Aviv, and said debris hitting an apartment building and damaging the surrounding area killed 1 person and injured 69.
We are only responding to an aggression. We have the legitimate right to defend our country and our people and our nation.
U.S. officials in and out of uniform have said repeatedly the missile attacks on Israel and Saudi Arabia are not militarily significant. And that's also the public assessment of what they say is a deliberate Iraqi action to pump oil from the Kuwaiti terminal at Sea Island directly into the Persian Gulf. An Iraqi diplomat says the slick is the result of U.S. bombing of 2 Iraqi tankers Tuesday. But the Saudi government says that's when Iraq turned the pumps on.
And now he resorts to enormous environmental damage but in terms of turning loose a lot of oil. No military advantage to him whatsoever in this. It's not going to help him at all. Absolutely not.
The oil is already having an impact on bird life along the western Gulf Coast. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
As slides through the Persian Gulf, it's ruining everything it touches. CNN's senior White House correspondent, Charles Bierbauer, reports.
The U.S. has seized on the oil spill in the Persian Gulf to further suggest Saddam Hussein cares nothing about his Arab neighbors.
Iraq is intentionally creating the worst environmental disaster in the history of the Persian Gulf region. It's conducting an indiscriminate environmental war on its neighbors as well as on the plant and animal life in the region.
President Bush is dispatching a team of experts to Saudi Arabia.
The team will be led by the U.S. Coast Guard, and it will be dispatched to Saudi Arabia immediately to help the Saudis in their efforts to contain the oil slick.
It's a little hard to do when the man has taken over this other country, Kuwait, and is using their assets in this way. But we will try hard, and you can be rest assured that the scientists and the oil people, the military are all involved.
The Saudis have not had much experience with large oil spills. Saudi Arabia is most immediately threatened. But U.S. experts have confronted spills of this magnitude, most notably and recently, the Exxon Valdez disaster in Alaska.
Importantly, they can help position booms to protect the desalinization plants. I think that's the immediate critical need. And that's something that can be done. That technology is not perfect, but that's the first place they've got to look.
The biggest problem with the Persian Gulf spill is that it is in a war zone.
Limitations obviously are going to be that there's a military action going on at the source of the oil. And we, the Coast Guard, nor our team will be able to do anything to secure that source.
President Bush and some military strategists say the oil spill gives Saddam Hussein no military advantage.
I think it's primarily psychological. I think he's doing everything in the world to provoke us into an early attack, which we're not going to do until we're ready. No military significance.
But others argue if the slick is in the right place, it could hamper an Allied amphibious landing, and if a fire, the smoke could degrade U.S. technological advantages on the battlefield. It is another dichotomy in this Persian Gulf War. Some of George Bush's critics complain that he is fighting for oil. Saddam Hussein appears to be fighting with oil. Charles Bierbaum, CNN, the White House.
Saudi Arabia has agreed to contribute $13.5 billion to help pay for the United States military operations in the Gulf. The estimated cost is $45 billion over 3 months.
We are expecting that we will receive additional commitments from other sources. I think this represents not only a generous contribution toward the objective of liberating Kuwait, it also, I feel, clearly underscores the strength and the determination of the coalition partners to ensure that the United Nations Security Council resolutions are fully implemented.
Kuwait also pledged $13.5 billion, and Japan said it will make a $9 billion contribution.
Another night and another Scud attack. With that and the latest in Saudi Arabia, we go live now to CNN's John Sweeney. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Charles. Actually, it's a partly sunny morning in this part of the world, in Riyadh, as residents of the capital city get prepared to go to for what will be another regular day of work in the Middle East. The capital city survived another missile attack Saturday, the 5th on Riyadh this week. 1 Scud this time, 2 Patriots defending. Bang, bang, scratch 1 Iraqi missile. Debris fell in an empty field. There were no injuries. It was a very clear night last night, and so the fireworks displayed a rather spectacular scene over the city of Riyadh. Meanwhile, Allied troops continue to prepare for a ground war against Saddam Hussein's troops, and pool correspondent Martha Teichner has a report on one unit already at work.
Okay, Donnie, we're going to go. I'll be back.
A soldier is wheeled into surgery. He's been shot in the shoulder, not a battle wound, only an accident. But the routine is the same. He'll be stabilized at the Army 7th Corps 12th Evacuation Hospital and then flown out. MASH, it's not. It's a modern 400-bed hospital covering 12 acres. It has 24 doctors and is handling 100 patients a day, even before massive ground war casualties start rolling in.
We could add an additional 200 to 300 beds on this site and an additional 3 operating rooms. We could also take the personnel from another hospital and add them to our personnel. We have plans to do that.
It is only one of 2 military field hospitals with a CAT scan, a piece of sophisticated diagnostic equipment many hospitals in the United States don't have. This is the operating room from outside. Essentially, it's an expandable trailer that can be collapsed down to road width, packed up and driven off down the highway if the hospital is forced to move forward. The whole complex was set up in 7 days and could be torn down even faster. What looks like the Saudi desert's largest Bedouin tent camp has special problems, like sand. Operating tables have to be covered in plastic. The cold, wet desert winter requires central heating.
We can control the temperature. We can make it cooler in here, or we can warm it up based on what's happening outside.
Suddenly there is shouting, gas, gas. And the fact that this is a field hospital in time of war is immediately very real. An evacuation hospital is usually safely in the rear of the battle area. But even a false alarm here presents a nightmare scenario.
And would certainly compromise the patient's chances of surviving. A patient on a ventilator would be receiving oxygen from a tank. Depending on what kind of chemical environment we're in, this certainly would have an impact on the patient's outcome.
But until the ground fighting gets underway, with the bloody injuries it will bring, most of 12th Evacuation Hospital's cases aren't so serious. Pneumonia, road collisions, and a surprisingly high number of self-inflicted minor gunshot wounds. The victims, soldiers whose war has ended before their battle has even begun. Martha Teichner at the 12th Evacuation Hospital in northeast Saudi Arabia.
Well, Charles, I mentioned there have now been 5 Scud attacks on the capital city of Riyadh. I think in the beginning the people were perhaps a bit afraid of the attacks, something unknown. Then came a feeling of apprehension if the Patriots would in fact work. And I think it's fair to say now the collective feeling is one of anger against the man who's sending these missiles. I'm John Swinney, CNN Live in Riyadh.
And a reminder, CNN has agreed to Saudi government guidelines we must follow for live reports from Saudi Arabia. Those guidelines restrict what we can show you.
We go now to CNN's Greg Lefebvre in Jerusalem, where it is shortly after 7 a.m. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, Jonathan. Folks here have endured another noisy night over central Israel. The Israeli Defense Force says that Iraq has launched several Scud missiles into Israel overnight. Those same forces also tell us that U.S.-made Patriot missiles swatted the Scuds down. We have this report from CNN's Richard Roth on what has become a nightly dance with danger.
There we are. Patriots going up. The sirens went off, and once again in the night sky over Tel Aviv, the cry came, Patriots.
We got to launch. We got to launch. We got to launch. Rising high.
Several headed up to meet incoming Scud missiles fired from Iraq. And then somewhere up in the clouds, Patriot met Scud.
I was home alone. I was in my bedroom, and I heard a big boom, and all the windows were shaking. What happened this evening is that we heard like 2 big blasts. It was like a boom, boom all of a sudden, and then that's what happened.
Police had to search hard for damage in central Israel. The Patriots scored some hits, but did not get everything launched at Israel.
You said most of the Scuds were intercepted. Did some land?
Yes.
Are you able to give us any details at all about that?
No, but some did, and as I said before, there are no injuries and no damage.
A piece of one Scud that was hit fell in flames. Saturday night's Patriot success comes after some people raised questions about the fallout from a Patriot interception of a Scud. The government said the real damage on the ground comes from warheads on the Scuds and not from parts of the Patriots. The people still praise the Patriots, though perhaps a little bit more cautiously.
Yes, but I think they're doing a better job in Saudi and not in Israel, because not all of the Scud missiles are low enough. But it's a good job, but not the perfect job.
Earlier Saturday, the threat of attack didn't stop people from hanging 10 off the beaches of Tel Aviv. The surf was rougher than the Scud fear. The city of Tel Aviv is proud the way it's weathering the missile storm. The National Theater of Tel Aviv didn't try to hide its feelings.
We hang this flag here on Habima Cafe Theater to show Saddam that we are not afraid of his bombs.
And elsewhere in the city, others were even more boastful, insulting Saddam, the man who lived up to his promise to strike Tel Aviv first. The sign tells the Iraqi leader the real linkage is World War II and his aggression. Yet many people in Tel Aviv approve of the government's policy of restraint on retaliation.
Israel must wait now. You see, the Jewish people have a long history. And we wait 1 month, 2 months, and Saddam Hussein will be history too.
There was a difference with this latest missile attack. It came in 2 salvos, separated only by a few minutes. Israeli military authorities say they don't know what it means yet, but they haven't ruled out anything from Saddam Hussein, including a possible chemical weapons attack. Richard Roth, CNN, Tel Aviv.
The sun's beginning to peek over the horizon here, and that's good news. Israelis believe that the Iraqis won't launch any Scuds during the daytime for fear their launchers will be discovered and destroyed.
Arnett, can you hear me? Peter, this is Ralph Wenge in Atlanta. Can you hear me? Once again, we're trying to get Peter Arnett on the telephone. Peter still in Baghdad, providing reports for us. Peter, can you hear me? All right. We obviously are having problems trying to reach Peter Arnett. We are going to continue. Okay, apparently we have him again. Peter, can you hear me?
From a 90-minute interview with President Saddam Hussein of Iraq, I was advised of the possibility of the interview very late in the afternoon, about 4 p.m. A Ministry of Information official called me and said that I'd be meeting someone important in the immediate future. I went downstairs and some security people gave me a thorough frisking, and I was put in a car about an hour and a half later, alone as the darkness was falling over Baghdad, and driven through the town fairly carefully. The driver was making sure of security. I was taken to a suburban area where I don't know where it was, to a small bungalow. Looked like every other house in the neighborhood. I went inside, and the front room had been set up informally. There was several white chairs that were embroidered, and it was there were television cameras there from Iraqi television, 3 cameras, and I waited about an hour and a half with senior government officials until President Saddam Hussein appeared. He was very relaxed. He was dressed in an impeccable blue suit and a pretty tie.
Scud in the sky over Saudi Arabia about 4 hours ago. The Pentagon says the incoming Iraqi missile was intercepted by a U.S. Patriot. A similar scene over Israel, the 7th Iraqi missile attack against the Jewish state. The Israeli military reports no injuries and says Patriot missiles were not used to neutralize the Iraqi incoming. The U.S. military reports that coalition bombing of an installation in Kuwait has apparently stopped the flow of oil to a massive spill in the Gulf. U.S. military officials say their best information is that the slick, now at least 35 miles long, has not yet touched shore. They believe the spillage being seen in Khafji, Saudi Arabia, is due to Iraqi artillery attacks on the oil facility there. Saudi officials estimate the slick from the Kuwaiti installation, a slick they charge Iraq deliberately unleashed, contains 11 million barrels of crude. Baghdad charges that U.S. warplanes caused the spill by attacking Iraqi oil tankers. The Iraqi news agency, monitored in Nicosia, described Sunday's bombing of the Kuwaiti installation as a crime aimed at wasting Arab wealth. As the Allied air campaign against the forces of Saddam Hussein heads towards its 13th day, coalition military officials are keeping a close watch on the exodus of Iraqi aircraft to Iran. More than 80 planes have made the trip so far.
I know there are a number of conspiracies and thoughts and flavorings to what's going on. I would comment that we're delighted to see that, because every one of those aircraft that leaves Iraq is one less that we will have to engage in combat.
The aircraft remaining in Iraq, they believe, will be destroyed, and I believe they're right. They'll either be destroyed on the ground or in the air. Now, why the Iranians are allowing them to do that and what agreements exist between the two countries, I don't know. But I do know that Iran has stated on several occasions that they intend to abide by the UN sanctions and that they intend to impound the aircraft. So I think that's a pretty good deal.
In Tehran, Iran's president informs Jordan's foreign minister his nation will use all its means to secure a ceasefire in the Persian Gulf War. Iran has pledged neutrality in the conflict, but some Pentagon officials are concerned the movement of Iraqi planes could be a ploy to bring Iran into the hostilities. Iranian officials say they're letting the Iraqi planes land for humanitarian reasons. Sophia Manos, CNN reporting.
And we have this story just in. Reuters wire services reporting to us, Iraq saying that Monday the captured Allied pilots have been wounded in Allied air raids. So the Iraqi authorities said last week that captured airmen were being kept at possible targets to deter Allied attack. Western governments said that the use of prisoners as human shields would be a war crime. Brief announcement on Iraqi radio. It was monitored by the British Broadcasting Corporation and gave no nationalities for the wounded pilots. The radio attributed the report to the official Iraqi news agency. As a result of the enemy air raids on populated areas and civilian targets yesterday and today, a number of captured pilots were wounded. That's what the report said, and responsible military quarters did not indicate whether any of the injured pilots have died. It gave no further details. Once again from Reuters, and quoting Iraqi news agency and Baghdad radio, saying that captured Allied pilots have been wounded in Allied air raids. Lou?
We are now going to get a report on today's Iraqi Scud missile attack on Israel, the 7th since the war began. Richard Blastone joins us live from Tel Aviv. Richard.
Dave, I thought I would share with you some observations that I was able to make tonight because I was not on live when the alert sounded. I was standing on another balcony high up here, and it's weird. The sirens go up one by one, all over a very wide area. They moan, they wail, they scream, and they howl until all together they sound like a pack of giant mechanical wolves baying at the moon, and the streets suddenly go silent. In this latest attack, we're told there was no casualties and there was very little damage. We now are able to say that some pieces of debris fell in Arab areas of the occupied West Bank. But after 7 of these days of attack, or the past 11, it does get a little old. And for more on that, let's go to CNN's Richard Roth.
After a one-day break, Iraq opened fire again at Israel with a Scud missile attack. Israeli defense officials say no Patriot missiles were launched in response, something they are investigating. The Scud was conventional, but Israel remains very worried about Saddam Hussein's threat to use chemical weapons.
I think everyone is waiting for the Scud attack, which can happen and may not. And me, as everyone, is waiting for it.
I'm not too concerned. I mean, I won't let it interfere with my regular work and life and so on.
The morning rush hour into Tel Aviv is setting records. The problem is most of these people live in Tel Aviv. They stay in other cities during the night, going to Tel Aviv only for the day.
We stayed in Tel Aviv for the first 2 attacks, then we got out, and then we came back, and then when the attack happened in Ramadan, it was right near my office, and we just said, forget it.
Well, I'm scared of staying a night in Tel Aviv. After a few nights, I just had enough.
There are also crowds waiting to buy plane tickets out of the country.
We are not afraid of anything. Just, this is our country, and we are strong for it. But sometimes, what can you do?
I really don't want to leave. I'm leaving because my parents and my brother are panicking.
All of this led the mayor of Tel Aviv to label those recently departed as deserters.
It is dangerous today to be in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv became the front. But tomorrow, Israel will be in a dangerous situation. Those who left today the city will leave tomorrow the country.
The mayor now says he did not mean to include people with small children in the deserter category, but the remark is straining the unity that has built up during the missile siege. The terror is bringing neighbors closer together. This Israeli woman and her son get together with friends to keep their minds off the missiles.
I have a brother and a sister in the army, which I think about, but now we are the fighter. In the city, it's more difficult there.
Special counseling hotlines and doctors' offices report an increase in calls after missile attacks. The military says Saddam Hussein is trying to drive Israelis crazy with the Scud.
They are of no military value. Their main purpose is psychological, to try and erode the resilience, tenacity, and endurance of the Israeli public, and by that create panic.
So Monday afternoon, the airport was a tale of 2 terminals. Those rushing out, and Jewish volunteers arriving here to show solidarity.
Shalom, shalom.
Oh,
good to have Show me where the front is. We'll take care of them. Where is it?
And those who stay say they will be the ones still around when the war ends, not Saddam.
And every time we have a little clip that comes out from a rock, or I don't know where it comes from, tries to kill us, he dies, he goes on. So it will go on. Okay?
It's the fear of the unknown that jangles nerves here. Will Saddam stick to conventional Scud weapons, or will eventual desperation drive him to greater lengths to bring Israel into the conflict? Richard Roth, CNN, Tel Aviv.
And so it remains, Lou. Sorry to get your name wrong. No offense meant. It's quiet now, and we'll be on watch throughout the night and bring you any news as soon as it happens. Richard Blystone, CNN Live from Tel Aviv.
All right, Richard. A few hours ago, our man in Baghdad, Peter Arnett, was picked up by Iraqi security forces and taken to an undisclosed location to meet whom they characterized as a very important person. That person turned out to be Saddam Hussein. Peter conducted the first interview with the Iraqi leader since the war began, an interview which Peter described as chilling in a report about an hour and a half ago. We're expecting to get videotape.
Prominent new role of Iran, which after all has fought both Iraq and the United States in one way or another. Now Iran has become a landing strip for almost 100 Iraqi planes. NBC's Fred Francis at the Pentagon tonight on what this means, so far as we know. Fred?
Well, Tom, it is a major development in this war, a possible capitulation of the cream of the Iraqi Air Force. Pentagon sources say close to 100 of his best fighters and military transports have fled to Iran. The flight of the Iraqi Air Force began last week. By today, at least 3 bases in Iran had taken in the fleeing warplanes. Iran's leader, Hashemi Rafsanjani, said they were being accepted as a humanitarian gesture and promised they would be held there until war's end. Some Pentagon officials distrust Iran.
If these aircraft come out of Iran, down the Gulf, or out of Iraq, the defense is 360 degrees, and we feel quite sure that we will be able to deal with it effectively.
But a growing number of U.S. officials tell NBC News that the exodus of the best fighter bombers, the F-1 Mirage and the MiG-29s and others, is evidence that Saddam knows he will lose the war and doesn't want to lose his Air Force a piece at a time. Others say there is some evidence that the Air Force is defecting from Saddam's war, because reportedly Saddam had the Air Force chief executed last week. But one source said an Iraqi transport plane like this one has made several round trips, and the source added if they were defecting, they wouldn't be running a shuttle. Whatever the reason, the warplanes appear to be out of the fight.
And as you take a look at the airplanes that have been shot down and those that are leaving the country, it's the F-1s and MiG-29s and MiG-25s. So they're putting the flower of the Air Force out. And I indicated that we see other indications that they're moving airplanes off the airfields. Think about that. Where do you move an airplane if you're moving off an airfield on the ground?
What is baffling senior officials is why Iran, after fighting an 8-year war with Iraq, would shelter Iraqi warplanes. Well, one senior official said maybe Iran has no intention of giving them back. Tom?
And Fred, NBC News in Israel has learned tonight from intelligence sources that the Iraqis are down to only about 10 or 15 of those mobile missile launchers. How does that square with what you're learning there?
Well, that's what we're hearing unofficially in the halls of the Pentagon, but senior officials here are loath to give the exact number because the last time they did that, they got burned, so they're going to keep quiet till they're all killed.
And Bob Woodward in the Washington Post this morning said that Iraq has been able to repair a lot of the damage that has been done so far. Any comment from the Pentagon?
Woodward's information is correct. A lot of the damage has been repaired. The airfields are repaired, but they're not in use. The communications get knocked down, they get put back up, knocked down, so it's an evolving war.
Thank you very much, Fred Francis at the Pentagon tonight. The border between Iraq and Jordan was opened today for the first time in almost a week, and refugees from the war zone poured across, carrying stories of ever-worsening living conditions in Iraq and Allied attacks on civilians. NBC's Dennis Murphy is in Amman.
For 6 nights, they froze in the desert. Now they fled into Jordan with memories of the incessant bombing. These Kuwaitis said Western fighter planes attacked cars and people on the main highway out of Baghdad.
They tried to hit the people, the cars which is running, and the big trucks. Big trucks. They tried to beat the big trucks which is carrying food.
This Mercedes was ripped by shrapnel when a rocket was fired at it from a strafing Allied warplane. The Muslim doctor driving it had stopped just before dawn Sunday for the first prayers of the day. The missile exploded 3 feet from his car.
The piece from the missile itself hit the left door and went out from the right door from the other side. Thanks God it hasn't hit our legs at all.
Dr. Kawasme suffered burns and scratches. 10 minutes down the road, he said he saw a fighter plane destroy a refrigerated food truck. The doctor's colleague in the car behind said he passed a civilian bus full of passengers that had been rocketed. The ferocious air attacks appear to be borne out by scenes of destructions in Iraq released here in Jordan tonight. These pictures were taken by Iraqi TV and purport to show bomb damage in Najaf province, 90 miles south of Baghdad. We have no way of verifying if these pictures are what the Iraqis say they are. The air attack supposedly happened 2 days ago. Villagers on camera say that 25 houses were destroyed and 30 people were killed. These frightened refugees fled a war zone that is sealed to the outside world. They take their small piece of the horrible mosaic with them. Dennis Murphy, NBC News, Amman.
Raises the possibility he will use chemical, biological, even nuclear weapons, depending on what the alliance uses.
Spill in the Persian Gulf is said to have slowed to a trickle as U.S. experts arrive to help.
I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. Thanks for joining us. We hope now that you will settle in for two major elements of programming here on CNN. The second part will be the extended interview in its entirety conducted by Peter Arnett with President Saddam Hussein of Iraq. The first part is what we are about to introduce. I misspoke just a few moments ago when I said we'd be going to Peter live again in Baghdad. Actually, it's 7 o'clock in the morning there. Peter Arnett has been awake for more than 36 hours, and if we pulled him out of bed right now, he would never forgive us. What we're going to show you is tape. CNN's Peter Arnett, as we've indicated, one of just a handful of Western correspondents remaining in Baghdad. Earlier today, CNN was able to complete the satellite link between Iraq and the United States. I should point out, at one point in the tape you are about to see, the lights go out. That is because there's an air raid, the sirens are going off, and the Iraqi anti-aircraft batteries are responding to what they perceive is in the air. Our man, Peter Arnett, delivered his first live broadcast during that section at 8 o'clock tonight from Baghdad, and now we replay that for you.
Good morning, Bernie. In fact, it's 4 in the morning here in Bangkok, and in Bangkok, it's Baghdad, of course. It was 13 nights ago that the bombing of this city began. It seems much longer, Bernie. In my interview with President Saddam Hussein last night, he asserted that by targeting his capital city for most of the bombing campaign, the multinational forces have proved that they're really looking for him rather than restoring the government of Kuwait. I asked him if he had lost the first round of the air war, of the whole war, and he grinned back. He said victory and winning is winning, he said, not just one battle, but in gaining the pleasure of God. The Iraqi president said his people have won God's pleasure by confronting the infidel on the battlefield, and they were now prepared for war as never in their history, and he said they were pure in soul. This report, as with others I've been relaying to you over CNN satellite telephone, is subject to censorship by officials from the Ministry of Information. As this report deals with my interview from President Saddam, there were no deletions. I would point out that in the interview also, there were no ground rules at all. Fire at will, the president said, and when I was introduced to him. I asked him directly as I could questions that have been asked of me since I got here. Questions from my telephone talks with CNN anchors in Atlanta and in Washington. Will you use chemical weapons in the upcoming land war in Kuwait? I asked Saddam Hussein. He responded that Iraq will use weapons that will equate those used by the attackers. When I asked if the multinational decision not to use such weapons meant he would also not use chemical weapons, he said, I didn't say that. He added, we will use weapons to equate those used by the attackers. In response to follow-up questions, he expressed pride that Iraq had maintained its military balance, he said, by using only conventional weapons against the air and missile assaults. What about his missile assaults on Iraq and Saudi Arabia, I asked. Saddam Hussein said his Al-Hussein missile, which is a variation and an adaptation, in fact, of the Soviet Scud-B missile, is capable of carrying nuclear, chemical, and biological warheads. Why had he used only conventional warheads, I asked him. That's because Iraq is remembering, he says, the values of his predecessors, of the country's predecessors. Would he ever use unconventional weapons in the war, in this war? Saddam Hussein told me, we pray that not a lot of blood will be used or will be shed from any nation. We pray that we shall not be forced in taking a forced measure. I dwelt at length on that subject with him because chemical weapons use is a major concern in this particular area, in this region. Also worrisome is the pollution fallout from this war. I asked President Saddam Hussein if Iraq had deliberately contributed to the growing oil spill in the Gulf waters off Kuwait, as U.S. officials had asserted. He told me that the United States first used the oil weapon by attacking Iraqi tankers and also by targeting oil installations on land. He said they showed no concern for the environment. Therefore, he said, his field commanders used oil, if they used oil in the framework of self-defense, such as filling in trenches on land and burning them, or using other methods. If they did this, his field commanders' actions would be justified. He added that if Iraq indeed did use oil for self-defense, even in the sea, this action would be justified for those same reasons. Was there any diplomatic avenue still open, I asked him, to end hostilities? He replied that it was up to President Bush to handle this particular aspect, up to President Bush to advance in this area, because he had refused Iraqi peace initiatives during the negotiations that failed preceding the war. Saddam Hussein dwelled at some length on people power, saying that anti-war demonstrations in the United States, in Asia, and in Europe had the potential to force governments to change their policies in the Gulf War. He had a message for the protesters. He said, "I wish the Americans well." He said he prayed that none of their sons will die. He said that all the people in Iraq are grateful to noble souls in America demonstrating against the war, and to those similarly demonstrating in Europe and in Asia. Saddam Hussein has not changed his position on Kuwait as far as the interview I had with him went. In no circumstances, he said, will we ever relinquish one part of Iraq, making clear Iraq is firmly I'm making clear Kuwait is firmly his 19th province. He talked lengthily about the upcoming war, which he had described as the mother of all battles. How long will it take, I asked. He answered that only God knows. He said that the courage of his fighting men will win the admiration of the world. He predicted that lots of blood will be shed, blood on every side, American, French, Saudi, and Iraqi blood. I asked if he had any doubts about winning the war. He responded quickly and confidently, not even 1 in a million, Bernie.
Well, Peter, of course, based on that interview you did with President Saddam, everyone around the world has been sifting the words of Saddam. I ask you, my friend, one of them that's topic A now is the whole matter of Iraq flying its most prized warplanes to Iran. Have you been able since this interview to find out any more about Baghdad's rationale and Tehran's receptivity?
Not at all, Bernie. In fact, we haven't been out of the hotel today. We're at the Al Rashid. We had no trips. We were setting up this particular satellite uplink. We have heard that increasing numbers of planes have gone over there, but we cannot fill you in at this point on any more information on that subject, Bernie.
I have another question to ask you, but I want to fill you in on a development that our World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter has just reported on, and I only pass it on to you so that you'll know, and while you're on the ground, you can work it from your angle. Here in Washington tonight, the Soviet Union and the United States issued a communique in which it, in effect, said that the Gulf War can be halted if Iraq gives an unequivocal commitment to withdraw its troops from Kuwait. As Ralph Begleiter said, if Saddam Hussein offers a commitment to withdraw from Kuwait. In the communique, Secretary of State Baker and his Soviet counterpart, Bezmennik, also pledged to seek to establish a lasting peace in the Middle East, including among Israel, the Arab states, and the Palestinians after a resolution of the Gulf crisis. In other words, linkage if there's that unconditional promise to withdraw from Kuwait. So I just give that to you FYI so that you can work it from Baghdad. Can we return to your interview for a moment? The whole question of POWs. There was a report out of Baghdad that one of the Allied POWs was killed, an Allied, a POW who was placed in harm's way. The United States government says it cannot confirm that. The POW's nationality was not mentioned.
I can tell you only what President Saddam Hussein told me about it. He said that the prisoners were being put in these locations because of the ill treatment afforded to Iraqis in England. He said they were being interned, and Arabs of Iraqi descent being ill-treated elsewhere in the world. I asked how that squared with his announcement that he would follow the Geneva Convention on handling any prisoners of war, and he said, does the Geneva Convention cover interning Iraqis? I cannot tell you any more on that, on the death of that pilot that was reported here, other than someone saying it was possibly in a building near this hotel. Bernie.
Peter, we know that Saddam Hussein's brain trust is advising him very closely, almost up to the minute, as this war unfolds. And he uses his words very carefully, and everyone is studying those words. I'm intrigued by the phraseology in the interview he used when he talked about, quote, great sacrifices if a ground war is fought or worse. What do you make of that kind of phrasing, if a ground war is fought or worse? Here's a man who said that this is what he wanted. He wanted a set battle in Kuwait, his forces on the land against the Allied forces. Do you read anything into that?
Well, during the interview, I picked up on that, and I did at one point ask him, I believe, what do you mean by if? He corrected himself, and he says, well, when it will happen. What I was interested, coming from the interview, was his suggestion, his belief, or his hope that people power, the peoples around the world, that the momentum of their anti-war protests may develop to influence their governments. He dwelt a lot on that. And I was interested, I was taken back to the days in my coverage of the Vietnam War. I was in Hanoi in 1972 when Vietnamese leaders there talked at length about people power in the United States influencing decisions of the U.S. government in those days. So Saddam Hussein has picked up on that particular aspect.
He also has picked up on what is going on in Washington. He and his advisors clearly have been following the White House and Pentagon briefings.
Bernie, I've been told to, we still have audio here, I've been told to stop this particular interview because there's been an air raid on Baghdad. There's been no air raid alarm. There's usually, we have these alerts, but at the moment we didn't have one. Bombs are falling on the edge of the city. I think if you can get that shot maybe of some anti-aircraft fire going into the air. This is live coverage of the war from Baghdad. We've been talking about this on the phone for a couple of weeks now, but this is what we see every night going into the sky. There's not too much, but we hear the bomb blast. Maybe if I stop, maybe you will hear that.
Well, we've heard a lot of bomb blasts, and if they become more prominent, Peter, we'll be quiet and listen up. But right now, we want to get from you as much as we can since we have you up on the bird live. You're on the grounds of the Al Rashid Hotel. Are you standing, I see a grape arbor or some vines. Are you standing next to that shrouded catwalk that goes to the heliport?
That is exactly it, Bernie. You remember it well.
Peter, I know that you haven't had much sleep in the last 36 hours, and the CNN crew, and this is not self-serving, on the run from Amman to Baghdad, you had equipment damage, and then Nick Robertson and your other assistants, Vito Mangiolo and the other people on the CNN staff, had to work through the night to assemble this $500,000 ground satellite station, and then the technicians had to search in the skies, 23,000 miles into the sky, to find that satellite. And that's been one of the frustrating problems on your end and on our end. CNN headquarters have received telephone calls from reporters and what have you. When are you going to show the Saddam interview? Well, I know you've gone through hell to get this picture out of there, and we applaud you for it. And I want to ask you now, what was, well, let's listen to what's going on now with the air raid sirens. Go ahead, Peter, we can hear you.
The alarm, this is the air raid alert. They're very familiar here. There have been 2 earlier this evening, well, 2 in the last 8 hours. This is pretty much typical of an evening in Baghdad. And we listen to this inside the hotel on a regular basis. I can't talk too much about it because the officials are here. So if we can go on to some other subjects, I'll stop talking about the air raid now. Bernie.
Okay. I know you're being asked not to talk about specifics, but based on my experience there, it's clear that the AAA, the anti-aircraft artillery fire we're watching now, is farther away from you than it was closer to the hotel when we were there in the opening hours of this war.
I wonder if you could ask me that question again, Bernie.
Well, I was going to ask you about Saddam Hussein's ear very close to what's happening here in Washington. For the last 2 days, there's been talk about whether or not the Allies have been targeting Saddam Hussein, and very vehemently from the White House, and especially from the Pentagon, the word was no, we don't target leaders. And I heard at the top of your report, you quoted President Saddam Hussein as saying that clearly the forces have proved they are looking for me.
Well, I guess I probably meant to say they're looking for him in the sense that they're targeting Iraq as a target rather than Kuwait. They came to Baghdad. He suggested, he was smiling and saying they basically, in a conversation earlier, he was saying, well, I'm here, even though it was a sort of a remote place, and he was smiling. And he did indicate, he suggested to me that all this emphasis on Baghdad, which you are hearing right now, this has been going on for, as I say, the 13th night of the war. There's a lot of concentration here, and he was saying that why isn't all this activity in Kuwait? Isn't that where the war's about? Aren't they trying to push me out of Kuwait? Why are they spending so much time in the Baghdad area, Bernie?
Peter Arnett, I should tell you that our colleague Bill Moyers has been watching and listening for the past few minutes. He's in our New York bureau, and there was a time in Mr. Moyers' life when he was in the White House and the war was Vietnam. Bill, come in, please.
Bernard, let me say to both you and Peter that as an American and as a fellow journalist, I've been very proud of you and you two and of John Holloman. You've been a great credit to our craft, staying there, keeping your eyes and ears opening and working under most difficult circumstances. I've heard so many of our fellows and sisters in this business express those sentiments, and I'm sorry if it seems self-serving, but I wanted to express my admiration to you.
Well, thank you, Bill. It's appreciated. Peter?
Yes, Bernie, I'm with you.
What else can you tell us about this man whom you were taken to in the most circuitous of manners? In October, when we interviewed him, we were taken directly to a house and we waited, but you had to go on a midnight ride.
I really can't tell you too much about it, Bernie. I've been asked not to mention the locale or really the circumstances under which we met. This is a man who is obviously concerned about his security, and they asked me not to talk about the procedures that they followed in preparing me for the interview and getting me there. I can tell you that when he walked into this room, he was impeccable. He had a small sidara, an Iraqi cap on his head. He wore a top coat. He looked very much a man of the world, a sophisticate. He had a floral tie, and he was very genial. He was relaxed. He said to me, I presume you have a long list of questions. And I said, no, I didn't have time to prepare them. I want to ask you the questions that the world is wanting to ask you. And he says, okay, let's go to it. Let's talk. And we walked over to conduct the interview, Bernie.
And it's clear that he intended to wear civilian clothes to project to the world a certain image rather than wear his olive drab military outfit.
Peter, can you hear me?
I asked him, I said, I expected to see you in military gear, and he sort of smiled at me and didn't respond.
Peter, this is Bill Moyers. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bill.
As you may know, the Soviet Union and the U.S. In a joint statement today said that a ceasefire is possible in the Gulf if Saddam Hussein offers a commitment to withdraw from Kuwait. Now, that's a change in the United States policy because heretofore, President Bush has said no talks until after Saddam has pulled out of Kuwait. This is a change. How do you think something like this reaches Saddam Hussein, and can you estimate what his reaction might be to it?
I'll tell you how it reaches him, Bill. He, over in the Foreign Ministry, they're looking at CNN, I guess, right now. Not only in the Foreign Ministry, but elsewhere. The President's interpreter told me that he had seen me just the previous evening doing a report early in the morning with a picture on the screen of me sitting at a satellite phone. I got the impression with talking to the people who were around Saddam. Before he arrived, we waited an hour and a half, and I met his secretary, I met the chief of his staff. They spoke English. They spoke familiarly about the world. And they're with him most of the time, and I guess he'll hear this initiative presumably through his people who are just monitoring CNN 24 hours a day, Bill.
Do you have any indication, or can you say, if he might see this as just a final feather before the sword falls, or if he might see this as a genuine and novel approach?
You know, I wouldn't even like to speculate on that, Bill. I think it is such a critical time in this whole conflict that I would hate to add my 2 cents worth and possibly misinterpret or and I certainly don't want to speak for the Iraqi president or anyone else, so I would rather let that one pass by and maybe hope that it is heard and does have some effect in ending what seems to be the beginning or the continuation of rapidly developing hostilities.
Peter Arnett, I can't help but be reflective. It occurs to me that several days ago, we hugged each other at one point in room 906 of the Al Rashid Hotel as all hell was breaking loose in the skies. We're looking at some anti-aircraft fire now. We've heard the air raid siren. You have had, journalistically speaking, alpha and omega experiences as a journalist. You've filed AP bulletins and flashes from Vietnam, dispatches which drove President Lyndon Baines Johnson up the wall. He hated your guts. Now here you are on worldwide television filing live from Baghdad, a capital that's under attack. I know you're tired, but have you had a chance to think about your career? And by the way, your daughter is watching and listening to you right now up in Boston.
Well, I hate to say it, but I guess it's Elsa, I love you, darling, and keep looking. Reflecting on my career, Bernie, I'm reflecting on the first job as a foreign correspondent. I mean, a real foreign correspondent. Was a reporter for the AP in Jakarta 30 years ago. We filed out dispatches each day by Morse key. They would go to Tokyo and then on to New York. Would you believe Morse key to speaking live to the world in 30 years? Well, that possibly sums up my career, Bernie.
By the way, I know you were exhausted when you came on to begin your report. You mentioned that you were reporting from Indonesia, and very sheepishly you corrected your dateline to Baghdad. Don't worry about that one bit, my brother. What's important is that you're filing from that capital, and we need the information you're filing. Anything else in the back of you? I was just going to ask, is there anything else in the back of your notebook that you would like to impart you haven't had a chance to because you wanted to get out, quote, the most important information?
Actually, Bernie, this is the third time I've had a chance to talk about the interview, and I'd like to think that I've basically been through my notebook twice, and I would like to think that the interview that Saddam Hussein gave me and all its complexity will be evaluated by experts, and maybe they can pick up some signals that we have been missing, Bernie.
You have a cast of not hundreds, but you have a cast of some very hardy souls who made the run from Amman, Jordan to Baghdad. And here they are. Yourself, Peter Arnett, the correspondent on the ground, the senior correspondent. You're joined by Margaret Lowry from Chicago, correspondent, and from our Washington Bureau, Vito Maggiola, a man we know from Tiananmen Square and elsewhere. Nick Robertson. I think his parents, his mom and dad in London, are watching and listening to what's going on. Mr. and Mrs. Robertson, you are seeing and hearing the feverish work of your son, along with Jay Ayers. And then, of course, the cameraman back there on the ground now with you for the first time is Dave Rust. How are you folks getting on?
Well, we feel very much a part of history, Bernie, and it's not just this broadcast, but it's being in Baghdad, being in a capital which is under attack by the United States, which is our country. And I know that in CNN we don't talk about particular nationalities. We are part of the whole world's, the world village. But in times like this, we think of our country. And hopefully, by being here, CNN being here, I know it's Ted Turner's vision to get CNN around the world, and we can prevent events like this occurring in the future. That is my wish. After 30 years of covering wars all over and conflicts all over the world, I mean, I am sick of wars, and I'm here because maybe my contribution will be to somehow lessen the hostilities, if not this time, maybe the next time, Bernie.
Peter, we're about 34 minutes from hearing the President of the United States in his State of the Union address. Obviously, the world will be eavesdropping on what George Herbert Walker Bush has to say. And obviously, the people in Saddam Hussein's government will be watching and listening. Did you get a feel from your interview that you will be able to talk to President Saddam again?
I did, Bernie. I got the impression that he wanted to communicate with me. Nothing personal about it. He wanted to communicate with CNN, or maybe he wanted to communicate with the West. He was amiable. He was friendly. I got the feeling that if we stay here long enough, maybe we can have more contact with him. I can tell you that more journalists will be coming in tomorrow. The Iraqi government has invited about 15 journalists from Europe and England to come over here, including some European television stations. So they are starting to open up the media again. They did order everyone out last week, with the exception of CNN. They are bringing people back. I get the impression that they're ready to open up again, and by having all these journalists here, they'll be required to give them something to see and people to talk to. I think this has to be a good sign, Bernie.
Indeed it does, Peter Arnett, and while I left you several days ago, my spirit prayers are still with you and all our staff on the ground. Well, now we are back live on CNN. We have been watching and listening to Peter Arnett. He reported live at the top of the hour at 8 Eastern Time earlier tonight on this, the concluding day 13 of the war in the Gulf. The efforts of 6 CNN people who worked around the clock to get the equipment into Baghdad, to set it up, and it was frustrating.